Hey, welcome on in, everybody. I know everybody's been asking for World Series of Warzone. We got World Series of Warzone at home because today's lobby is insane. Welcome on in to the Warzone Total Frenzy $10,000 customs featuring our brand spanking new format, of course, Call of Duty Warzone Match Point. My name is Dandro. I'll be bringing one half of the action with you here today. I got Enigma along my side, but let's go over Enigma real quick about how we are getting to some of our scoring here today. It's going to be the first team to reach 120 points over the day. You're going to be getting points, of course, for those delicious eliminations, but also for where you place in the lobby. Everybody's going to be sort of chasing up to that 120 point threshold, getting to that win condition, so that way they can win a game and be our champion here, of course, as part of Call of Duty Warzone Match Point. But Enigma, as we look at some of these points here, how are you doing, buddy? And how's your day going?
I mean, I'm good, right? It's starting to finally hit peak summertime here in the UK, and I'm in a room full of computers, and it's going to get very loud. So I'm hot and sweaty, and speaking of hot and sweaty, this lobby is looking basically as strong as anything we've had since the World Series of Warzone. So yes, very much so expecting some tough competition today. We got to take a quick look there at the format. Very slightly tweaked since last week. We continue to test the format and see how things get better here with our Call of Duty Warzone Match Point. But one thing I will say, Dandro, is if last week is anything to go by, we're in for a hell of a treat because this format really, really gets things going.
Yeah, I feel like players are definitely starting to shake out how to best play it. But hey, for our winner that's taking home our new format here today, let's look at the prizing and how it is going to shake on out. We have $10,000 coming at you per week here as a part of Warzone Total Frenzy. First place, $7,000 for the trio. $2,000 in second place, $1,000 in third. So, well, obviously last week we watched Intex Believe in Mutex take home that $7,000 after bringing us all the way to a game number 9, I believe it was, at the end of the day, being able to clutch it on up there and bring it on home, taking, of course, home that nice $7,000 for that first place. So that is what everybody is going to be competing for. You know how they're going to be able to get there. Let's take a look at some of our teams who are battling it out here today. Because like Enigma mentioned, man, this lobby is stacked. And we have a couple trios. We got some roster moves happen even literally in the last week that I think is going to really spice things up today. So Enigma, I'm going to kick it to you. When we take a look at this first set of teams, who should we be looking at?
Well, I mean, very quickly, European hopes, a lot of them thrown towards Team FIFA. They finished 12th last week with a last-minute sub coming in, YR Liam, who did a solid job, but in comes Juki. He's one of the legends over here, so definitely expecting them to start to look towards that win condition situation. However, a lot of people are going to be looking at this screen and see something very obvious. Aydan, Adrian, no longer together. Aydan now running with Destroy and Z-Laner. Adrian off with Smith and Crinks.
The AA batteries have been dismantled. We're back here onto the single A. Actually, I don't even know if single A batteries are a thing, but either way, I love this. Aydan coming on over with Z-Laner and Destroy. I love this. Adrian now picks up back long-standing trio partner Crinks, and they brought in Z Smith, and I really like this team. I think Smitty fills a role that's very similar to Aydan that's there, so I think the team dynamics might actually be very similar. Could we even see sort of a jump that are there? But let's take a look at some of our other teams, because we got plenty of trios coming in here to slay today.
Oh, yeah.
If we look at this screen, man, I would be remiss if we do not celebrate the return of Rated and the M-Bags boys. That's right, Rated, MyOppo, and Autorize. If you've watched competitive Warzone, you know that these are three absolute pillars of competitive Warzone since the beginning. It's been a little bit since we've seen them kind of here, but I actually think about when we look at this format, this could be a team that could start breaking some necks up this leaderboard.
No, 100%. I mean, as a trio, they've already started doing well on Urzikstan when it comes to customs. 5th in the Shatter Gauntlet, 8th in the Community Showdown, and they're a very intelligent team. So I think you're going to see a trio that's playing for that placement just as much as they're playing for kills. And then looking across the rest of your screen, I mean, Scumming, Unrational, Dongy, you've got yourself the French squad of Enkyo, Gromlock, and Heeds, who came in 4th last week. And then, of course, last week's champion, Intex, Believe, Mutex. They made that late run, got themselves onto win condition, and brought it home, and you saw what it meant to them, and they're here trying to defend their crown.
I loved the passion and energy we saw from Mutex at the end there, and we kind of saw some interviews on social media afterwards, and it was just, I love it when competitors are just, they feel so good. I know they've sort of been chasing a dub as a trio for a hot minute, but we have a couple of other teams that we'd like to go ahead and take a look at as well, because we are not done yet. Do not worry here, folks, because, well, when we take a look over here, Enigma, I'm looking at that top left, Blade, Vortex, and Ghoul. I think that's a really fun team to talk about.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation with this trio. Of course, the Italians that carried home the flag a couple of years ago, taking home the World Series, but they haven't done much since Caldera, to be completely honest. Last year, it looked like they were going to have a good run through Al Mazrah, all fall short on land, and they cut Savvy Ultras, who goes his own way. And quite frankly, if I'm honest, Savvy Ultras has been doing better out of that ever since. Ghoul is a talented individual, but these three have got to figure it out nice and quickly, or else this is going to be a very long year for them.
Today could be the day they do it. And, well, representing Team Omit, we got to talk about it. They were the talk of the timeline very quickly after last week. It's Team Braxton dropping Prospect, picking up Youngsters, and now they are here to fry. I think this is a really interesting change. I'm curious to see how this plays out here today. I kind of continuously think about this team as one that needs a little bit of time to cook, and I'm hoping that today can be the day they come online. I think Youngsters is exactly the type of IGL they need. I know I've talked to Juju saying, he's like, hey, if I got a strong IGL who's telling me where to go, I feel comfortable and at home. But wrapping up, of course, our teams here, we have a couple more. And, well, on this next page, the one that's kind of pushing towards me is going to be Team Tommy. I just talked about Prospect getting dropped from that Team Omit squad, has now moved over here with two just absolute warriors when it comes to Warzone, Tommy and Blast. Enigma, talk to me a little bit about this trio, because this is some long-standing Call of Duty history amongst two of these three members.
I mean, it's hard to look at any team with Tommy in it and not think that it's going to be up there in the money, right? Like, he is a legend across both multiplayer and Warzone for very good reason. He's absolutely ridiculously talented and able to mold the map, the shape of his squad, and the chaos all around this. So very much so a top trio to keep an eye on. And obviously Blast, I mean, a history as long as Tommy's nearly. He's also been across both scenes. Prospect, I think he's going to have a little bit to say about getting dropped, right, and ending up elsewhere. So he comes in with Tommy. Yeah, I think it's a trio. It's a wild card for sure, but definitely one I can see making a run.
Yeah, I really like that squad, because I feel like it fits this mold and sort of a recipe for success that we've seen amongst a lot of other teams, right? You have the stalwart veteran, right, in Tommy, who wants to be that IGL on the map, who's really just helping direct his team where to go. Tom's a very, very smart player, and I'm excited to see what he can do on the map. You pair him up, of course, with another veteran who's not afraid to get mixy, who's not afraid to go in and win some of those engagements like Blast. They're going to be able to kind of have some of that small talk together, right? Be able to work through situations, figure out what they want to do. And Prospect, if you haven't watched a Prospect POV, dear Lord, please go pull up this young man's stream, because sometimes this kid pulls stuff out of the hat. I like to call him the magician, because I'm like, there's no way that you're just able to do this magically, right? And I think with Prospect can kind of not have to worry so much about that big macro game, leave it to the vets, just figure out how can I best find the eliminations for my squad, get up that leaderboard. I think they'll do some great stuff. But those are all of our teams we have competing here today. Let us know in chat, who are you rooting for? Let us know on social media. At WZ Total Frenzy, who are you thinking is going to take home the crown? Because we could probably roll a dice here today, and it could be any one of these teams, because it is absolutely spicing on up. Enigma, this is our second time coming in here into the Call of Duty Warzone match point format. Obviously, last week we got a solid look at how this thing shakes out. What sort of learnings do you think some of these teams have made from last week coming into this week to maybe have a better shot at that title?
Well, I think I take a look at some of the squads. For example, Team Enkyo, the French trio. I think that they looked very strong throughout the tournament, but then couldn't figure out how to play around the win condition. They were perhaps a little bit too hot at times, got themselves a lot of kills, but went out early, which doesn't matter once you start to get onto that win condition situation. Look at Team Unrational as well. I mean, Unrational's made it very clear on the timeline how he feels about this whole situation, but it's a case of, look, it takes a certain skill set to play Warzone the way we traditionally play it, and then a totally different skill set to go, hang on a second, let's find ourselves the safest route into end zone, let's see those changes in play, and then see out the win condition. And the thing is, like, some teams are just going to have to adapt to that. And I mean, as we press on through this year, no doubt we're going to see more squads do that, whether you dislike it or don't. You are in a spot where, at the end of the day, for me personally, this is beautiful. We went into that last map with 9 different teams on your Call of Duty Warzone match point. It's a fantastic spectacle. It puts us in a spot to track so many different storylines. The players are going to have to learn to adapt at the end of the day. And I think we're going to see some of those squads last week that got some experience at playing on win condition figure out this time how to do it much better.
Yeah, we've had even a number of sort of community events that have been happening between last week and this week as well, right? So a lot of these squads, they've been getting practice. They've been taking maybe some of those smaller events very, very serious. So that way they can get in the reps. They can understand how best can they be able to kind of get there. I feel like it'll be really interesting to see sort of how has that experience come in to mold them to be able to be here today, maybe find a little bit more success. Now, if this is your first time tuning in, maybe you missed us last week, maybe you were on vacation like some of our players like Aydan. Don't worry, I was completely jealous of all the pictures that man was posting. Yep. You may be like, what is this Call of Duty Warzone match point thing? What is this format? What are we talking about? Well, let's go ahead, let's do an overview one more time. I know we kind of rushed through it right at the beginning there, but we got time, baby. Let's talk about it. Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold. You can see it's gonna be the first squad that reaches 120 points. So they're going to be accruing points in a very similar fashion to how they have in tournaments past, where every elimination will count as a point. However, it's going to be placement points added onto that will help get them to that 120 point threshold. Now, once they get there, job's not finished. You have to be able to win a game after hitting that win condition of 120 points. So some really, really good stuff there. And well, if you missed what Enigma said, hey, coming into this week, we adjusted the points here today, putting a little bit more emphasis on that winning and placing well up to the top there. So Enigma, as we kind of come back to the two of us, I want to ask you, how do you think that this point shakeup, where we changed it from last week to this week, is going to maybe impact our leaderboard here today?
I think one of the things you are going to see is a slightly better reward when it comes to teams placing better, right? Because again, we've nudged that up at the top there. We've made it so that it's slightly more weighted towards placing within your top 10, particularly your top 5. So I think you are going to start to see a situation where a couple of teams will maybe getting away with solid placings but nothing spectacular, and still seeing themselves well up there, still able to play for those kills rather than the placement position. I think that what you end up with there is maybe we end up with a couple of teams actually getting to your win condition earlier than last time round. Teams that, you spoke about one of the squads there, Tommy, for example, very intelligent player, very much going to play his way around the format and understand that it's all about finishing within that top 5 as far as he's concerned. So he's, I spoke to him at the World Series and he talked about the different routes that he knows teams are making, and he's going to try and just avoid that situation potentially and play his way in towards the top 5. Maybe you see more recon contracts and so on, so teams can set themselves up for end game and try and avoid a lot of trouble, play for those placement points. And I think as well, when we start to consider the whole Call of Duty Warzone match point situation, now look again back at that Scum and Irrational Dongy lineup. Throughout the tournament, we're going to have to see how they find things in terms of not just playing for kills, because they're a very slay heavy side. Can you see them adapt that into playing, as we've just spoken about, for those later placings instead?
Well, we've even seen some of the teams like reigning World Series of Warzone champions, Shifty, Biffle, and Sage. Even they've talked about how it has really kind of forced them to change the way they want to approach this game. Obviously, any three of those guys are going to be insane gunny. They're going to be able to find eliminations on the map. Don't worry about that. But they were just saying it's such like a 180 in play style, right? Once you hit that win condition, that it just like, it's so jarring, because they go from saying, hey, we know we can fry this entire lobby. We're not scared of anybody in here. We'll take any gunfight you want. And then they go from that to saying, we want to avoid every single gunfight possible to ensure that we can get endgame, we can get the zone pull we want, and we can have power position, because at that point, you're not even worried about some of those points, right? So I think for them, it's been a little bit of a struggle to sort of figure out how can they close out games. Now, knowing those three, though, I know that's something that they have been working on. They've been looking really great in some of those community tournaments that have been happening, and I'm really excited to see them to kind of come online and how they've been able to adapt, of course, to this new format, because you can't just skate by just getting a ton of eliminations game over game and then say, hey, we out-fried everybody on 6 games, GG, go next, have fun in the next one, right? There's a little bit of finesse here. I think, the Call of Duty Warzone match point sort of format really just forces teams to kind of showcase that they have what it takes to both find the eliminations and also win a game. It kind of provides us the most holistic view of maybe the skill set of a top tier team. So don't worry, everybody, we are getting into map number 1 here, lickety split. I'm being told the lobby is up. People are getting into their squad, and we are going to be hopping in here very, very soon, so don't worry. Let's maybe just take a quick look. I know we talked about a lot of the teams here in Enigma. Maybe let's just take a swing back through, take a look at some of the other squads that are participating here today, because, well, I feel like we are some others that, you know, we wanted to talk about, but we obviously don't always have time at the top of the show to mention them. But I think there are a couple other, mainly number one, I think that's really fun to talk about, Swaglo, Mario, and Clumsy. Now we know Youngstas was playing alongside Swad and Little Mario, but Youngstas obviously moving over to that Team Omit squad. They are bringing in Clumsy, who we have seen here in Warzone Total Frenzy. How do you feel about this Swag squad? Because I feel like Swag a lot of times overlooked as a competitor.
Honestly, I'm going to overlook him again. I don't think there's that much here. I don't think we're going to be talking about these guys in the later stages of the lobby at all. I think that currently they, you know, last week they fit in 19th, relatively middle of the pack. I'm kind of expecting that again. I don't know. Like, look, I ain't got too much to say against Swag, Clumsy, and Little Mario. I just got a lot more to say about other people in the lobby. A team on that screen, by the way, that I do have a little bit of something to say against, Joe, Breadman, and Skull. Where were they last week? Like, they end up finishing well out of things, not really in the conversation at all. I want to see better from them this time out. Skullface is like the second highest earning player currently on Urzikstan. Sure, a little bit off the back of solo YOLOs, but he has shown a bit of an affinity to this. I do think Breadman is a little bit weakened, considering that we don't have the one-shot snipers as an option available to a player of his prowess on a rifle, but this is one of the top trios in the game. We should be expecting to see them getting up towards that win condition situation. And last week, they were not even close to being involved in the topics.
I think it's definitely a fair point to make, right? There's some of these teams that were formed in the off season, what I'll call, and that everybody thought were going to be these monster trios, but we're kind of seeing in here are maybe, you know, struggling to find their footing. Now, one thing I will say about that three, you know, even last year when instead of Skullface, they had Limax on their team, it took a little bit for that team, I think, to kind of heat up and find their footing and figure out how they wanted to win lobbies. And I think we're just seeing a little bit of the similar things here today. I mean, we are literally 2 weeks into this season of Warzone Total Frenzy, right? And this is kind of, the Warzone scene has been shaken up by its competitive roots in seemingly what is the last 2 weeks. So I give them a little bit of grace. And a team that's kind of similar along that, well, it's Hisoka, Almond, and Noobs as well. Just sort of these three powerhouses that have come together. Obviously, TBE, this long-standing trio, Tommy decides to move on, and obviously Hisoka coming and sliding on in. Now, the one thing I like about this team, I don't know if you caught the clips here, Enigma, but these boys are not afraid to tell it like it is to each other. And I think that's something that goes under the radar, right? I'm seeing Hisoka and Noobs are butting heads. You know, literally earlier in the day, they're playing a community tournament, they're butting heads, and then like 4 hours later, they're frying out, they're making comms, they're playing together, they're trying to figure out what they can do best to win some of those games. So I'm hoping that we're getting through some of the rocky shores there. I'd love to see that squad pull out some stops here as well, but I'm being told game is ready. We don't gotta yap anymore. Let's head on in. Match number 1, Enigma, here of Warzone Total Frenzy.
Well, we're gonna start off then. FIFA, Juki's, Lennon's. Remind everyone, Juki's had to pull out last minute last week, so Lennon and FIFA end up pulling in YR Liam, who I'm told, we didn't get to see too much of it, but I'm told YR Liam handled himself really well, actually. Could be a player to keep an eye on throughout this year, but FIFA and Lennon will get back in with Juki's World Series of Warzone trio. And this is a team that always have a lot of pressure on them between the three. They're always expected to do well, and looks like they're going to hit themselves up around pop-off power nice and early. We spoke about this last week, where landing zones tended to be a bit quiet up the north end of the map, and maybe this is a strategy from these three to consider avoiding trouble nice and early. And as we said, consider those placement points, consider just finding themselves set up and start to look towards endgame.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a strong strategy as long as you maybe have some sort of plan as you need to make that deep row into zone, right? That's kind of maybe sometimes the unfortunate part of landing at these outer skirt POIs that you can get a lot of loot at is you say, okay, great, we have our loot, we get loadout, we have everything we need from a buy station. Now what, right? Then becomes sort of the problem is, you hop in a vehicle, do you try and make your way? Do you try and go by foot, kind of maybe play ahead of some teams, play edge of zone, try and catch out some players going on through. Well, you know, I'll be really curious to see for some of these squads that are in this outer zone, how did they make that happen? I did see an LTV that was pinged over there, so it looks like maybe some vehicle plays might be the case. Another one of our squads hacking from your neck of the woods. We got Lipton, Pace, and Zyro. Zyro's been having a lot of success and a lot of fun on Rebirth Island, but I love that consistently is here every week on the big map, trying to say that he's not just the Rebirth Reaper, trying to be able to make something happen.
Yeah, he's definitely a hell of a talent when it comes to Rebirth tournaments and Resurgence tournaments in general. I think he's been a little bit unlucky, to be honest, throughout Warzone Total Frenzy to not make a bit more noise. But wants to also make his stamp on customs. Pace, German alongside him, and Lipton. It's an interesting trio to come together. They found themselves right in the thick of it nice and early. They've got a player off towards their left, a player up towards their right. I like this call, actually. Oh, back off, but I don't think you intended to land on the truck. It leaves you relatively exposed if you're Zyro, and he's actually going to get caught. An awful start then for the lad from the UK. And well, loadout will come in. Zyro might actually have a moment of reprieve, but potentially getting baited out at the same time.
I like what we see here. They get the loadout. You're seeing the smokes come on in. You kind of create the space, allow your two teammates to grab their gear, cover Zyro. Zyro will be able to get back on up. So the team that was able to get that knock, don't get too greedy. They don't push on up. Just kind of be able to get here. Maybe you could use that recon drone if you wanted to get eyes on the sky, but it doesn't look like it just yet because they got people flying on in. And well, we're seeing a DG in the hands of Zyro as well as a Striker 9, and this team is unrelenting. Gets us some good shots. Zyro off to drop on down, commits the plates. 3 left in the pocket. Gonna kind of be able to sit here on the outside. Unfortunately, Pace gets ripped from across. Maybe can Zyro hold this? Can they get some sort of angle here? You're seeing the shots come on in. It's great. Resolute, though, will keep that player alive. There's a little bit of a standoff going on right now.
I'm actually a fan of how Zyro's managed to back these players off. The problem is, as Lipton falls, Zyro's going to have to just get the hell out of there.
Yeah, it's all boarded up. He's still down. He's
well, you hear him. He doesn't really have many opportunities, so he's going to try and use the smoke for coverage, but there's a player already waiting for him, and he's going to try and now be pinched in between 2 different sets of players and trying to just play his life, but he's down to his last set of plates. Out of options, out of plates, out of smoke grenades. Zyro looking like he's out of lives at this point. Old Town well and truly gone the way of whoever it is they're up against. They haven't managed to catch it so far. Honestly, if I'm Zyro, this is the right play. A little lay down, hunker a corner, and hope that no one finds you.
But it's also kind of gets the benefit of somebody calls in a counter UAV around them, so that'll maybe, at least from some of these other teams, we'll be able to give them a little bit of cover to make some moves here. Won't show up on any UAVs, well, unless you are the team that called in the counter UAV. It's a lot of investment. We see there in the bottom left, we see Lipton and Pace lose their gulags this early on. And I'm thinking maybe Pace had a second chance gulag event that happened because I saw the kill feed come on up, but still there. So Pace, you lost the first one. You gotta win the second. Come back on in here. Maybe give Zyro some information. Get some of those pings out of the sky. Do anything to help make sure your team has some success.
Nothing I can do.
And you lose the second chance as well to Vita. This just goes from bad to worse to absolutely all over the place. It's actually Castillo in the end that cleans up Zyro. So, I mean, it might well be Castillo, Amir, and Doc who are going to be scrambling over Old Town as well. And I tell you what, that's not a threesome that you want to be messing with. Came, I believe it was 3rd last week in the end, but looked incredibly good throughout the whole tournament. Zyro here up against B-Mark in the goo.
B-Mark placed, I believe it was 6th in the community showdown alongside OP Mark. So last time, it's been a hot second since they've competed, and well, looks like the gunny is still hot. Able to take down Zyro, and that's a tough start for that team. All going down and losing the gulags. Not exactly how you want your team to get taken out. Scummin, Irrational, and Doggy here, riding the train, choo-choo. Scummin tries to get the Semtex from across, not going to be able to. He's going to get sent to the gulag. Rest of the squad's going to have to stay alive, and well, It's the team that we wanted to see something from, and we come on over to see Breadman with the sniper in hand. Hopefully ready to make something happen.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, by the way, Scottman did manage to down Agent with that Semtex throughout that whole engagement, so it looks like both teams down to 2 for a moment there. Scottman against flanked. C4s go out, connects with nothing, and flanked absolutely gets the drop on him. Flick back over then to Breadman, already seeing some big names removed from the map here. Breadman, I spoke about it before. He's a little bit weakened with no one-shot snipers, but what he does instead these days is plays up close, and he essentially plays armor support, cracking plates, allowing his teammates to clean it up and apply pressure. And also moments like that where he just catches someone rotating in behind and nearly gets himself a free pick. Looks like Joe and Skullface have pushed up forward, and it looks like they're tracking someone across the river. Can Breadman get over the top of this and use that sniper to clean things off?
But I like this. Wants to just even take a little bit of time, take out, of course, that redeploy drone. Not going to let that player fly on over to it. Not super aggressive. They're in the smoke somewhere. They have the line of sight if they decide to push on out. Trying to see which angle are they going to exit from. Is Bread just kind of looking, and do we see a Houdini? Nope, they are here in the water. But so much getting invested for this one singular player. It's going to be Bread. It's going to be the player to fly on through, and that was Advance. He's playing alongside DJ Moss and Foreign Jace here today.
He's still right here. Okay, could be multiple then. Could be 2 then, I think, yeah.
I won't lie, I'm a big fan of the early energy out of this trio. I said about last week it wasn't great out of these 3, and you could have forgiven them for coming into this one a little bit cautious, but it looks like they're saying hell to it and throwing all caution to the wind. Comms come on through. Let's play for the train UAV. However, we saw Scottman and Rational and Dongy playing for that train earlier, if it's the same one, into the gulag with Prospect then. What's he got up against Advanced? Molotov goes out, connects with nothing, does spot his opponent on his left, checks on, and manages to cook Advanced. Nearly himself running back into the Molotov. Thankfully, damage not happening there. However, gets himself back out. We spoke about it, right? He was dropped from his squad, and we're expecting him to come with a little bit of a redemption tour today. It's actually going to be Joe cleaning out Jukies as well in the water, but Joe's getting picked elsewhere. Breadman now trying to provide coverage, has the SMG in hand. Lennon's then cleaned up. So where's FIFA Kill in all of this? Has he already been removed from the table because his 2 teammates have been eliminated? Jobo should well be saved from this.
Seeing the squad wipe come on through. I just gotta talk about real quick the Modern Warfare 2019 Rebirth Island stim slide cancel that Prospect just hit on him, because that was gross, dude. That might be one of the craziest gulags we've seen. And on the other side, FIFA in the gulag loses against Castillo. Castillo is just reaping our top squads here already early on. Some fast action here in game number 1, Enigma. I love it. People are done playing passive. They're done waiting for people to play to them. Said, we're going to be the team to make moves. We're going to be the squad to start moving around. Early aggression. I love to see it.
Yeah, it feels like we've immediately turned the dial up to breakneck pace compared to last week. I think more and more teams have figured out not only what went well for them last week, but what went wrong. If you're Breadman, Joe on Skullface, it looks like they've done a bit of VOD review, a bit of assessing, and like you said, a couple of community events have also happened recently, so I think players are starting to get more used to how to play these customs on this map, and are much more comfortable playing at a higher pace. By the way, ladies and gentlemen in chat, if you look at the top of your screen, Warzone Total Frenzy crew here have been doing a hell of a lot of work, and we have 5 points at the top. Also going to have a whole bunch of other goodies to show you throughout this tournament.
Lots of great stuff. Sly, B-Mark, and Smixy here. It's actually going to be Anxian, one of the teams that's flying on through. Smixy with some great shots. Resolute, though, will let that player slide their way away. B-Mark and Smixy now considerably in the 2v3. Can they make anything happen? Slides on through on the staircase! Smixy going to be able to find Stuo, but on the other side, it's going to be Patsuka, who does take down B-Mark. It's all up to her. Catches them on the stairs, and unfortunately, just a couple of those final shots get put into the wall. You hate to see it. Smixy was looking so good, but it is, of course, that squad coming on in, fries her up. An unfortunate series of events for that squad. But hey, good work if you are Anxian, Stuo, and Patsuka. You lose one, but be able to wipe out a squad like that with relative ease, you're feeling good.
Yeah, I mean, Look, Stuo, Enxi, and Patsuka, they struggled last week, coming 21st, but honestly, I think they're an extremely underrated trio. Whenever it comes to big events, they always place well. World Series Warzone Finals, for example, they come 9th. They're 4th in both of the online stages. They're a very strong trio, Latvian, a Finn, and a German. So the fact that you almost pulled them apart, a little bit of a statement, potentially early from Smixy and her trio. By the way, this skin on the DG never doesn't throw me off.
It's wild.
So bizarre.
I love it. I saw this skin in the store, and this is also not an ad, but I just saw it and I was like, this looks insane. It's the fishbone skin. Also comes with like a striker blueprint as well that you can like see through the gun. It looks insane. I love it. You throw Borealis on it and the gun looks insane. But enough of that.
Right, yeah, isn't hitting the shots though, Soka.
Oh, that's
It's actually Shifty and Co. Almond Noob, Soka. They felt like they were locked in for a fight there, right? So I'm wondering if there was an engagement previously, and Soka actually finds Sage at distance. He definitely hits those shots. So we know that Sage is out of here. We're so Shifty. Where's Biffle gotten himself off to? Never far away from his other two.
He disconnected. Eddie disconnected. Okay.
And you hear that come on through, Soka and Almond. Noob's hopefully able to get back into this one at some point. But Soka's actually going to get caught on the rotation. Could this well be Biffle? And he calls come through. Almond trying to provide coverage. Bullets will ring out from both players. Soka's going to try and use Almond's covering fire to get aggressive here. But has Almond managed to get enough damage? It's not only back down Biffle, but also provide Soka with a little bit of an advantage. More smoke to cover the approach. We will get Biffle's point of view. A wonderful swap from our team in behind. Looks like Shifty's already won his goose. He'll be trying to get back into things, but Biffle's under intense pressure here. Sage wins his as well, but will the duo come down and help him, or are they getting the hell out of there?
We'll have to wait and see some great shots coming out from Biffle here with the DG in hand. Does have the PRD if he wants to maybe make some sort of juke here, go to the low ground, pull them up to the high, but we're seeing some smokes come on in. Looks like Shifty has been able to fly back on in, but from behind, Biffle gets tagged as well. Gotta be a third team that seemingly have the sight set here. He cannot find any respite here on the road. You saw a PA come in from a different angle. Shifty, Biffle, and Sage looked like they were ready to start getting a little aggro. They want to be able to take out this team, but they just are not able to detach themselves. And look at this, we're seeing Juki's in a tract coming up on the kill feed, the damage on the right. So this is just a fourth party right here. We got 4 different squads all battling out in the exact same area. Insane.
Tract essentially just playing long distance and just picking up whatever he can from range. Is working for him. Biffle will clean up his gunfight against Clamp. We've seen a couple of those drop shots work out beautifully in the past, but it's not enough to deal with Biffle, who will get back in. But our defending World Series of Warzone champions, our Monarchy of Al Mazrah, are in a huge spot of bother here. Early in match 1, no gulags remaining between the three, but you can see Shifty and Sage here trying to squeeze an opponent using the gas. Biffle gets himself back in, looking to try and find himself some sort of loot to assist his teammates, but nothing giving, and smoke's popping directly in his face.
So somebody's made their way on over here. Shifty is nearby as well. In the gulag, it's Soka versus Braxton. He's gonna go ahead and win that. Has some choice words for him afterwards. Okay.
Oh,
We love a little friendly banter. I hope it's friendly at least. Soka getting back on in though. We saw that team kind of get collapsed, of course, when you have 2 other squads kind of being able to come on in, take the fight against you. We saw Juki's in a tract where the 2 other teams that were nearby as well. So hopefully able a little bit of regain. Come back on over here to Breadman, Joe, and Skullface. Well, they've been able to kind of play this edge as they are slowly but surely making their way to the zone that's on the other side of Bazaar. So I love this. You can hear the energy, you can hear the comms. As they go ahead and make this rotation, Enigma, let's go ahead, let's listen in to see how is this team doing here in match number 1.
Right in front of us, right in front of us. Broke that.
I've stood in there. One shot.
One's gonna play our far back left side. Watch open.
2 plates, Joe. You bet.
Okay.
Yeah, Sim just chill here. Just wait till like, we got high.
You pressure these guys. I'm pressuring the guys behind us.
I heard.
They're in that top peak.
Get to the safe zone.
Don't see anything left side. I'm watching it.
Okay. Yo, laying down right here. Yo, tap that guy. Broken one shot. Nice. Hold that. Nice.
They're rotating out left side. We could probably move up now.
Yeah, play up top, yeah. One right here, one right here. One right here.
Here. Tag. One guy on the
Some great positioning right here from Bredman. They catch Anxian sleeping on the side, and it looks like this side of the hill might be their home. A great start here for Bredman, Skullface, and Joe. This is kind of what we wanted to see. Brett's already on 7 right now. Maybe has found the work with the sniper finally.
Well, you can see the coordination there coming on through, right? We spoke about the energy, we've spoken about the comms, and the fact that Breadman takes his time there, just bides it. Boys, hit this with me, and lines up a shot that then drags Enxian to his grave. The thing is, the fact that Enxian was tucked away says to me that he was hiding from someone. So there's a plenty of company over by the bazaar. Breadman with a beauty removes Heed's face, and then you've got to assume that Enkyo and Grommelok are in here somewhere. The Frenchman that finished 4th last week. So this could be a huge scalp for Breadman and Co. to take. Lights up another one. It's the second. That's Prodigy. Breadman's absolutely cooking.
Breadman, we kind of were questioning it. We were saying, you know, we feel like he's been nerfed because there's no one-shot snipers. Proving us wrong here as he's been hitting snipe after snipe. They're pushing into the gas right now. They find the 2-piece. Gonna gain a little bit of solace here in the PDS. And now, finally, they're just gonna go back over towards those hilltops. They've been here. They've created so much pressure from this side of the zone that nobody has pushed up to take them here. They can kind of sit on top of this rock just a little bit. You have the river to your left. You have some of the buildings to your right. Not much else cover here. As you can see, the squad trying to take down this player. They'll finally be able to. That's Liam getting taken out. We still have plenty of players in this lobby, though, Enigma. So they have to make sure they don't get caught out because, like I just said, there's not a lot of cover here. If they get, too many teams looking over at them, it could be dire straits.
Well, I think for me here, you slow down. You play for your top 5. Let another 4 teams get out of this and get yourself those extra bonus points in your placement. Oh, Breadman with a headshot that gets the crack, but Jobo's picked off. Another crack comes on through. The nade goes out. Yes, back off. Let Skullface get the res here and just try and find yourself an opportunity to allow other teams to clean each other up here. For me, as much as you look good on the map right now, you've got to be concerned that you're smack bang in the middle of a zone that, as you said, 0 coverage. Everyone will have to come to you.
I'm watching our back for it.
Redman here.
Our back looks pretty good.
Just trying to patrol, and you can hear footsteps nearby. However, there are enemies potentially right underneath them, likely using the riverbank to cover their approach.
In the window, almost broken.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, try conserve ammo too, Joe.
Yeah, I got 210 here. 210.
Yeah, I'll drop you some, Joe. Okay.
You get solid zone pull. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I was about to say, zone pull's beautiful because they have this entire back end essentially patrolled out. Skullface, Joe, and Bread essentially just continuing to hunker this high ground here and just flick around the back side of the circle so they know that they at least have one wall to put themselves against. It might be made of gas, but it's something. Skullface continues to check over that side, and you hear the comm there. It's clear. We're good. Just keep paying attention to your focus forward. However, 2 more teams need to be eliminated before you get those bonus points, and for me, this trio need to play for him.
And I like the positioning right now from Breadman and just his reticle, right? We're seeing him just kind of keep that wall directly in front of him, trying to make sure that nobody is just getting a nice little head peek. Nobody's trying to maybe take an angle. They're able to rip them on down. And, well, one of our other teams, it's the Germans, of course, Fuzz and Melvin and Pentagon. They're here. They've made it to end zone, and they have a beautiful pull. Look where they're sitting here. Zoe's going to pass right on over them. If they play this correctly, they could find some of these teams. You're seeing the marks come out, but the trigger discipline is there. Do not need to take any early shots. It could just be some of these smokes. They'd be exactly what they need. Somebody flies in behind them, gets in some good damage on them. Not going to be able to bring them on down.
We are into top 5 situation. Intex, Mutex, Believe are going to be in this lineup next. Breadman, Joel continuing to take huge helps. And now playing as well around the portable buy. We know that the Germans are just directly underneath you. You're on this trio. Lots to make happen. Smoke's going on out. Breadman, Skullface take a lot of damage.
You're seeing the stick come in, though. Melvin will go down. But Fuzzin answers on back onto Bremen. You see him drop that mortar strike, though, just a little bit ahead. That's going to cause some heavy damage to some of those other squads. We're down to the final 3 teams remaining. It's a 2v1v1. Joe flies back on into the gas. Thankfully has a little bit of that gas mask to make it all work. Gets Bremen back on in. That's a squad wipe, and well, they're able to do it. Match number 1. It's Joe, Breadman, and Skullface. We question their ability. Top top of the show, and they're proving us wrong, and I love it.
Absolutely. Look, I said I had something to take against them. It's their performance back at last week, and no doubt they felt the exact same way. This is a trio that should be standing in the top 10 of every single tournament we throw them in, without a doubt. I think they finished like first or 23rd, potentially, something like that in the end. It was nowhere near good enough. They were not involved in the conversation whatsoever. But whatever work they've been putting in over this last week, paying absolute dividends. We jumped into a listening, we heard the comms, we saw the energy nice and early, and the way in which they wanted to attack everything they ran across, as textbook as it comes as well, with the final positioning, just using that back side of the circle and the geography around them to essentially give themselves a nice foundation to control the whole final zone. Beautiful stuff out of our trio.
And you can see there, a 46-point game to start the day is the exact type of energy you want to see. Already over the 30% threshold to get to our Call of Duty Warzone match point. We're looking for 120 as a reminder, chat. So 46 off of game number 1 feels very good. And it's actually the M&K sniper Bredman with 12 over the matching 7s. If we were playing blackjack, I'd be splitting right now if I were them. But a fantastic game number 1. I like that you bring it up because I think those are the two big key takeaways that I noticed, right? One, we just saw their positioning on that zone was, I think, beautiful, and literally why they were able to win that game, because we just watched Breadman head on a swivel with that sniper. We're just getting pick after pick after pick. Even if he doesn't get the full downs, even if he just hits, you know, gets a body shot, is able to crack the armor, you're still burning resources of those players. And that's exactly what we saw. Some of those players are sitting right on the edge of zone, kind of scrambling to get on in, and he's just creating so much pressure on them. Other times, like we saw with Exian, he's able to catch you lacking. You get taken on out and eliminated from the game. So I love what we're seeing out of them. Breadman holding true, of course, to that sniper, taking home game number 1. But wow, what a way to kick off Call of Duty Warzone Total Frenzy, because man, we thought last week was good. I think this week is about to just throw us a whole different bone. I'll be curious to see how that leaderboard looks. But besides obviously our winners here, Enigma, what other teams did you see kind of obviously throughout that maybe you're a little bit surprised were able to make the moves that they were able to make?
I think it's better to see the Germans on through to the end there. I think they end up finishing second, maybe potentially third, but I think it's second in the end. But they struggled last week big time. You know, they've been looking to get involved in these tournaments at this level consistently. And you know, I'm one of the guys just putting out vouchers on the timeline. I said it last week. If I'm putting out vouchers, I'm expecting you to step up and deliver. Last week, all right, wasn't their week. But whatever they've done over the last week in terms of assessing the situation, understanding that you may as well play for that in-game positioning, because the format that we utilize here around our placement points helps you get yourself towards that Call of Duty Warzone match point. They're doing the right things. Whatever it is that puts them in that position to play out for those final points. If you do get second there, then that is a whole 15 on top, which is massive. I mean, it's a big step up from then, and something that I want to see. And as well, there's a little bit of spice there. If you are from Europe, you'll understand that Juki's called Pentagon out on the timeline. He's done it more than a few times historically. So to watch Juki's FIFA Kill and Lennon go out early and see the Germans through to the end will add just that little bit of extra that will make them feel great about that map.
Well, that's kind of all the beauty, right, of this format, is that maybe if you find yourself in that end game, you've really tried to, maybe you tried to take an engagement, but next thing you know, it's not going your way. You have to disengage. Maybe you get wiped. You all make it out of the gulag, and you have to regain somewhere else on the map. You still have an opportunity to get points, and it seemed like maybe that was the case for that squad. I think when we came on over, Pentagon only had 2 eliminations to their name, but obviously, you know, you make it to second, you make it to third, you're feeling good about the points that you were able just to snag. So kind of a little bit of a way to you to keep your team in it, you know, not just because maybe you had a terrible early game, you're able to regain a little bit, play for that end game. And I loved what they had, right? They did get a pretty lucky on that zone pull, but it seemed like as they were there, they just kind of got, I think, too many people on that rotation were looking directly at them. And I think that was part of the problem, right? We saw where Joe, Brett, and Skullface were up on top, right above them. So I think if you're any of those other teams, you're looking over there and you say, okay, well, I don't want to fight that team. So let me maybe go down in the water on low ground. And I just think too many squads did that and kind of caught them on the back foot. So hopefully they were able to rack up some of those eliminations on the backside there. But hey, map number 1 done and dusted, my friends. Don't worry, we have plenty of more maps to go, because we are waiting, of course, for that team to hit 120 points and then take home the W. Could that be 6 maps? Could that be 12 maps? We don't know. We just have to wait and see. So I think we are being told that the leaderboard is just about ready to get there. I was going to send us to a break, but I'm not going to now because I'm going to see these scores just as bad as the rest of you do, friends. Because I think a solid game number one. One moment before we get the leaderboard, let's talk about, because I don't think we got to truly dissect it, that sort of four-way fight we saw going on between Shifty, Biffle, and Sage, as well as Hisoka, Almond, and Noobs. Because it seemed like that was just a battle back and forth, and out of nowhere, I think we saw Juki's in a track start getting a piece of the action.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it just ends up in a situation for Biffle and Co against Soak and Co. There's a lot of noise being made, and I think Attrack's just holding a random building off towards Old Town. Yep. But the thing is, Juki's and Co were on a reset situation, right? We saw that they were getting thrown into the gulag. We saw that they were having a terrible time, but they love the Bazaar regain. So if they play out through Bazaar, which has got itself its shop and a bunch of great loot, as well as a bunch of hidden caches, I think that essentially you end up with a situation where if you Biffle, you're just getting caught in a lot of crossfire. You've got Juki's coming in, being attracted by the noise, and then Attract is on the other side, also just scoping over things with a sniper rifle, and he gets himself a lovely little pick.
Well, let's see. How did the scores from that game shake out? Did that pick come to matter? Let's take a look at our leaderboard after game number one. Let's see, where did our teams shake on out? And as we come on in, well, no surprise to see at the top, it is Team Breadman 46. But hey, we got a nice cluster of scores here from second down to 10th here, man. We got Stuo, Intex, Tommy, Z Colors, Careless Kitty, Pentagon, Braxton, Adrian, and Wars. I think one thing we got to talk about immediately right here, we saw Pentagon and Co. They were towards the end of that game, but they only get 23 points. Some of these other teams maybe went out early, but they're top of the leaderboards.
Yeah, that is the question mark, right? I mean, I can praise the Germans for sure for getting through to those late stages, but you got to pick up a couple more kills than that. I mean, yeah, 23 points is not spectacular if you end up finishing second, potentially third, but I think it was second. But yeah, I think one of the main talking points here is kind of looking at that second through 10th, 7 points in total, splitting everyone. Got ourselves a nice tight cluster there, no doubt going to evolve throughout the afternoon. I think what I will say already, if you are Adrian, I think it's considerably better than last week already, putting themselves on 20 points.
Yeah, already a much better start here today. Feeling great. But you can see there's, of course, our leaderboard. Go ahead and take a look at that. I believe we have a link in the chat. Production, correct me if I'm wrong if we don't, but we should have a link where you can go ahead and take a look at that yourselves. We got the next lobby. It's cooking. These players are ready to get back into the action. So before we hop in to game number 2, let me just remind everybody, if you like today's events, maybe you have any ideas for, kind of improvements to the format, maybe you want to let us know who your favorite player playing is today, come check us out on social media at WZ Total Frenzy. Go drop a follow. We dropping clips from today are some of the banger moments that we have here. You can listen to us, two idiots, talk over it. It's great time. I love what they're able to do. They do these nice, fantastic wrap-up videos. If you missed our last event last week where we did our first ever custom lobbies of Call of Duty Warzone Match Point, definitely go take a look because it was great. It was a very fun time. So go ahead, go check us out over there. Match 2, though, Enigma. Let's go ahead. Let's get ready to talk about it. If you are one of these teams who maybe struggled a little bit in map number 1, what are you changing here going into map number 2? Because even though, we know you have a little bit more runway to come online in a format like this, you definitely don't want to stay stagnant for too long.
No, absolutely. We saw that some of the teams that last week kind of got, all right, you may be slow in map 1, maybe you get away with it for map 2, but if you're talking 3 or 4 maps, I mean, last week we had 9, so if it's slow for 3 maps, that's a third of the tournament. You're basically out of the conversation. That leaves you with too much ground to cover in order to get yourself back into things. So yeah, you do want to start to get yourself online nice and early. A couple of teams did adapt last week. One of the things I will say is, although we are playing for $10,000 today, this is obviously a weekly recurring series. We have plenty of custom tournaments coming on through the year. I want to see changes, gambles. I want to see new strategies coming out of things, figuring out the map, figuring out strategies that work for you, potentially new tactics that come on in, maybe it be new loadout perks. For example, one of the things I think was huge there for Breadman was the fact that he's got the restock, constantly has a supply of smokes on the go. You don't see too many teams running that. Maybe if you see that the end zone's likely to be somewhere out open, maybe that's something you decide to run instead, because that could then provide you an advantage in endgame that you're seeing other teams utilize. So it's just things like this. I want to see a couple of teams. I don't want to see squads come in, they end up in a bottom half, 2 or 3 kills, and then they go and try and repeat the exact same tactic. It's only insanity if you keep repeating it to try and change a few things. That's what I want to see from these squads. FIFA kill Juki's Lenin, for example. We saw them drop pop off power. Did that work for you? Absolutely not. You got bullied. So find somewhere else. Maybe even Bazaar straight off the rip. Find somewhere to make yours.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it comes down to. It's one of my favorite parts of Call of Duty Warzone, right? Is that in other titles, you have the exact same ring starting off so people know their drop spot. Hey, guess what? Our zones, we pull a little bit. We force you to get adaptive. We force you to think on the fly. And I think that's really, really fun that, you know, you can have your idea. You can be able to see like that. You're able to say, okay, great. This is where we want to go on the map. But maybe you have a zone, like we just said, okay, you want to land pop off power. That's great. What if you get a hard southeast zone? Is that now the drop spot you want to be landing at? Like you said, can you be able to shift something that's there? So I'm right there with you. I think some of these teams need to make some of those little bit of shifts there. And you bring up restock on Breadman. I think that's a really good call out as well, because I think one thing that we've seen that maybe some of these players forgot is that when you have that restock on with especially things like smokes, right, you can drop them and then be able to kind of have your teammates pick them up. If they have the backpack space, you can store some. So you can really make sure with one player that everybody's got smokes on hand for some of those rotations. So a really kind of good, and we even saw him kind of utilizing some of those semtex there for those players that were on the walls as well. So sometimes just being able to have consistent ordnance at your fingertips is going to be fantastic. And speaking of the devil, I'm being told we got a couple little highlights of Breadman from that match as well. So let's go ahead and kind of look at some of those. Match number 2 is getting ready to get started, but we saw some great things coming out from this squad, mainly the snipes from Breadman leading with 12 on the team, but it was also Skullface and Joe helping out.
Yeah, I mean, straight away here, we saw the aggression, right? We were talking about how Breadman feels like he's had a little bit of a nerf essentially come on through with no one-shot snipers allowed. We saw how dangerous he was earlier on in the year. I mean, he picks up second in the optic kickoff, second in the community showdown, and we saw exactly why, with the work he can put in with the snipers. So when they were taken out, we were wondering how he would perform, and it looks like he's adapted very nicely this week, getting up close and personal with his teammates. You can hear the communication coming on through in order to just utilize his abilities better. But I mean, this moment here, that one that he hits on, he's checking on out. I think he's coming out of a slide cancel there, by the way. That's an absolute beauty, and then just provides himself a lovely watch over. And you're right about the semtexes that come out next. These are absolute peaches right on to whichever team are just trying to play cover here, and he just lights up Prodigy as well. Some fantastic stuff. And the thing is, this play as well, we've spoken about it a couple of times about how they have the back side of the circle. This entire play here gives them that back play in order to be able to have a foundation to push on through.
Well, and I like that they realize that these two players are over here. I think some teams maybe would have just said, no, we're going to stay exactly where we need to. We don't need to push them. But these three realize they need to get a little aggressive. So you see, they fly on over. They get the pick is the most important part of that before they make that decision, right? You get the pick, you fly on over, you clean it up. You've now guaranteed, like you said, this whole other side of zone is there. And unfortunately, when they peek on out, Breadman does get picked. But then I love the sort of immediate thought from Joe saying, hey, I got 2 ticks on this gas mask. We have a portable buy that's out in zone here. Let me quickly go on over. Let me get the buy back on in. So at the very least, Breadman can be up in the sky, and it can kind of be this little late game UAV if needed. But I don't know if they even needed that, because it looked like the other players did get taken out. So some beautiful, beautiful plays there. Just some of the things that we love to see from our high tier competitors, because, well, guess what? This is the highest lobby of Call of Duty Warzone you're going to see in a while. So those are just a little bit of the minutia things that I'm looking to see from some of our other top squads, because I think if you want to be able to survive in a lobby like this, you need to have that forward thinking if you want to come out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. And continuing to see them evolve throughout this will be imperative. I mean, what we really want to see again straight away next time out, what is the zone? What's it looking like? Do we see, I still expect to see some of those recon plays coming on in. I mean, yes, sure, there are other contracts that people tend to prioritize, especially your bounties and so on. However, I just think that considering the placement point situation, I'm expecting to see more of those squads think about the later stages of the map than just getting themselves off nice and hot to a couple of kills. So, I mean, we've already had a bit of drama on the timeline throughout Urzikstan, but do you spot where another team's been landing and think, you know what, Braxton, I'm coming for you. I'm going to come and hit your loadout because this is exactly where you like to drop. And I think that I can steal that area away from you. We saw plenty of it in the World Series finals. And,
sure.
And I'm expecting to, again, we have a series here, multiple weeks where you can test things out, try new things, and find your place in all of this. And squads that struggled off the start, I'm expecting to see them find new ways of tackling this map. Teams where it worked, what I'd be saying, like your Joe Skullman and Bread is like, You got to be careful. Target on your back now. It was all quiet for you last week, but you've made a statement off that opening game.
Yeah, you know that if any team finds that pick in the kill feed, they're going to be feeling good about full sending them, get them out early, not let them get too far up the leaderboard. But hey, lock it in, friends. We got map number 2 ready to happen. Players are ready to drop on in as this zone looks gross, Enigma. I just got to call it like it is. We're getting a hard southwest zone. So if you thought you were going to be landed up near a military base, anywhere towards that northeast side of the map, you can have fun driving. Gas is expensive right now.
No, there's no one coming. We can all
I feel like it's been expensive.
way better at not taking
For mine
Years.
entire adult life, yeah.
Yeah, basically I got my license and started driving. And I was like, this is expensive. Why do we do this?
Yeah, why have I done this to myself? Pretty sure there's going to be a couple of people in chat that can relate. On board with Breadman nice and early. The one thing I will say, we've spoken about how Breadman likes to run restock. Until he has that and his preferred sniper available to him, you feel like the playstyle of this trio might well be nerfed. So off the start, priority more than ever, it's always going to be to get your loadout together, but I feel even more imperative for these three, quickly clear out these buildings and get yourself ready for the setup that we saw work so well for them last time out.
I saw somebody kind of heading that way. Yeah, they just caught the portable. Did they? Okay. Damn, bro, where are they?
I like that. You gotta hear immediately off drop. They're saying, does anybody in this customs, land in this area? Are we aware of that? Kind of some good comms from the squad, making sure that you have an idea of where the team can push. My only bit of a worry here, Enigma, is you can see where they are. They're gonna have to traverse that bridge. And I've seen so many teams in these lobbies get caught on the bridge early. So I kind of like the idea that maybe they have, which is, hey, let's get our stuff, get our loadout, feel pretty good, immediately hop in this LPV and get across that bridge. We do not want to be the team that's caught there. We want to be able to grab our spot on the map, and especially where you can kind of pull down towards Saravan City. You got a sniper like Brett on your team. He's going to be eating good.
Speaking of eating good, these three most definitely did last week. Third place in the end once the dust settled, but I mean, throughout the entire week they had a 20 kill second place game, a 25 kill first place game, and then other than that as well, it felt like after the third game, so we spoke a little bit about this before, how long it can take teams to get going. The first 3 games for this trio were a bit quieter, middling placements, middling amount of kills, but then second, first, 9th, 6th, 4th, very much so found themselves up towards the later stages of lobbies. So they found their setup, made their way through the tournament last time. If they get going earlier this time, they could well be putting themselves on win condition yet again. But they do serve as an example that a couple of teams, although they might be quiet right now, if they find their rhythm and find their form, we could see them challenging for the title later on.
Yeah, and I really love, I think when I think of people in this lobby that are really consistent, this is maybe the top of my teams in mind, right? I mean, last week we saw them just play really beautifully. They came in 4th in the World Series of Warzone, and it's just like, some great stuff that we see is, well, all right, up here at the top, it's Devo getting caught out from Amir. We're going to see some Semtex come back on in. He'll be able to kind of get out of there. Castillo on the down low has managed to take an engagement. And just out of nowhere, it seems like Devo was not aware that this team was underneath him. I cranked the headphones, my man, because Amir was making a lot of noise.
Yeah, I think Amir was just as surprised to come across Devo as Devo was to find that Amir was shooting him. Someone just led across on the top of the garage. Castillo is going to actually be shot from over towards the west here. There's another player inside. Amir's not managing to find him. It'll actually be Jackal. So Shero and forget the trio, but actually nearby. Amir will try and check back. Castillo's probably completely burned. And all 3 in big trouble. Cleaned up. And that's Mayapo. Multiple teams in the vicinity.
Third party action right now. That actually was, I believe it's Shero, Jackal, and Devo are the trio. So you kind of saw them all there, but yeah, it was Mayapo at the end. Hearing some action, lurks on over, able to sneak out at least one of those. That's a good third party you like to be able to make happen. You can kind of come in, you clean up, you get 1 or 2. You're going to be feeling great. But back on over, Careless Kitty, playing alongside Liam and StukeX. Kind of a newer trio that's playing here today. Be curious to see how they do. But into the gulag we go with Amir going against a Nate Dog. Gets us some good early shots. Thought he went right. Nope, he comes left. Thankfully, no sweat for Amir. Gets back on in. Hopefully the other teammates can do the same as a regain. We'll have to get started very early on here for that squad.
I have a lot of money. Come here. Let me split some money.
Contract's been pulled.
I like that com. Always like to hear that come through. I have a lot of cash. Let's split this. You never know if you could get picked off by yourself on a rotation and essentially lose all the resource available to your team.
Inventory space, okay?
Yeah.
And I like this as well. We spoke a little bit about it before with the whole restock situation in regards to bread, man. You know, you are able to set your teammates up for success just as much as yourself. And I always feel like the strongest trios do exactly that. So I'm a big fan of Liam here and the comms that he's making happen. However, it wasn't long ago that we saw Mayapo, Shero, and Co. all in this region. So, Careless Kitty, Stukex, Liam, they've got to be careful patrolling through this region.
I see there's a mosquito drone up there. Whether it's actually up or just one of those remnants on the map, I'll have to wait and see. I like this. Personal radar gets committed from Kitty. Just trying to see if there's anybody around there. You do have a loadout, but here we go. The callout's coming on through. Somebody's saying there's a teammates on them.
It's two.
KK able to come from wide. They spot two, but the smokes immediately get dropped from that team. I like this. Come on over. Get on top of this building. Find a different angle that you can take this fight from. As while that happens, Liam is going to get beamed from the distance. A deep smoke grenade from KK will try and cover. Maybe can go for the res if needed. I don't know if they're there. Resolute keeps that player alive. Some good shots coming on in. And that's going to be Rated finding Liam. So you mentioned it earlier. You had to be careful that Rated, Myopo, and Autorize were going to be in this vicinity. They've been able to find this trio. They've already been able to find one. The hunt is on for the other two.
Yeah, the thing is, with no bird's eye available, that portable radar's just not picking up certain players as it seems. Myopo and Rated were in close vicinity. Careless Kitty here will actually be split from Stukex for just a moment. Gotta be careful when you make these kind of plays. Can very much so leave you isolated. But you don't have information. And Myopo will actually beat Liam in the gulag. And that will be a stinker for Stukex and Careless Kitty. The buy will come on through, but you are aware that you're up against Myopo, Rated, Authorized. This is a hell of a trio, and you don't want to be down a man at any moment.
Coming on board, Swish them playing with Zakar and Rocket. I think that this is a trio that could do some really great things today. I loved what Zakar and Rocket were able to do alongside Morpheus and World Series of Warzone. Now playing alongside Swish, just a grinder from day one. When you pick up a duo like this to compete in a lobby of this caliber, you might have some questions of team chemistry. Obviously, different regions that are there, but one thing that is for certain, all three of these players are competitors. We see the personal radar go out, a UAV will be pinging. Let them know that all three of these players are here. Smoke from Swish will maybe let them get the rotation they need. At least get back on the same side as Zakar. Maybe get on top of this building as well would be a great start to this fight. So a little bit of an engagement, but they make the smart decision to back away. They don't need to hardcore commit to anything. Maybe waiting on this zip. Anybody decided to push on up? Doesn't look like it. They'll pop the muni. Resupply. Maybe make their way towards the roof.
I mean, I'm with you here. I think this is the smart play. That overpass can provide so many unforeseen troubles. None of the shots really connect for the trio here. It's a whole bunch of artillery that next comes in and doesn't connect, but we'll let the trio know that they're in trouble. Rocket actually gets picked up. Self attempting to come on through. Rocket here needs to try and get out. Swish'em has managed to get the down, just providing perfect coverage. However, smoke connects. Resolute will actually ensure that a player stays up for a moment, but Zakar wants to get aggressive on it.
See him flying on over. There's actually Shifty that Swish was able to down, so you know that Sage and Biffle gotta be around here somewhere. And even though you might feel good in the 2v3, if that's the down you're getting, you have to be really careful. You still might not want to take that fight. And well, just like that, Swish takes a flurry of bullets to her back. Has to back on up, plate back here. But meanwhile, Zakar has gotten taken out from Biffle, who's evened the score here. This is what I was worried about. You saw them get a little bit aggressive when they knocked Shifty, and they're going to pay for it, unfortunately. So a little bit of an answer there. Hopefully Zakar can win the gulag, get back on in. But if you are Swish and Rocket right now, you're kind of finding yourself stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Push this by.
Yeah.
Finish together.
I'm probably dead, man.
Yeah. Zakar as well. His comms come on through. He actually loses his gulag to Brolic. So Swisham and Rocket for me here. Got to get together, get on the same wavelength. You're quite a bit split, and you know that Biffle and Co are nearby. Won't pull you apart at a moment's notice, unless Biffle just decided to hightail it out of here and reset his squad.
Here, you need smokes or anything?
Got to assume that Shifty, though,
I got 2 smokes.
likely won his gulag, considering his record.
I'm crossing.
And you hear the comms come on through. This is exactly how it has to be. Move together and just try and bully your way through any front door that you come across. You have a couple of smokes, so damage goes on out, and actually a lot's happening here. Rocky actually finds Sage. So is this Biffle and Shifty trying to reset? How well did they do? Will Biffle manage to again check back and pick up a player just trying to rotate on in? But it looks like both teams are essentially trying to play for the same buy station here. And actually is a great play out of Swisham, who finds Biffle. That's a squad wipe. We know that at least one of them in Shifty had used their gulag. What about the other two? Could we see an early elimination for those 3?
We could. A really just patient play there from Swish and Rocket, able to wipe down a top team in the lobby. And well, we got Biffle's gulag here on screen. Looks like Sage was already able to win there. So C4 coming out up over the top, and Colors is going to be the one to rip down Biffle. Sage now in full regame mode as we come on over to our winners of last week. I saw Scummin in the kill feed, and I know that they want to go back to back, prove that they have what it takes to be a top team in this lobby. Looks like they've already placed themselves well here on the map, going to the top of this building. And they be able to clutch this one on out. Currently sitting on 25 points. Not too bad after one game, I'll tell you that much.
I have one.
Can you use it?
It's not, but it seems like so far, potentially a quiet lobby. Are they playing friend game situations in text? On nothing when it comes to kills.
Take the other building too, maybe.
There's 2 on yellow.
And you hear that call out come in. They're wanting to play for the height here. They're wanting to play for this trio of skyscrapers that's around. You've always got to be careful of the construction scraper, I feel.
Yep.
Always feels like it's got a million different hidey holes in it. You are also just south of the twins and the various tower buildings that you've got around this region.
It's up to you guys.
And I like the height play. I do.
We need to get a UAV.
And they want the UAV as well. So definitely setting themselves up for endgame, this 3. Definitely putting themselves in a spot to play for placement points. It was likely something that worked for them last week and meant that they ended up as champions, but they're very worried about... You might have height, but the one thing is, whenever you're in this city region, if you don't have the construction, you are in big trouble.
Yeah, well, the other thing, too, is that while you're here, it's really dependent on zone pulls, right? If the zone pulls away from them, they got to either float off the top of this or make their way back down on foot. The other thing is that when you get these Saravan City, you know, sort of zones that pull down here, the lobbies stay alive just so much easier because there's just, like, so much space on the map that you get to hold, right? Basically, you think about it, in that last zone, you only had flat space that you could hang out on. Now, you have all of these buildings. So not only do you have literally horizontal space, you have vertical space that you can now kind of occupy as well. So you just have to be careful when you're in here, because so many buildings, players can be hanging out. You got multiple teams all in the same building, could be there. And I think Intex, Believe, and Mutex have made a little bit of that idea as they started to try and rotate on over, but somebody towards that mobile buy station seemingly had their number. Believe peeked his head out, not able to make the cross, and they might be stuck in this building for a hot second. Mosquito drone goes out from Intex, a double mosquito drone I think I just saw, trying to maybe catch somebody going for that buy. To see if any of those connect.
I think unfortunately the mosquito drones actually weren't going out. It was playing the in a spot where he wasn't actually able to release the drone, so still has it in hand, and the rotations come on through. Mutex, Believe, Intex here, just trying to avoid trouble, it feels like. Burning through a couple of smokes. You hear that there may be company underneath heli. The thing is here, and we saw it earlier, right, with the Germans, you do want to start getting kills at some point. 6 between them. Believe in Mutex, but the area that they wanted to control here in your city area, I guess this is like slightly pushing out now towards Stadium, but Yep. It feels like you're right about the zone pull situation, which we will start to find out a little bit more in 30 seconds. Have you given up height and essentially given your opponents a better position than yourselves?
Well, these are, of course, our champions from last week, so they obviously had some great comms that got them there. Let's go ahead. Let's do a listen-in with them to see maybe where they're at. Or if not, actually, because we're back over on Breadman, and he's top. We're coming into a spicy snipe, so guess what? We're not listening in because I want to see some headshots come on through here. Gulag closing. Breadman, Skullface, Joe feeling pretty solid here, top of this building. I like this positioning.
Do indeed, and they actually take bullets from the building just across here.
They're gonna eventually try to work your shop, right?
And you hear the call out come in, and actually the zone pull is going to be lovely for Breadman, Skull, and Joe here because you're atop a building that's going to essentially have a lot of open ground in front of you. You have the entire football stadium out in front. You have the overpass just off to your left. A lot of little buildings down beneath, but a lot of open ground too. And you would expect these three to be able to find a couple of picks here. And the one thing is, last time out, Skullface did a great job of just making sure that everything behind them was clear, making sure that Redman could continue to focus forward and does actually line up a crack. Trying to get something through the building, does not connect. But there's just so close. And actually, two snipers in play here.
Yeah, I mean, if you see the zone is pulling down here, you know you're going to kind of have this positioning. Why not? You know, I know that Skull has been a sniper in the past as well. I mean, Joe's a very talented player in his own right. Would not be surprised, you know, if he picked up a sniper, wanted to make something happen with it too. So gonna shoot up that deployable buy station.
Braxton might give up blood.
Okay.
Looks like the beacon.
And you can see, I love that Skullface making some of those call outs saying, hey, these guys, they might keep it on up. They're kind of tweaking a little bit. We might be able to take advantage of them getting mixy. It looks like maybe they're trying to run away from a fight. Not gonna let them get away for free. UAV ringing on out. They can see lots of these players as they look down, and well, I'm seeing ants down below. The thermites are landing. Bread at range with the Striker 9 will be able to find Sway, proving you don't always need the AR in hand. Gets a crack with the sniper, follows it up with the SMG from deep, brings them on down. Was a big fan of the thermobaric grenades. We banned them today, says that's fine. I'll move over to the thermites. I'll make it work. And so far, it has just been fantastic from Breadman right here in match number 2.
Gotta be very careful though of the apartment buildings in behind you. They have height advantage and could well just land on you at any given moment. Zone pull will actually be absolutely fantastic for Bread, Joe, and Skull. Sure, they will have to rotate at some point, but it's likely to force a whole armada of ants across this open region. You can see that Breadman's a little bit concerned about what might well be going on behind him. Players landing down below. Skullface should be there in order to clean it up. Breadman's gonna dive on after it. Cuts the shoot. Gets a couple of balls, but actually the players landed on the awning just above. Breadman needs to decide his moment for putting in plates, and we'll actually have to check in underneath and give that up. See the thermite connect, by the way. You were speaking about how he likes to use these. Fantastic usage up high, but it's just not enough right now. The thing is, for me, this trio needs to be careful. You've got to consider the rotation. You don't want to get greedy.
We see Noobs getting taken out at the hands of Joe, and while they've had to jump down on in, you can see through the smoke, they're catching glimpses of players on the row. Some fantastic shots coming on in. They'll be almond taken out by Breadman, and he's just letting it fly. Finds Soka. That is a huge team to get the team wipe on. We still got 35 players in this lobby. Bread currently sitting on 6. Back on over with our winners from last week, Mutex, Syntex, and Believe. Looks like Believe does get taken out in a flurry, a battle that's happened on here, but they stand strong. Counter UAV above will not give them any info on any of these other teams, so they're gonna have to just maybe hide out into this warehouse, hang out here. You see the mosquito drone from Believe is here, but guess what? This is going to be their opportunity to hang on by a thread, catch anybody pushing on through at the last minute.
The problem is they have a huge rotation. They're going to have to get across the open ground behind them and then underneath the overpass, but there's a bunch of players just coming out of the gas, and Intex, perhaps over Charles, will get cleaned up in the end. Mutex cannot get across. Believe cannot get across to save him. So Intex removed from the play for now, and War is actually going to be underneath the overpass. Prodigy, Oki alongside him here. actually lighting up players trying to rotate in from the gas. The one thing I am concerned about, however, is you do have the players above you, and you also do not have shopping center control. And because of that, players on top of shopping center can do exactly that. Oki picked on off. Wars will get the res on through. Smoke goes out as coverage. So many different angles to check at all times. I've actually seen Wars play this very spot perfectly earlier on this year. I think it was actually in the Shatter Gauntlet. Can he do it yet again? Next circle pull could be massive for this trio, because if you've got to go towards shopping center, you're in so much trouble from above and directly in front.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of love this, right? You have, of course, all of that cover above you. You really limit where you have to look, and that's exactly what happens. Believe will get tagged up. Mutex gets found as well, so that's a squad wipe.
Oh, no.
Warzoki and Prodigy, they've set themselves up well here. They know that this entire side of zone is theirs for the time being. So like you said, if you do have to make your way over towards that shopping center, it's going to get dicey, and that's exactly what happens. We see them. They play the 50-50 on the zone pull. They are deep. No gas mask in sight. Back on over, though, to Echo, Raul, and Bubble. EU on EU fights going on here towards this end zone. They're the team that's on top of the shopping center. They want to be able to stay alive, and I think they have a good look at the rest of the lobby here.
The thing is, if you're Echo and Co, you want to be very careful of not only the team that are rotating in from below, but the team on top as well. Echo snaps for multiple. One's Breadman, one's My Apple, the other is Wars. 3 different teams all trying to rotate in, and Echo says, not today. Ladies and gentlemen, the DG in hand. Just trying to use this deployable cover that he's placed to absolute perfection to clean up whatever's on top of the overpass, and he's delayed the push for long enough that they're in so much trouble. Joe found, Breadman found, Skullface are sent packing. We are down to our final 4.
Final 4 as they look towards the skies, finding some of these players come on in. Well, it's a Breadman. Looks like they were able to get the buy off, but it's not going to be enough as we see that body hit the ground and bounce like a rubber ball. So far up top here is this trio. They're feeling fantastic. Only 2 other squads remaining. A 3v2v1, I believe, as my math is correct. They know that at least one of these teams has to be below them. So where is the solo? Can they isolate it? Looks like the swing might come on through. Well, they find Prodigy, and that's going to be it. 13 eliminations to their name. That first place will give them the 20. A 38 point from the Europeans. A great way to start your day.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic way to get yourself onto the board, right? We saw how close it was from second through to around 10th. That amount of points surely lifts you to at least second, potentially first there. Although Joe, Breadman, Skullface were in it till the very late stages, so I would assume that they're going to hold top spot for now. But a great performance out of Echo, Bubble, and Raul. Just played the top of the shopping center very well. We saw the way that circle was coming in. It looked like it could well have pulled off towards that south side. It did. Left Wars in a world of trouble. But the way in which that deployable cover was set up there just meant that you had the coverage off, so that if you were peeking over the top of the Quadri shopping center in order to try and pick off teams rotating in, you were slightly covered from the teams just holding the top of that overpass. I think that's actually a very top tier play coming on through, because we don't often see deployable covers even be used. So the fact that he's not only put that down, but also to cover himself in that situation likely gets him a couple of free kills. And the fact that you pick off Breadman rotating across the top of that overpass as well just delays the push by Joe and Skullface for long enough that they're trapped by the gas and sent out in your top 5.
Well, 47, that's a definite solid current score coming into map number 2. Even so, map number 1, we saw them get 46. But either way, you're keeping it clean, you're keeping it pushing. I mean, 2 maps in to be able to be, kind of inching your way to being halfway towards that win condition, you're feeling good. So they're able to clutch out the game, maybe lacking a little bit on the kills department. Hopefully they can clean that up in these future games. But hey, a fantastic way for them to win that. I love that you make that call out, because I think Echo kind of sitting there, even just watching that sort of triple happen in real time. Great, it was on a lot of players who were very low health in the gas, but just to have that awareness to take down Wars, then find My Oppo, and then immediately snap to the overpass to find Breadman. It is really, really great stuff. Man, I cannot believe we are only 2 maps in, and we are already finding this level of play from our competitors. As the day goes on, I know it's only going to kick up and up and up. 2 maps down, many more to go. We're going to go to a quick break, and we come back. We're going to take a look at the leaderboard and hop on into game number 3. We'll be right back here in a little bit.
see.
He's right here, He's absolute. Got him.
You gotta go down.
Okay.
One guy was on the train, one guy was off.
Nice. One more.
What's up, Daryl? Check.
Got him.
Is that team Mike?
Yeah. He might. Yeah. I'm showing.
Oh, mantle by accident. Nice, last one below you. I don't know if you have
Welcome back, everybody, to Warzone Total Frenzy. We got $10,000 on the line for the first team to be able to cross that 120-point threshold and snag a dub. Of course, that is a part of our Call of Duty Warzone match point system. We are through our first two games. We've seen some fantastic plays from Breadman, some fantastic plays from Echo and Co. But let's see, how is the leaderboard shaking on out after these first two games we have going on? And well, unsurprising to no one, still at the top there, crossing over the halfway point. It's Team Breadman.
Yeah, holding some serious points, because if I remember right, they were sat somewhere in the mid 40s in after game one. So considering the placement situation that they ended up with here in map 2, they must have picked up a whole rack of kills. I mean, we saw them sitting around double digits. They must have absolutely torn it up somewhere between the circle that moves them from the skyscrapers and over in towards that overpass. They must have had an absolute field day. We spoke about ants a couple of times. We saw them clean up Soka, Almond, and Noobs. It did indeed look like they were starting to hit an absolute heater well over halfway towards our Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold.
Really looking solid. I'm looking through that second through fifth, kind of hovering around the 50-point mark as well. So you can see a lot of those players looking to also have a fantastic game in the next couple of matches here. But one of my favorite parts about this format, you have Redmond Joe and Skull. Guess what they're doing? They are creating some pressure on the rest of the lobby because, well, we've seen them. They're able to take a game. They won the first match of the day. If they're able in these next 2 games to cross that point threshold and be able to take a win, we could just be seeing this done within 5 games. So if you're one of the other squads, you got to kind of come online, make something happen here. Match number 3, getting ready to start here, Enigma. When we took a look at that leaderboard, there were a lot of names that we are a little bit surprised to see in the middle and bottom. What do you got to do to step it up here in match number 3?
I think it's surprising to see how often Soka, Almond, and Noobs are getting caught on rotation. It feels like at the minute they've just not found that usual flurry of form that they find. I mean, last week it felt like they were very much so playing the placement game, which says something for a roster that is usually so high on kills, especially a player like Hisoka. It seemed like they'd very impressively kind of gone, look, we're playing around the format here. But right now, I mean, we saw there towards the end that they're trying to make a rotation in across open ground beneath the skyscrapers, and you just get picked off by Breadman and co waiting for you. So for me, they're a trio that I definitely expect to see do better. Last week, they finished in 5th. They were sat on 136 points, so were within win condition. But yeah, right now, they seem to me a trio. They're just getting caught being a little bit late, perhaps a little bit lackadaisical on getting themselves into a safe spot for endgame.
Yeah, and I feel like that's sort of the telltale sign with a lot of these teams, right? It's they're prioritizing either the eliminations, then they're catching themselves some bad rotations, or they're prioritizing themselves for that power position at the end game. But like we just even saw from our winners of game number 2, sometimes you can take that win, but it almost doesn't mean anything when you have some of these other teams that are able to kind of do a strong mixture of both. So it's always about that push and pull and balance between the 2 different play styles that you really have to figure out. And I think that's what some of these top squads, that's kind of what they're trying to figure out still. I know that, you know, when it comes to communications, when it comes to, you know, obviously Soka, Almond, and Noobs, they're still trying to figure out, I think, some of the roles on the team. They're 3 very talented players, but you have to figure out how to use each of those players' different strengths to the best of their ability in order to really let them come online. So I think maybe a little bit of a shake up there, still trying to figure it out. It's a new team. You know, one of the things I always say, let's even just take a quick time machine back, Enigma. When Shifty, Biffle, and Sage first started playing together, quite frankly, they sucked. They were not good, right? Like, you had these 3 superstar players, and they were bad for a while. And it wasn't until they kind of really had to sit down as a team to figure out the roles each of them were going to fulfill and how they wanted to play maps that they started finding success. So I think for some of these squads, that's all we're kind of waiting on. These teams just got to figure out how they want to play it in these high tier lobbies. And the only way to do that, well, that's by playing and getting some of those reps in. And it's map number 3, ready to come on through. And we're on board with our winners of match number 2.
I'm lagging in COD a little bit.
I was hoping to hear some comms come on through, but Bubble's complaining about something, so we'll just move on.
Yo, you hear me?
Echo.
Yeah, we hear you.
Bubble, Raul. By the way, the circle flashes up. Looks extremely central. So far, we've had 2 pulling off towards the south. Both pulling off in opposite directions, though. One slightly towards City, one slightly out towards Bazaar. This time, however, when you pick your drop point, you have absolutely no idea where you're going next. And it's zones like this in particular, where I think those recon contracts can come in handy, because you have no clue in this early stage. Threesome here. Looks like they're going to potentially play over towards Cargo, maybe even where we finished off that last game.
Yeah, you can see zone pretty center actually right now, so we'll have to wait for some of these rings to close to see, you know, what is this going to pull towards? What POI are we maybe going to kind of start posturizing ourselves towards? We do have a couple of strongholds coming online. It looks like already some players are starting to make their way over, start capturing those strongholds. We've, you know, they were kind of a contentious point of the World Series of Warzone and Warzone 2. Now, obviously, just being one of these public events that can happen, you just maybe just take advantage of it when they come online, because they do kind of give you that UAV, but you get a very early loadout. And I think in this sort of format, you love to be able to have that. You don't have to spend your time trying to get all your money, get your loadout rocked. You can say, hey, nope, we're getting it immediately. Of course, off of the stronghold, we can continue flying around the map.
Speaking of flying around the map, someone was trying to get away in a helicopter right there and actually got cracked. Nearly an early pick there for Team Echo. By the way, something that probably went under the radar a little bit is actually they finished last week. They came 11th, 113 points, just outside of win condition. Maybe a sleeper team to consider through this, and it's actually going to be Lipton who's found. That's Zyro and Pace somewhere nearby, and Echo's got to be careful here, because surely if you find 1, 2, and 3 aren't far away, and goes for the scav. So trying to get that loot together early. Portable radar is always going to be useful. Expect that to be scooped, to be honest. The threesome quite split here. The confidence coming on through. We're seeing a lot of teams stay together even through the early losing stages, but these three happy to play very separate. And my lord, absolutely everything. I think that's 3 different selves that he's got in hand right now.
Yeah, why not? Throw in the backpack, be a little bit of a self-delivery service to your teammates. Give them a little gift, a little present for participating here today. Why not? I love the teamwork coming on in there. Yeah, but split up though in the city. Maybe you're just feeling confident that, you know, nobody else really landed over here. It was a little bit off the plane path, so I think they would have been able to see on the fly on in had other teams landed near them. And we can see a squad that's not too far away on Rational Scummin and Dongy, who have been doing a great job in these past couple of events of, well, they've been able to find their way, of course, to Call of Duty Warzone match point and get on that win condition, but it's always their ice in being able to clutch up the games that seemingly is evading them. So as sort of these events go on and on, though, I think this is a team that if they can just figure out how to win those games, how to position themselves a little bit better, once they get, of course, onto that win condition, they could be a very, very scary team as they come here towards top construction, look to make their next move.
I think that the one thing is with this team, and Unrational has spoken on the timeline about how he feels about everything, but maybe it is that difficult change into a mindset that's no longer playing for kills. Because I mean, in the Shatter Gauntlet, these 3 played together, came 6th in the quals, ridiculously higher level of kills. In the tournament, a very high amount of kills. They come 7th in the community showdown, a lot of kills. Last week they had, you know, a 25 kill 5th place game, 21 kills for a first. You know, they had a lot of high kills in that too. So I think as a trio, if you consider your traditional formats, yeah, they get a lot of kills. They really rack up that multiplier, but maybe it's difficult once you start to get yourself onto win condition. You have to think, okay, everything that I know about how to play Warzone changes. So I can understand the friction right now, but it is a skill set to learn for sure. And by the way, that team that we were just on board with on Rational Scum and Dongy are currently sat in 6th. They're doing their work again. Now, Collars, Attract, Empathy. A side that we've seen a little bit of, right? We saw that Attract was running a sniper at one point. And you can see, again, he's playing right behind Empathy, trying to utilize that strategy that we saw Breadman using earlier, which is essentially tap this guy with me and I'll clean him up for you.
That's kind of the cool part of this trio is that I think, you know, in a game where, you know, snipers can definitely be useful, like we've seen Breadman, Attract is a fantastic player to have on your team. And we know that Colors and Trick are just able to finesse and play their lives, you know, just like the rest of them. You know, obviously long-standing Warzone competitors that are just here. And this trio has kind of been one that's rocked for a little bit since all the way back in Verdansk, right? So I'm not surprised to see them here. They have a lot of team chemistry together. And hopefully they can make something happen, especially in this type of format. Back on side, one of my favorite teams that we get to kind of talk about, it is, of course, our squad hailing from Mexico. It is Goat, Clamp, Vita, and Panda, who are looking to make their way on over. Clamp 3-star on the bounty. But it looks like they might have found this team that was pushing them. Starts bringing the energy back on in. PA up over the top as Panda slowly but surely has made their way to the other side of this wall. Vita pushing in from a different angle. Maybe can give them the information they need. Pushes on in. They go ahead and push on out. Vita, Panda, they have it here, but Panda swings wide. They actually double swing this together, but it's not going to be enough. Some fantastic work, which is a little bit of the hezzy. Vita is able to play it big, but Panda, thankfully, swings on in time, brings down those 2 players. A very, very clean wipe, and you see that bounty go immediately from 3-star down to the 1-level threat. Maybe that 3rd player, they gotta be gone.
You know, someone isn't on this heady. Panda wants to push this, but he gets back down from elsewhere. Smoke will provide the little bit of cover for now. Place needs to go in. We'll try and use this power plant nearby. There's another wall off to his right as well. By the way, we're going to come back to how this team just dealt with Team Tommy, because that was absolutely textbook. But Panda's caught out in the open, baiting for perhaps a little bit too long. Hey, with fire, you will get burned. And yeah, I agree with this decision. Rotate away. I don't think you have the information to understand what it is that's happening to you here. Yep. You need a moment to just reset the playing board. And actually catches one on the cross. There's a lot of damage. Actually hits something, potentially a vehicle or something out there. A whole Hail Mary of Semtex is nothing connects. Okay. I love the way in which these three play. And again, we'll come back to that play against Team Tommy. Look at the three of them set up essentially in a triangle, can crossfire over each other. Panda's relatively exposed, but basically playing information. And now with that ping, Clamp and Vita will turn towards him.
I like this. Pushing on up. Maybe trying to gain a little bit of a space here if they decide to push on out. They do grab the bounty. We'll pull way, way deep, though. You don't have to worry too much about it. And their bounty does get averted immediately.
Hold on. You ready?
Back on over with one of the other teams that was in that battle that we just saw. Tommy Prospect and Blast playing here today.
Tommy, by the way, playing from the Red Bull Sphere in London.
That guy's cracked.
Didn't expect to see that. Tommy, by the way, no plates available to him. Only one smoke and 32 bullets. Needs to make something happen here. Otherwise, it's going to be a very difficult regain situation. And Blast gets caught out as well. Perhaps too aggressive. Has absolutely no support there. Tommy's trying to do his bit, but we've got 32 bullets and Prospect's in trouble too. Tommy has no plates here. For me, you get out of this. You just run. You hightail it to somewhere where you can reset.
Yeah, you have to disengage from this right now. I mean, Blast, no gulag in hand. We'll have to come online. Hold up. We got Colors taking down Sin BKS and the gulag, getting their team back on into it. But yeah, it's all on to Tommy right now. Prospect looks like they were able to survive just for now, so that's good. The only thing that has me worried, you mentioned it, Tommy has no plates, also has no cash to even get a buyback onto Blast if he's able to make it to a buy station. So I think if you're Tom right now, you got to slow down a little bit. You want to try and run around and loot, grab everything you can to feel good, but just don't get too aggressive. You are near this buy station. Hopefully you can find the cash you need, make your way on over. Has a PRD in hand, can make something happen. Does have the money needed to get the teammate back on in, and you can see he doesn't want to hit the one directly in front of him. Might have to go a little bit wide. What about into zone to get Blast back on him?
You can remove the ping regime. You're good.
Prospect gets caught. Does manage to drag Smixy down, but I don't think that will add to the total that these three have managed to put together thus far. You hear Tommy saying he's going to UAV. He is also being picked up on a UAV. He does have Ghost, however, potentially comms vest situation. He's got to continue to rotate and move. Things coming on through, but this low town area, sorry. Tom's got away with words apparently, but the problem is as well, you bring in both Prospect and Blast here, like you have nothing on either player. No money. Lack of resources available. Tommy likely has company as well.
Well, look where this loadout is too. Like, it is so deep. So I mean, maybe they'll be able to fly back in off the buyback, but yeah, I mean, he hits it, but any team that's near this buy station, they're going to see that double flare go off, and they are just going to be like dogs flying at this, saying, hey, we know there's a solo over here. Let's go ahead. Let's try and bring them back on down. You can see the other two teammates trying to give them some pings on where some of these enemies are, but Tom, for the moment, has to just kind of lay in wait with this deployable cover in a dream.
I just threw a nade just to bait.
I'm letting be in the water. The thing right here. Oh, fuck.
That's a heartbreaker. Yeah. Tommy gets his teammates back in. It is actually multiple teams. Vita and Co, as well as the Frenchman, are going to be here. Tommy absolutely spits on Vita, by the way. We're going to move away from this, but a third-party situation essentially there. All three teams squabbling over essentially the same buy. Skullface and Breadman will be without Joe for now. You hear a lot of footsteps. Smoke will go out. Skullface is going to make a desperate play for the buy. We'll get Joe back in. Breadman's essentially trying to isolate this off. Actually catches Rated. A huge pick. And could well turn the tide in this fight. Oh, but actually, Breadman's gonna get found. It's a snap out of Skullface. Finds Eyes lurking in a corner. Needs to put in some plates shortly. My Apple more than likely push this. Joel's gotten himself back into this. There's a body doing the Michael Jackson on a wall somewhere, and Skull is just trying to hold this
I have a durable.
for a moment. Can Joel get himself inside? Gas is leaving in one shot. Skullface, a massive play to catch my Apple, wrapping round. Massive moment there for this trio. They have a huge map 1, a great map 2. Could all have fallen apart here in map 3, but the way in which Skull checks back, manages to get the buy on Joe, and then Breadman's usage of Skull's smoke to pick up Rated, who's trying to check out and catch the players pushing for the buy. Double bluffing all over the place, and that sets them on their way to clean up a huge trio.
Fantastic day already. Skull making the read that Mayapo just wanted to kind of hang out, hits him behind the door, slams him on in, and just that team is able to pick them apart. Fantastic work, but guess what? The action doesn't stop. Moving our way on over to Enkyo, Heeds, and Gromaluk, our French squad. Came in 4th last week. They couldn't manage to clutch up a game after hitting the win condition. Trying to maybe happen a little bit faster here this week. Well, if you're getting caught out by Panda on the ladder, that's not a great way to have it happen. Back on board, Breadman, Skullface, and Joe trying to rotate their way on in.
You could well look back at that passage of play against Team Rated as a massive moment in this tournament. You've seen it plenty of times in the past. Teams get off to great starts and then start to falter. Enkyo in his gulag. Heeds will get back in. Gromalok sitting watching from the sidelines. Molotov will catch. It only does a flicker of damage. Enkyo knows the other player's far away and actually loses it. Mutex absolutely deletes him. Enkyo's a fantastic player, but I feel like when he checks away there, Mutex uses the barrier in front of him to absolute perfection. Hits the slide cancel to just give a little bit of an angle over the top of it and deletes him. And by the way, we were speaking earlier about a couple of different goodies to show you. Look at this that we've got coming in from the Warzone Total Frenzy team. A live leaderboard as we watch the action unfold.
So if you want a solid idea where your favorite player is, you can take a look at that left. Being able to come on up, see where they're at. Fearless Kitty just trying to stay on the outside here.
He crossed back. He's like yellow.
Maybe catch somebody pushing on in. I like this play. You're on the edge of zone. You know somebody in front of you's got to move on over. This player tries to peek on out. Gets absolutely ripped apart. Looks like it's going to be Showstopper, who's getting put on down. No more, I believe, AR bullets for Kitty. So if she wants to maybe try and hold them on here, has to get a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, but I think she actually checks out into trouble. I don't know if this is Vision and the other teammate of this trio.
Oh, wait, here.
You hear the call out come in. It's going to be 2. So as a threesome here, surely you got to be comfortable pushing this. We saw some great plays earlier from Liam. Kitty actually spots 2 rotating. PA is actually going to split this completely apart. The open field there is something you can't cross. There are smokes coming out, but can Liam make this work? Actually, Kitty again nearly just overcharged this, strafing out too wide. Liam and StukeX try to provide the backup. It's just not working for him in that engagement. And another trio that are sat right on the edge of gas here. 21 teams still up. Super Evan, Huskers, and Brolic.
The Wolf here. I think to a lot of people's surprise, you know, if a little bit of a Warzone history lesson, this guy was the IGL back in the day, okay? When we first got customs in Warzone, this was the man you wanted on your team. Being vocal, helping lead the squad to victory. Has been doing fantastic in some of these customs events lately, and the Wolf is back. I love it. I also just love that his nickname is the Wolf because it gives us a cool thing to say. Flies on out into the gas. We'll have to burn the gas mask. Armor plates coming online. Brolic and Huskers have already started to push on forward. The PDS is there. We'll give them a little bit of respite. They find Scummit, who's hanging out in the gas. They're able to hit this buy station, seeing money get thrown around. They're going to be able to grab some of these buys and maybe some gas masks if needed. But Super Evan tries to be the first person to move, but there is a team who just has their number. Who is it? Well, it's a Lennon. You can see they're looking down on through the disgust on Evan's face, just not able to get on out of there. Lennon holding them on down. You can see the teammates not going to be able to stay alive either. Not a placement that they wanted to see. They've been feeling good lately. Hopefully they can come online here as we are getting ready to come towards the end of map number 3.
He's on that tower. Okay, I'm gonna PA this.
Yeah, last week, Super Evan finished in 16th, so it's very much so not a part of our conversation and needs to find himself turning him online at this point. Nate Dogg flanked and sway. The next trio to pay attention to, Limax has been picked off. Someone's floating. Flanked has a couple of shots, actually gets the crack and cleans that one up very easily. Vombot's found, Smith is found. A lot of big names, and you see that UAV going off, a lot of noise here. 2 players trying to push up from the river. Surely you cover this off.
This guy's close.
Yeah, he's on the he's on the head. He's at
The problem you have here is this train will only keep you in this next zone, surely, because it looks to me like that zone's going to pull across to the other riverbank. And Sway actually gets picked up from the squads rotating on up.
There's another one. There's another one. Make sure you PA. I'm coming right on the train.
Okay, you see the PA come on through. I actually like this train because if you want to, you can use the train to pull forward, pull back. I hope they kind of move it forward as the zone comes on in, but you can see they have this UAV tower as well. And when you're getting down to these final few moments, having a UAV like that is going to be so clutch. Back on over, though, to Amir. Dark and Castillo, you see the buyback come in onto Amir, making some gas plays. Castillo trying to be able to do their best to stay on in. Quick shots to the right. Zakar taken on out by the skin of his teeth. He's going to make it on into zone. Has only a few plates remaining. Hopefully Amir can land back on in and get things started because, well, they actually have a very solid side of zone here, Enigma. They have the height. They can look down at the rest of some of the teams. They can look over at the train if need be. They are supporting each other in a great way. They are placing themselves in the spot to come on out, but somebody's got beams. Castillo absolutely ripped apart. Amir goes down, but it's DJ Moss who will go down at the hands of Dark. But it's a PA. There's just so much going on here.
The problem is here, although you do have yourself one side of the embankment, it's essentially just open. There's nothing to provide coverage. Echo again with the deployable cover. He might be out in the open, but he's completely flipped the script to give his team a little bit of coverage. Raul and Bubble attempting to play the train. We saw Flanked and Co on here earlier. Smoke will allow them across for just a moment. We're at top 6 for now. However, one more kill gets you those extra 5 placement points. So do you play for that instead? Do you buy it for just a moment? We know there's a team in the middle of the water. There's another side just over the other embankment in your Castillo, Dark, and Amir and Echo. Who have you found there? I can't read that, but we're still at 6 teams.
Oh, Zepti has actually been able to squad wipe the team we were just talking about. Ryda and Zepti.
Yeah, they were like up here.
2 players left. Kind of similar to what we saw the Germans do in that map number 1. They're just hanging out here, trying to catch anybody that flies on in on top of them. They're going to be into zone when this closes as well. They're going to have a look at basically 75% of zone here. Well, up on top, it's our winners of match number 2, who just seemingly are literally shooting fish in a barrel. Echo runs out of AR ammo, and we see it comes down to the final moments. 3v2. It's going to be Zepti and Ryda that are down below. They're trying to peek on through, and it seems like maybe they found them. They've tried to be able to go into the gas. I don't think that play is going to work. We asked for more eliminations from this squad. They deliver. Back to back. Map number 2, map number 3. Echo, Bubble, and Raul take on the match.
I've got to say that, again, the deployable cover, the awareness to look ahead and think where Vinyl Zone will end up being. Consider, there is no cover there. There is nothing. It is an open field. Even worse, it is 2 open embankments across a stretch of water. I thought that Flanked and Co had made a great play to move the train into that region, give themselves the only bit of cover. I do think that made them a little bit of a target as various other teams then wanted to push it and essentially clear them on out. And I think Sway gets caught being a little bit too aggressive on whichever team was rotating up from that eastern embankment. But Echo using that deployable cover to give his side essentially somewhere to hide, somewhere to put themselves and build off of. They know that no one's behind them because they've essentially played in through that backside of the circle, and then just essentially giving themselves a look over onto that following embankment. We asked for more kills. It was 13 on the last victory, 17 coming this time. Those extra 4 could well just be off the back of having a spot there to look out over everyone scrambling through open fields and picking them off. Beautiful stuff by this trio again.
Love seeing it. Let's take a look at those stats from that game. How did it shake on out? Because we asked for more. We got it. Bubble leading the team here with 8. Echo on 5. Raul with 4. That's going to bring their current score up to 84. Enigma, they are getting close. You know, they dropped, of course, 40 in that sort of a game before. They're sort of marching game by game their way to that 120-point threshold. So some really great stuff here. We're only 3 games in, my man, and we got some people flirting with a dance of the winning condition. I love it. The teams have come out to play here, and they are no strangers to trying to get a little aggressive. I'm going to echo a lot of those same sentiments you just played. There's one thing I know. Echo is always a player who is thinking about endgames. I had the chance to cast over a duos LAN event earlier on in the day, or the year rather, and the one thing that impressed me was his ability to read where zones were going and position himself in a way to be able to secure success. And I feel like when you have a mind like that, Bubble is known to just be this fragger, able to kind of have some of that small talk with Echo and feel good. Pair him up with a young gun like Raul. Well, it's a recipe for success, and it's obviously coming online here today. Going back to back very early on is something that I think that maybe we would not have guessed, but are we surprised? I'm not.
I feel like we're just seeing a step up in quality across the board. I mean, we did get a couple of 2 map winners last week, but they were largely split. For example, I had Team Enkyo win 2 maps, and I forget who the other squad was, but I think it was Team Biffle. They end up with 2 maps as well. So you end up with Size picking up multiple maps throughout last week. However, some of the plays that come on through, I'm going to pull it back finally to that goat clamp situation. You ended up with Panda essentially playing exits on the wall, Vita's playing high ground from the rocky face, and then Clamp is essentially playing pinch situation. Just gives Tom and Co nowhere to run. And don't get me wrong, there's nearly some individual brilliance that opens that whole situation up as Tom and Co barrel out of one door and just try and take on a 2v2 fight. But it's the way in which the 3 of them set themselves up to just squeeze that little hut, that warehouse that the players had put themselves in. Beautiful stuff. We then move over to Breadman and Co up against Rated and Co. Breadman, team of 2 up against a team of 3. The smoke comes out from Skullface to cover off the buy station and provide coverage from the windows above. Breadman actually baits that out, knowing that Rated's going to read that as a play for the buy. So he waits as Rated steps out, cleans him up, and just flips the entire script. Sparks panic into my Oppo and Autorize. Autorize tries to find a corner. You end up with Joe getting back in, and then in a 3v2, they clean that whole situation out and even read the fact that my Apple stuck around at the end. Feels like just 200 IQs after 200 IQs coming on through all the way, and we're just seeing that quality come on as we evolve and move through our Warzone Total Frenzy season.
Yeah, I think a lot of these teams have really kind of done their homework and are starting to kind of learn how they want to play this game. I know for some of these squads, it's really easy to enter a lobby like this, right? And you look at this roster list, man, and every single team you know has Gunny and has the ability to win a gunfight. So I think for some of these teams, what they're realizing is that, hey, if we can sort of outplay, outsmart, outposition our opposition, we make the fight so much easier for ourselves. Because I feel like back in the day, Warzone, it was just all about you were ego challenging everything, knowing that you had just the better shot, that you were feeling good. But guess what? The floor of Warzone competition has been elevated even just here into Urzikstan. So I think that one of these top tiers are you know, kind of, are being able to come out on top with is that if they can just edge out some of the competition just a little bit more, they are going to be feeling a lot better when they take those engagements. And obviously for some of these teams like Jobo, Breadman, and Skullface, it's coming out on top for them at the end of the day. They are feeling great. I'm being told, I think we have the leaderboard ready, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So let's go ahead. Let's hop on into it. Shake this down for me, man, because, well, it was a gap in the points. We have some people playing catch up.
Absolutely, just 1 point in it between Team Breadman and Team Echo. Now, I tell you what, it speaks dividends to how well Team Breadman are playing. The fact that Team Echo have maps 2 and 3, so 2 victories out of the 3 maps, and are still chasing Team Breadman. They're holding off for just a point, and I'm just looking through the rest of our leaderboard here. I gotta say, Team Adrian himself got to be feeling pretty good about that change up that comes through. It's tough to see Adrian and Aiden go their own ways, but it's working well right now for the young man. And then looking through the rest of the list here, it feels like right now a name that I am surprised to see so far down, Team Enkyo. Last week, 4th, took home 2 of the maps, were sat on win condition for a long time, only the 30 points thus far.
Yeah, we see obviously those two teams towards the top in the 80s. We see a couple in the 60s, and it seems like the next group of players all sitting around that 50-point mark for the team. So we're kind of starting to see some patterns, right? We see some of the squads kind of moving on up there, but what that kind of makes excited to me, Enigma, that means we could potentially have two teams neck and neck, maybe hitting, of course, that Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold very early comparatively to the rest of the lobby. But as we see the games go on, if they're not able to clutch it on up, that just means that every game we move forward is going to be, you know, another team, maybe two, maybe even three entering in the foray to also be on win condition there. So, you know, while it does look like we have a very solid lead from two of our teams, hey, we even saw it last week. That doesn't always mean those are going to be your teams that come out on top at the end of the day. We have map number 3 getting ready to come online. I want to take a quick moment, though, just to remind everybody, if you want to stay up to date on all of the action, make sure you go ahead, follow us on social over there on X as well as TikTok at WZ Total Frenzy, same name on both places. You can find some amazing clips from today's event, past events, and also just keep in the know of everything we got going on here as part of Warzone Total Frenzy. We're cooking up some fantastic events moving on forward, and would love for you to be able to be here watching alongside us as we're able to do that. So yet again, make sure you're following us over there on X, Twitter, whatever the kids are calling it these days, as well as TikTok at WZ Total Frenzy. We'd love to have you on over there. But man, Enigma, we are through 3 maps. We know that it's usually sort of around 6 maps when we start seeing some of these squads come online and hit that win condition. If you are one of these teams in the middle of the pack, right? Maybe you're flirting with it. You know, with one solid game, you throw your way back on into it. But if you keep having the games that you're having, you're going to be nowhere near that opportunity. Is this where you kick it into overdrive? Is this where you say, hey, we're finding some success. It's okay, but we need to do something different. I know this lobby is tough. Do you get more aggressive?
I think it's about reading those endgame situations. I think that we're speaking very highly of Team Echo because of the way in which they're playing them out, but we also draw it back to map 1 and how Team Breadman made sure they'd cleared out that back barn area to give themselves a foundation to push off using the high ground, looking out over that riverbed. I think that what you're seeing is a lot of teams are kind of playing the map, kind of, all right, well, this is how we play Urzikstan, right? This is how we normally play it, and just not really looking ahead. I think once you start getting towards like 2 or 3 circles away from end zone, we need to maybe see a couple of change up in strategies, or maybe even earlier considerations of areas that you want to take on the map. Because right now it seems like the teams that are thinking, okay, well, once we get through the absolute cluster that is essentially those last 2 circles before we hit final circle, then we've got to start to think, okay, well, where are we actually located on the map? I think too many teams at the minute perhaps thinking maybe traditionally and thinking, okay, well, if I just play for a big amount of kills around those like circles 4 or 5 or so, then I'll be all right. But actually, it's the squads that we're seeing avoid a lot of the trouble into those points and just lying in wait when it comes to your circle 6 and so on. That's the teams that are prospering so far. So that's probably where you got to see a change up of. Don't get caught late on rotation. We've already called out, for example, Team Soka around that. Don't get caught trying to push into areas that you have no right to cross, especially with the quality we have in this kind of lobby. I've already spoken about how it's probably one of the most talented lobbies since the World Series.
Yeah.
And instead, put yourself in a more optimal spot. I'm still not seeing recon contracts, and I'm only seeing a couple of players, Echo, Redman, thinking about those endgame situations.
Well, speaking of teams that got caught on rotation, it was Team Rated. We have that clip that you talked about from Skullface, able to bring them on out. Let's go ahead. Let's take a look at how that play shook on out, where Skullface and Joe and Brad are able to kind of come out on top. You see, it starts with Breadman making the read onto Rated, tings him on down. I love this. Skullface busts open the door. You see that obviously Otterize trying to do their best to, you know, maybe catch them off, maybe hide in a corner, but it's going to take more than that to stop Skullface, and you can see they're just kind of waiting on here. They know that Mayapo is around here somewhere. Jowo flies back on in, wants to be able to take some of this loot, and it's just a little bit of patience here at the end from Skullface that I think kind of wins it for them. Because even if Mayapo wins that fight there, you know that Joe and Brett are nearby, can at least make that trade, and it's really, even if you lose Skullface in that fight, it's not a huge deal, right? You went in basically with 2 players, you come out with 2 players and 3 more eliminations to your name. So a fantastic passage of play there from that team. I love that we're able to showcase that. But enough of that being said, man, game number 4 ready to get started. We've seen one team go back-to-back. Are we going to maybe 3 in a row? Or is somebody else going to finally step up the plate? Can I get some NA dominance back up here? We went too long with EU not being great, and now they're too good.
Hey, look, I've not mentioned the EU thing. I've not been mentioning the EU thing because it curses my entire region, all right? So let's keep that out of the conversation. Let's just continue to consider this trio as like, you know, they are maybe an outer region perhaps. But we did get a quick flash up of the circle, and it looks like this trio are actually going to play for City. We did see that in map 2, they used the Quadri shopping center to great effect. Sure as hell won't be ending there. It looks like we might actually get a slightly northeastern pull. Maybe teams that we've seen play out from Bazaar, that's going to give you an opportunity to build up through there. You're likely going to have to consider, though, Lowtown and how to play through there. And we've already seen a lot of squads squabble out of that region.
Like we had 2 portable buys because mine got shot out, but then yours didn't. So.
Yeah, that's actually crazy. I was actually surprised yours didn't get shot out.
I love hearing the comms at the beginning of these matches to see what is the idea. I love that they are kind of, you know, keeping their wits about them, right? They're knowing that they want to land over here towards this sort of city side, and I love this. You can see Bubble lands and just immediately looking to see, is there anybody around here? Doesn't look like it. These shops areas are fantastic for looting. So you see they maybe get a solid idea. Nobody's around. Not a big deal. They're going to fly down on here and start looting up. And well, when you find a Ram 7 out of an orange crate like that, you're feeling pretty good.
If we comes west, then we don't even need adventure reviews. Which makes everything cheaper.
I love the communication there as well that's coming out. Just considering setup. So often we see teams just simply prioritize playing around their loadouts. And honestly, one of the things I think we lack sometimes in Warzone is often those loadout situations are people playing individually, not necessarily considering the whole team dynamic. But it seems like Bubble, Echo, Raul here, trying to be on a wavelength right from the get-go. Here's where we want to use our cash. Here's what's most efficient. Here's what will put us in the best place for success.
Our front loaded towards left. We start rowing that.
What I will say, if I just won 2 of the first 3 maps in a lobby like this, I'd be struggling to stay as calm as they are.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of kicking it off here. You have to really think about what you are trying to do and how do you want to maneuver around the map. You know, early game, it might be easy just to so much focus on, like, let us get our loadout, and then that's it, right? And then you're saying, oh, what do we do now? But I think for them, they've got it on lock. They've obviously had some pretty solid early games so far. Their end games have obviously been beautiful. They go back-to-back. Game number 2, game number 3. So it's about that mid-game for a lot of these teams. I think that's where they're sort of squabbling. Back on over, Breadman, Skullface, and Joe. They found themselves down here in one of these bunkers, and obviously lots of goodies for them to be able to find. You see some durable gas masks and such. They're feeling pretty okay. And ooh, this is a dire situation. We come on over here. Wars and Prodigy, they were doing good earlier. Well, now it's just up to Oki.
And he's going to use the vehicle to try and get out, and honestly, correct play. Problem is, it's going to move him towards the buy station over by Sirocco and Industrial. We know that a lot of teams like to play pop-off power. You make a lot of noise in a vehicle like this. You hit this buy, likely going to signal flare that you are a weakened team. Others might push you in the region. For me, you hit this buy, you hit the vehicle again. Rotate away from this. I don't think you want to take any of these fights right now.
Yeah, I mean, anybody that's in the area, like we mentioned it when Tommy in that last game, when he hits the double buy, we're like, anybody who's around here is just going to immediately be flying at you, and that's exactly what happened. We saw 2 different teams sort of converge on that buy, and Tommy kind of baits them into a fight. Oki going to be able to get that double buy off, hops in the armored truck, and wants to be able to maybe just kind of play around here a little bit. I don't hate this, right? I mean, he had an idea that there was somebody nearby, but at least knew that the loadout was going to come in here pretty close. Yeah, they see me. So wants to stick around, maybe get a loadout that the teammates can hit, and then maybe they can re-engage that fight. On board, though. Ebates and the Australians.
Ebates, by the way.
Nice.
Going through a hot one this week. Part of the squad that picked up 4 maps in a row in a community customs tournament just yesterday, and then today. If you haven't seen his play against Biffle, Shifty, and Sage, it is actually disgusting. Don't get me wrong, it's the team play, but he does great work throughout all of it. Seems like he's hitting a vein of form right now that we haven't seen from him in a little bit. And that's always the player that you want to see do well. On board with Rated, authorized my Apo. We saw him get completely split apart earlier on by a weakened Breadman trio. How do they recover? Only the 33 points so far. A quiet game. They weren't here last week, so maybe this is their week to learn how to play everything. Right now, a lot of learning to be done.
Yeah, I think this is one of those teams that everybody knows is really capable when it comes to, you know, these events and customs. But I think when it comes to this format and this kind of tier of customs that we are talking about, it's going to take a little bit, I think, for them to kind of work together, find their footing back as a team, and be able to play together. I do like this, though. Everybody knows that, you know, M-Bags, as we call them, Mayapo and Autorized, they've been around since for Dance, playing as a duo. Just some fantastic work between the two of them. And when you kind of line them up, obviously, with a goated IGL like Rated, it just makes for a fantastic trio to be able to work together, right? We know neither Myop or Autorized is exactly the most vocal player on the map, and we know that Rated guy, he loves to yap. So it works out great for the three of them. As you see, they find Amir, who was playing around side that rubble. A quick, easy one for Rated, as he's just playing in and out of this door around this buy station, and I like this play.
Yeah, but I don't think either that Amir was aware of where he was even getting shot from, because he checks out right into traffic. Seems like he was completely lost. Not sure if actually that was because of the coverage from my Apple.
I'm gonna get an actual you. I'm about to get an
This trio, you're right. You do expect them to figure things out and do very well in tournaments. Again, 5th in the Shatter Gauntlet, 8th in the Community Showdown. I mean, Rated's performances last year in the World Series were absolutely unreal.
I have one.
And then you end up with
my
Mayapo as well, finishing second at the World Series finals. This is a trio to consider as huge contenders every time you go into a tournament. It's just been a slow start. Only 33 points, averaging 11 per map. You're talking over double that to put yourself back into contention.
There's a duo on the corner building.
I like this UAV pull.
Yep, I do too. You know that there's going to be people over here, right? You know that there's going to be some teams around, and Rated immediately makes the read that there's got to be somebody over there. But coming on in with Juki's FIFA and Lennon, see what the idea is. Oh, actually, Ray's been able. He's made his way over in that quick split second that we tune away. We come back, find Careless Kitty on the top, flying on in, getting aggressive, knows that this player's down here, and goes for the mark on the squad. Maybe you can find out the remaining where some of those players are. Yeah, you can see that third player had absolutely skedaddled away, fleeing off into the hills. Not getting pieced up just yet, but some fantastic work there. I feel like that was literally a blink of the eye, and we go away for a quick second. We come on back. In that meantime, Raiders already found himself on top of the dome, finding elimination.
Yeah, I like the UAV pull just because it allows you to push out these bats safely, but also, I don't know, I'm not 100% sure what we missed, but it felt like they caught Careless Kitty and Liam sleeping. Liam hits the buy, and I feel like the second that buy is hit, it just sets them off. It makes them well aware. Look, we've only seen 2 players, but as soon as that buy comes through, it's like, okay, we were only supposed to see 2 players. Let's pounce on this immediately. It's the mark to see if the opposing player will then land on them. Doesn't happen. Rated with his comms vest in hand is going to be so useful to his team here. Just able to highlight so many opposition players and actually gets a crack. It's complete flesh whoever he's shooting at. And another one, Aydan in the water, who gets down. A player that we have seen very little of this afternoon, who has struggled so far throughout the Warzone Total Frenzy Custom Series. Now getting punished again. Rated going to get aggressive here. Otter needs a moment to catch up and plate up. This 3 hit this together could be huge.
Okay, in the gulag, looks like was able to win that, so he'll stay alive. The UAV is giving them the information they need to start flying at some of these teams. Comms vest in hand will help them see where they are. It looks like a sniper deep. You see some shots going through. It's going to be Mayapo who finds Almond. Yet again, the 3 of these. This is a Titan team to go up against. Rated gets cracked, but thankfully Tempered lets him get right back in on the fight. Pushes on up. There is a fire sale going on if they do need to hit this buy station for anything. Grenade does go on out. Maybe tries to catch somebody on the push. Not going to be able to. Have they decided to start playing a little bit wide? It seems like maybe Noobs and Hisoka.
Full team flying.
have been able to detach from this engagement. Rated looks back on over. Somebody's flying on in. The shots are deep. Good tags, but nobody just yet. Still 86 players up into this lobby as we start getting our way halfway through zone number 3. Rated, my Alpha, and Otter Eyes doing a great job of just kind of running around the map right now. And I feel like this is the type of energy I want from a team like this, right? They want to just run around the map. They want to keep moving. They want to keep finding kills. They know that they can hang with the best of the best.
And Joel might well be one of the best, but he's getting caught. Redman also. Skullface only has the rocks for coverage. This threesome are pushing them back. It's DJ Marcinko. Joel's managed to hit the res. 2 teammates have been sent to the gulag, though. Is Joel able to survive for just a moment? No smokes available. 4 plates in the pocket. SMG and a dream for Joe. Does he choose his moment to strike? Does he explode, or does he just lie in wait?
Well, I think if you saw the kill feed there, you saw Castillo was the one who was able to get it down. So looks like maybe a third-party situation coming on in. Advance will get down by Joe. Swings wide, looking maybe for that full. Finally able to snag them. And just like that, I think he's maybe bought himself the space to start flying off down to some of these buildings. Hopefully, Amir, Dark are not looking around here. But Joe, fantastic timing. Pops his head up, finds one, dips. I love that decision making.
Likewise, and you got to assume as well that whatever happened in terms of Castillo getting involved had DJ Mars and Co. a little bit worried. Get caught out by the fact that Joe Woe stuck around. Sometimes those downs come through and you're just hoping that they're going to clean up. Instead, Joe Woe pounces. Skullface is actually going to lose his gulag to Otterai. A lot of cash available to him. To hit the buy, though, you've got to essentially cross open territory towards that fire station. We know how busy they usually are. Wants to definitely avoid this LTV.
Look, that team is taking. Yo, I'm going left. I'm just going left now. That team. Look, we mirror that team that just took the fucking car.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take the zip up. I have no smokes. Can I get one? Can I get one?
Yeah, here. I can drop you 2. Stop running.
Yeah. I'm just taking.
Zip up, Eddie, go.
I like what I'm hearing so far. We haven't had a chance to listen in with this squad, so let's go ahead, see what they're going to do on this rotation. Let's go to listen in, of course, with Almond, Noobs, and Hisoka.
I'm gonna try to do this. I'm gonna try to do this real quick. I got 10 seconds.
I'm gonna shoot the last one. I'm shooting the last. I fucking.
Hey guys, listening to me. I'm trying to do this.
Yeah, we hear you.
Find me a row. Find me a row. Find me a row.
Take 20 seconds. You gotta start it.
I know. Find me a row. Find me a row.
They're about to hit balloon net. I'm shooting it. I cracked the front kid.
Shoot.
I hit the last kid.
Last guy. There, dead.
I can't see the process.
Land water. I got it.
They landed ahead of us.
It doesn't bug. It'll finish, Soka. It's a bug.
They landed in front of us, Ben.
Yeah. At the island too. At the island over here.
You're probably gonna look over.
Oh my gosh. The thing I love about this team, they keep the comms hot, right? You hear Ahsoka wants to upload that intel. You were curious, when were people going to engage in this? Well, this seems to be like one of the teams that is now prioritizing it. They find some eliminations on the players in the sky. I believe I saw that was Brolic that was in the air, so we know that Super Evan isn't too far away alongside Huskers, and you're just seeing, obviously, some kind of mixture of some players trying to get eliminations, other players trying to gain info.
Spoken a little bit about it. Honestly, I'm a fan of playing for info. When it starts to come to these circles, this is what I'm talking about. These like 4th, 5th circles, teams getting caught in trouble, losing resources, giving up positioning. Castillo's actually going to get caught by someone. I think that someone sat on the overpass.
You're good.
Smokes are going to go out, but it's Mutex who cleans up. Dark will have to back off then, potentially push back towards Amir. The Mortar might catch Dark there. Just about gets out of the blast radius. Castillo does have a gulag available to him. There is a deployable buy nearby, and actually there's a balloon rotating on over. I wonder where that's going to stop. Looks like it's going to be way out of reach. Amir's just so exposed. The thing is with these towers, you always think that they're going to give you some sort of coverage, but if you get a sniper that has a beam on you, or you get picked up by multiple players at the same time, you are in a world of pain. Amir has to bounce. Castillo will get back in. Dark is already having to play towards the embankment, but that riverside is crawling with opposition players.
Deja vu. We saw this exact same part of the map last map, and well, we saw the breakdown then, and it's seemingly a similar situation now. PDS will give them a little bit of a moment to kind of reset here as they're able to fly back on in, but my worries here is that the zone is going to keep on moving. Yeah, get those smokes in hand, try and figure out what you can do. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, other teams trying to make their way on in. It's Sin BKS, Exact, and Sitrep, and well, it looks like Breadman and Co. are doing a great job gatekeeping them out. We see Sin drop on down. Sitrep gonna do a dolphin dive into the water, maybe help out Exact. Can they get back up on land? Can they get here? Munitions box will let them replenish the smokes. You're seeing restock from Sitrep as well, so hopefully that can be what they need to kind of come online as they're playing below this railroad track, but only 2 eliminations so far. This is going to be their chance to maybe get into position to find some more of these players. You're seeing the smokes just get invested left to right. Able to use this a little bit. Mobile buy station looks like it was called on in, but I think it was shot down early.
For me, I don't know about this. If you're Exact and Co, you're trying to rotate not only beyond 2 bridges, you've got a lot of open ground in front of you, rock faces to try and climb up. There was a vehicle nearby that looks like it's been destroyed.
Do you have any more smokes, Sit?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, I'm a fan of this, checking about the smoke situation, but Sitrep, no plates in hand. I'm assuming Exact's got none either, considering he's not sharing them out. There's a deployable buy further north if you can try and make a rotation for that, but it's got to be perfect. Actually, there will be a little bit of spares handed over. Sin's watching from the sideline. For me, maybe push north here, rotate. Oh, no, you see a player on top of the building. That's the worst case scenario.
Start now.
I mean, I like the trigger discipline. Sitrep doesn't actually feel the need to try and get the shots in. Back on over, Oak Boy time and Picnic. This is a team that we didn't get to talk about early, but I love. They have a lot of customs practice time, kind of a player who's been around for a little bit, but hasn't always found himself on good teams. And so I like that he's been able to kind of team up with this duo, this long time friends that have been able to play together. And look at this. Just makes a quick kind of rotation on in. They have this deployable cover, Oak Boy in time. Just going to kind of just hang out a little bit. They don't got to do anything crazy. They have a couple buys around. We're seeing 20K on Time's side. And they could just buy everything they need if they are able to get to that buy station.
Problem is, the PA is just going to ricochet off behind them. And that's got to be frustrating if you're Oak Boy. You get an assist, but it's purely flesh. That will do nothing for you. What you want to do is push up this rock face behind you. The rotation back through the gas won't be available because no gas mask on either player. And now they're forced to move. Smoke will go out. Jailbreak is available. So to make very clear what happens here in customs, if you have any players still up on your team, you are allowed to come back in. If you don't, you have to splat outside of the zone. And it is raining men, ladies and gentlemen. Bodies absolutely everywhere.
This has just caused pure chaos in this final moments of this game because everybody thought they had an idea of where the other teams were, but when you get a jailbreak like that, we're seeing people fall from the heavens. You don't know. Are they regaining? Can they come back in, or are they full splatting? Time gets taken out in the meanwhile, and just through the smokes, Oak gonna try and do his best to get on in here, but you're seeing grenades fly on out. He has the cash, gets the double buyback, hops up over the wall.
No.
He did not see the player on the other side, though, and look who it is. It's Echo. Looked like a PRD was coming out. Hopefully they can get on the top, but just laying in wait. Echo springs from the shadows, able to bring them on down, and look who's still alive. It's Rated in my oppo.
Rated is actually going to find a golden gas mask on the floor. Finds Oki, but gets, oh my lord, snaps onto Prodigy. Making his own movie, the boy. Trying to rotate in, but he's actually found and cleaned up himself. Doesn't manage to get in. Echo's actually gotten himself on top of this building. When he hit the PRD, I was about to say there's actually players on this roof next to him, but it's his teammates. Raul, Bubble, looking to go back to back here in our customs. 8 teams remaining.
Only difference here, though, is that, you know, in the past 2 matches, they've had the ultimate power position. It's not going to be as simple this time. You can see the smokes going out on these players below them. That's Sage and Shifty getting picked apart. You know that Biffle is around here somewhere. Another PRD on the ground. They could use this. Smokes in hand. They're going to have to use this to get a little bit closer to the rest of the lobby. But look at this. They have this cliff face to themselves, pushing on in. They're able to take down one more as they get the squad wipe on Wars. Hanging out here. Let's see. Can they clutch this one on out? The hat trick potentially able to come online. Echo gets taken out in the wrap. Bubble and Raul playing as the duo here together. Just kind of able to hang out. They have the mobile buy. They could get the Echo back on in. If they do, they are. Echo will get bought back in. Flies on in here. Do they have the ability to get him guns? Get him back on into the game. Get him what they need. Mortar Strike coming on down. They're going wide on this. I don't hate this ability. Bubble hits the drop shot onto Trick. Not able to stay up though, as there are just players infested like termites in the walls on this building. Bubble caught on rotation, and look who's still alive. It's Oak Boy.
How was he played from the moment we had a jailbreak and the situation he was in into this situation? We spoke about chaos. Apparently, he thrives in it. On board now with... Who are we on here with? Noobs. Noobs, Almond, and Hisoka have found themselves inside.
Brother,
Actually,
this might be the first time I've ever seen one of these cameras used in competitive.
Dude, people, like, I'm not joking. I genuinely can't think of a moment where they have been used otherwise. Typically a recon drone maybe, and the PDS is actually destroyed. Almond has to check out. Players above definitely. Players outside most certainly. Soka's going to try to deal with the outside while Almond looks up. Almond lights up one. Soka was needing help elsewhere and actually will get the coverage into a 3v1. Last player is lit up. Raul will fall. Noobs, Almond, Soka have spoken about needing to come online. Is that the moment? Match 4 victors. Do we see them then take this and progress on through the rest of this tournament? What? A finals series of circles. I don't even know where we begin, Dandro.
There's a lot. There was a lot to wrap up there. The main thing that I want to talk about, hey, they go back to back. They just came second into that game, Enigma. Echo, Bubble, and Raul. They were looking pretty good on the leaderboard. They're going to continue looking good. But this was a squad that we wanted to see something happen with. We did a listen in early on in that match with them. We saw Ahsoka doing that recon. And then obviously you got Noobs and Almond who were playing a little bit ahead of him, finding some of those players on the rotation, taking them down off of that redeploy drone. And it obviously comes down at the end of the day. They're feeling good. Yet again, tactical camera in hand. Noobs uses it beautifully to get an idea. It's like, who's outside our building? Who's across? If we push outside this building, are we about to get laser beam from somebody looking at us? Just gaining all the information they need. You have to use all the tools at your disposal. They're able to do that, and they are able to clutch it on up at the end. What a fantastic way to wrap up our 4th game. Let's take a look at the stats to see how that one shook on out, because I believe it was 16 eliminations. And the dub feels pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, by the way. The play to pop the PDS in the doorway of the garage, top tier thinking, 200 IQ stuff. Because if they'd have pushed out in that moment, I think that they actually get lit up by the team that's just waiting outside over by that power plantation area where you end up seeing the final kill come through. The thing is, because they end up taking damage but back off into the PDS, into the safety, that then tells the team on the roof that they can shoot out at the team that are out in the open ground. And it just puts it in a spot where you're essentially baiting out 2 other teams to fight against each other. And I think that if they check out there, they get caught between that, but instead they utilize it to their advantage and eventually put them in a spot to split the 2 teams apart. 200 IQ, think, I'm not sure who puts it down. Maybe Almond. Wouldn't surprise me if it was any of the 3 gentlemen. Top tier players for a reason. Top tier plays in crucial moments.
And one thing I do want to note there, we saw, Bubble and Raul, they're the last 2 left alive. They get to that cliff face, they buy back Echo, and we see Bubble kind of go wide in that smoke, was able to find one, but just you see them get lasered. But in those end moments, that was Raul who Almond, Ahsoka, and Noobs pushed on out. So they were able to successfully complete that rotation, take out some of those teams, find their spot, and be able to play really well. So just kind of goes to show me that that team is really firing on all cylinders, even though they don't get the hat trick. Oh no, like you still get second, right? To go first, and second. Like, that is really impressive stuff. And especially, that's not an easy push to make. So they lose Bubble on the cross. Obviously, Raul is able to stay up and stay fighting in order to get there to the second. So really, really fantastic stuff. I think I'm really curious to see how does this leaderboard shake on out, because it seems like for the first sort of games, it was all about Joe, Breadman, and Skullface, but now it's the European trio coming together that is really looking good.
Stop saying European. Don't do it to me. Bubble, Echo, Raul, keep doing your thing. Don't care what region you're from. Make it happen.
From the UK.
Keep making it happen. Yeah, no, I mean, it's the level of consistency, right? Like, to go back-to-back's insane. We saw that play where, I forget who it was who jumps the wall, but they land essentially in Echo's lap. And the thing is, Echo there as well was dead to rights, hits the PRD. I'm thinking, all right, that's Echo out of here. It's actually his teammates who are holding the high ground and just locked that out as well. They must have picked up a pretty penny in terms of kills, because not only did they have a solid amount coming into that situation, they then catch Biffle and Sage and Co trying to come out of the building, and then they get a couple of kills as well on that rotation using the rock face. Honestly, I almost got deja vu, because Echo essentially put himself on another rock face heady. It looked like he picked up another deployable cover, just doing a great job of understanding these open zones, something that a lot of the top teams are struggling with right now. You do get some squads that favor better when it talks like your urban congested environments, maybe your city, your suburbs, etc. But for some reason, whatever it is right now, Echo, Bubble, Raul, the reading of these open zones and the transitions between them, absolutely spot on.
Yeah, they're doing a great job reading those and being able to kind of put themselves in the opportunity to succeed most. It's a really tough choice there. You know, they're on top of that building. They have to figure out, you know, do we want to go to the right? Do we want to go to the left? End of the day, you know, it just comes down to those final gunfights. Let's go ahead. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. Where are they now? Because I got to imagine that was a pretty solid scoring point game for them. And well, oh my days, as you Brits like to say, Team Echo is our first team here on Call of Duty Warzone match point after just 4 games. And this is a little bit dicey situation, Enigma, because if there is any team in this lobby who we know can win games, statistically, it's this one. Second, in that last game, they win maps number 2 and 3. Whew! It's feeling good.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on things. So I'm just checking back through. So game 1, they placed 11th. Then game 2 and 3, obviously first on each. And then second there in game 4. The thing is, and I hate to do it, we haven't seen a team win more than 2 maps in a tournament for quite some time.
True.
You're going to have to make it 3 from this point on. Again, it's part of the beauty of the format, but it's also that double-edged sword. You get yourself onto win condition, sure, well done. You've done a great job, likely placing in money, although we had 9 teams there last time out. But you've now got to win the map in order to see things out. Echo, Bubble, Raul, they're probably thinking, all right, we're playing really well around these open zones. They're going to look at that next drop immediately, try and avoid trouble, I would assume. Teams, you know, last time out tried multiple different strategies. You look at the Frenchman, Team Enkyo, for example. They had a game where I think they were on win condition and still picked up 20 kills. So they just avoided that route, but it didn't pay off for them in the end. They still lost. You're still burning through resources on those rotations. For me, I've spoken about it quite a few times. Recon contracts. Find one, get yourself into the safest possible point, play yourself around a deployable cover and the kind of things that have been working for you thus far. Maybe, just maybe, Echo, Bubble, Raul, whatever region they might be from, they come out on top here.
Yes, whatever region they may be from, the region that shall not be named, because Enigma is sick of cursing them. Of course, that being the European region. It's okay if I say it, because, you know, I have biases. They're able to feel pretty solid. I mean, it's looking great for them. You mentioned it. Hey, last week, we went to a game number 9, and it was a Mutex, Intex, and Believe. They did win 2 games earlier on. It was that 3rd game win for them to be able to take the whole map, you know, and tournament. So, potential situation for it to just happen a lot earlier here. Now, we're going to go to a quick break. And when we come back, guess what, folks? It is game number 5. We have 1 team currently on Call of Duty Warzone match point. Are they going to end us here and now, or are we continuing to trudge on? I know everybody in chat is going to be chanting, one more game, and we're right there with you. We'll be right back in a little bit. Welcome back, everybody, to the Warzone Total Frenzy. $10,000 on the line for the team that can come out on top in our Call of Duty Warzone match point, which, speaking of which, we already have one team that's there. Let's take a quick look at the leaderboard as we get ready to head on in into map number 5 to get an idea of where we're at. So at the top there, it's Team Echo, who we just watched win maps number 2 and 3 and come in second into that last one. And while Team Breadman not too far away though at 92, Team Warzone 85, sniffing of course as well. One good game will put them at the top alongside Team Echo to potentially take home the day. But hey, Team Echo, they're the first team to be able to get here. Let's take a look at their stats to see what have they been pulling off, what kind of magic, what kind of wizardry have they been pulling to be able to be on top. Enigma, well, I got to assume it's Bubble pulling 24 kills in 4 maps.
That's not a bad return, right? Bubble CT with 24 kills, that's a massive pickup for your side. Raul comes into this as well with 19, but Echo with 17. The thing is with Echo is we've spoken multiple times about how many heads-up plays he's made in those late zones. So although he's underneath his teammates when it comes to the number of kills on the board, he's clearly putting his squad in spots that are allowing them to activate, allowing them to pick up what is currently 45 between them. So yeah, great trio here, making things work. I don't want to gas them up too much for reasons you very well so know, but looking real hot. The thing is, and we've spoken about it, there's 2 different things here. One, if you're a team sat inside the top 10 and you want an opportunity to put yourself on win condition, if you get a pick on any of those 3 players, you're going for it. You're absolutely running after them. The other thing is, and we've already seen this with a couple of squads, for example, Team Enkyo last week, Team Unrational, you have now got to change everything. The problem is, you've already been winning maps, so how much of that do you change to guarantee another map win? You change too much, you completely ruin your team's flow, and this is going to be a very long afternoon watching your tournament disappear. You don't change enough, you're getting a lot of kills in the minute, but are you putting yourself in too many risky spots and you're going to get cleaned up early?
Well, I think even by the 2 wins that we saw, that first one, right, they had 13 eliminations as a team, which is not a lot when it comes to these lobbies, right? They turn it up in that map number 3 to have 17. So I think what I'm kind of looking at is that, you know, when it comes to these games, they already know they have what it takes to close out a game, right? It's all about getting to that end game spot. So I think they just kind of just do what you've been doing. Like, don't worry so much. And I feel like this is what we've seen other teams falter, is they go from playing, they change doing everything they did to get to that point just to try and win a game, and then they're dropping the moments, right? I think if you're a team like Echo and them, just do what you've been doing because it's been successful. You've won 50% of the games that have happened so far. So obviously whatever you did is working. We see them landing at Zeravan City. We'll see if that continues to work for them here. But let's keep on board with our winners of that last map because, well, they're not too far away from getting, of course, into that Call of Duty Warzone match point category. Soka, Almond, and Noobs looking to make something happen. Early UAV lets them know they are not alone here.
Not a surprise, Rock and Industrial. Usually a spot to scrap over. Hisoka thinks he's actually managed to find one who's isolated. In here? Footsteps. The problem is, I actually think Soka's pushing this by himself. He's going to need some...
He's like so behind his teammates.
Yeah, Soka thinks he's found one, but the problem is you're away from your teammates as well here. Noobs is kind of in proximity, but I don't know about pushing that by yourself.
We're gonna run at the sprint at this buy because we landed it.
Start playing towards me. Start playing towards me then. We're gonna have enough.
Yep, I like this. I like the call out between some of these players. You know, they know that there's a team around here. You saw that UAV ringing out kind of near that black site, and Soko's trying to make the call that, hey, somebody is a little bit lagging away from their team, so maybe we can catch them on out, but it's not anything you have to do. You know, don't kind of throw away your life just to try and make it on happen. So kind of groups back up with the boys. They look to maybe make something happen. I like this area of the map, especially here in customs, just because there's just so much loot. And even if you do have another team land here, it's not like you're, you know, being starved for resources. We are saying they are near a bunker. This is, you know, of course, one of those late additions to the mid-season update that, you know, we didn't get a lot on the big map, but we did get these bunkers. And specifically when it comes to competitive Warzone, if you can leverage one of these bunkers, you find a lot of cash, you find a lot of things that you need to make it towards endgame. You can really set yourself up great.
You can. The only problem with those bunkers, and I don't know if you found it out yourself yet, if you run in and someone else wants to fight you for it, they are a pain to get out of. But
Then I'll grab that and I'll.
then again, I'm also nowhere near as talented as Hisoka, so maybe it's easy pickings for him. Redman trying to watch over Joe and Skullface, who are in a very difficult spot here. Rockfaces can often be as much a foe as a friend in Call of Duty Warzone.
Hey, there's an airstrike right here. I already have one. I have
Looks like actually Joe and Skull's just gonna find a ton of loot.
You wear it and give me the comms because I don't have a vest right now and I don't need stealth. I'm ghosted.
Oh, I love this.
Because you're not ghosted, right?
No.
This is what I'm talking about. With the top teams, they consider each other's setup. They consider the team dynamic. How do we strengthen each other? How do we play around each other? It's sometimes it seems like such a simple thing, but we see a lot of these teams not do it. We see it's very individualistic setups, but the idea to play around the comms vest and essentially provide Bread with a setup here that's ghost and basically bird's eye. Spots the loadout, drop ahead, sniper in hand. Oh, he's just ducked behind the bush.
It's only one dude here.
One guy, yeah.
And you're aware that one dude's isolated, but the UAV will pick up at least 2 more off to the right.
Yeah.
One crossing the railway right now.
This could be a really strong opportunity right now for Breadman to maybe play up here on the top. So making it work so far all day. Might be able to have a solid angle. Sees one running away. Catches one on the wall. There you go. Thermite will go down below. King gets confirmed. That's King AJ getting deleted. And then Breadman immediately off the top of that roof flying on over. Great shots on through. The Thermite will cause some chaos, keeping this player behind the box. They've sprinted back on inside, I believe. Breadman doesn't feel the need to get too aggro right now. The zone is closing on in. They'll have to start moving here sooner rather than later. Another UAV goes on out as Breadman lays in wait for this player to make something happen. You may just be walking into the trap. Yeah, they throw a shoulder. I think they see that sniper glint and they go, all right, I'm playing something else today.
I'm not gonna lie, if I thought for a second Breadman was taking aim at me, I'd be trying to hightail it as well. The problem is Breadman has positioned himself directly above the buy station. And if you're going to try and make a play for this, sure, but the gas is going to squeeze you. Breadman's got the shots onto you. It's pure flesh, and you are out of here. Showstopper. Sent to the gulag to join King AJ. And that was as systematic as it gets. Breadman may have missed the opportunity to pick a player off on the loadout, but used every bit of his wit from there to isolate his plays individually. Oh, he picks him! Look, straight out of the sky! Breadman up to 3.
Brother, grab the popcorn, grab the candy. We have a movie right now on our hands. Out of the skies, drops him on down, says, you know what? I don't need a one-shot sniper. Give me this thing. I'm picking him out of the air.
Never ceases to amaze me, this man. Been watching him for years, and every single time one of the best points of views. Then again, Joel found by Tommy. However, we saw 2v3 be split in their favor earlier on with some huge plays from Bread. The Thermite actually connects, but Skull gets pushed. Bread actually manages to flying blast. We know that Tommy was nearby. It's a great slide. It's a great dive. Bread manages to cover it for just long enough to get Skullface back into the fight. Moments like that is exactly how you split team rated apart earlier. You know Tommy's just round the corner.
Right in front of me. Backside my wall.
Needs Skullface to back him up.
Definitely gonna play with the team here.
Nope. No eyes though.
All right. I like this. I think this team is not afraid to push squads to try and bring the engagement to them, but it's also so quick to recognize when they need to back away, right? We just know that they say, okay, hey, we can take this team fight, we can push on in, great, let's get here, and then they say, I don't like this, let's go ahead, let's disengage. They know that they don't have to take fights, they don't have to push forward on things that they definitely don't need to. On board here with our one team that is on Call of Duty Warzone match point, I'm seeing 5 already from Echo, so where other squads maybe wait and try and just win the game, they're saying, nah, we're going out swinging. We are just doing what we got to do, and that is move around the map and fry.
I gotta say, amazed that yet again Breadman turns a situation that should have been complete defeat for his team into what you would consider a victory. You lose a player, sure, but it could have been so much worse.
Get all this shit in here, bro.
Echo, Raul, and Bubble were able to listen to how they're trying to apply for this. Fire sale will actually could be a godsend as long as there's no one else trying to play for this buy. Looks like they're going to try and play around that armored vehicle. And this deployable buy in hand will no doubt be huge. I'm hoping that we get a flash up at the map at some point. Standings available for all of you on your left-hand side if you're trying to track your favorite team. You can keep an eye on where they are right there. Team Biffle currently sat in 16th for something no one would have forecast.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow day for them. I mean, you got Team Tommy, Team Smixy not too far away, but at the bottom here, I'm a little bit surprised. Team Z-Laner currently only on 27 points. You got Z-Laner destroying Aydan. Not really making anything happen just yet. So hopefully they can figure it out. Keep moving on through, but as I look towards that top of the leaderboard, again, you got a couple of teams here who one solid game will put them right on in it. Meanwhile, in the gameplay on your screen, it does look like Bubble got a little bit too aggro, push on up, trying to hold some of these teams. We'll get sent to the gulag early on, which, you know, honestly, they're not super worried about, I think, right now. If you're able to kind of gain yourself the space, great. You go to the gulag, that's fine. Like, you don't got to get your teammate back into to get kills. You just got to get them back in to stay alive.
I think the fire sale there, by the way, turns into their undoing. Vehicle gets moved over, makes a lot of noise. A couple of teams come over to investigate at the same time. Bubble, Echo, Raul play for the fire sale and leave the vehicle behind. As they go back for it, they just get picked up. So it's an unlucky series of events. Actually, the vehicle that was once theirs will now rotate over their heads, passes over the bridge, just playing quietly. Fair enough. Scumming in the gulag, WSP 9 in hand, absolutely flies at Clumsy. Scumming not messing around, get himself back into the fight, over to Wars. Team, they're currently sat on 85 points, one big game away from win condition themselves.
Definitely can make something happen here. You're seeing two already for Wars. Prodigy and Oki, both no stranger to customs, no strangers to having to clutch on up. They get to the top of this building. Some solid shots coming on in. It's somebody from behind, though, that's going to be able to kind of get some of these tags up in the back. They invest the PA off the roof. I don't hate that play from this squad that might buy them the space they need to rotate on out. You're seeing some of those smokes get committed. War is going to use the opportunity, though. He might have a nice little angle here. Seeing the UAVs getting popped on up, and maybe could they have an advance? If you have one more, you could get it, but it doesn't look like it. They're one UAV shy.
Just think about the rotate now. We have the launch UAV for the rotate.
Ooh, I like this. Hey, you're here. They move up. They want to take that fight, and they say, we got to think about the rotate. And that's, I feel like, some really good comms from the teammate there.
100%. I think that this is one of the things that this format is making players consider. A lineup of Wars, Oki, and Prodigy, you'd usually expect them to fly at things like that. And you can tell that their inner instinct is to get shot in the back, they reset the situation, push that other team back, and they want to hunt that down. But of the call out, look, let's consider the rotation here. We have a lot of open ground to cover, a lot of rivers, a lot of different bridges. Let's get ourselves into a safer spot and play around those bonus points for free rather than putting ourselves into a difficult position. There might well be no freebie, though. It's a team ahead of them here, but they could well take the LTV.
Yeah, there was a team nearby, so we'll have to wait. Did that team, are they still around here? Did they rotate on out? Looks like maybe they did skedaddle away. You see another vehicle rolling on through as they're on top of this LTV. They could start moving if they wanted to, but there's a team down below them. There's a team on the other side near that helicopter. They have to be careful, and that's exactly what I was worried about. Wars tries to move over to help Prodigy, but before the smoke can come out, we'll get absolutely laser beam. Thankfully, the smoke comes in from the teammate, keeps him on down, and I believe this is actually one of the players that was just not too far away. It's Echo. No cash in hand. Both teammates down. Gotta make a miracle play happen here.
Well, he manages to snap onto Prodigy, but we'll get cleaned up by Wars himself. We'll get to see the very end of that situation unfold, and well, it's likely going to be Bubble and Co out then. And the thing is, that is what he does, right? Any player spots that they found Bubble and Co, they will run at that, and they do indeed. Believe one of last week's winners up against Slide.
Connects very slightly, but not enough. You've got to consider the rope. Smoke goes out. You hear the footsteps. Has Believe missed this? No, the both players are going to slide all over it, and Believe comes out on top just about. Fire comes through. I tell you what, now that we must have seen the last of Echo, Bubble, and Raul, we start to consider then teams that could have huge games and put themselves onto win condition themselves. Stuo, Enxi, and Patsuko way off of it. It's a trio that I spoke about at the top of the show. They usually show up in big events, but seem off the pace on this one. However, they have just picked up Enkyo, one of the squads that really took over last week. The rotation from here on in, though, Dandro, is absolutely disgusting. This whole area is essentially open hills and rock faces.
I was looking at the mini map and I was like, this is gonna suck. Like, I'm glad that they have the vehicle on hand to hopefully help them out, give them a little bit of cover if they need it. But as a reminder to all of our viewers in chat, Echo and them being taken out, that can only mean one thing, and that is one more game. Say it with me, one more game. That's what we like here, okay? No, we're not ending this in 5. We're going at least to a game number 6. I love it. 4 teams getting on Call of Duty Warzone match point, pushing it one more game at a time. We're all locked in. We're all ready for it. Stuo, Patsuka, Enxi in one of those squads that maybe they're a little bit off the mark now, but all it takes is, well, just a couple of solid games to put yourself back into the money, into consideration. They are in the slow side of zone here. They could kind of just play a little bit up here. You know, the zone is not going to move nearly as fast as you might think it will. They could kind of hang out here, but some live things coming on in. Breadman is actually going to be the player that they tag up. Hey, listen, I don't speak the language, but I got to assume I saw the yellow text come up. I think that's a squad wipe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it will be. The team that was sat in second on 92 points before we started this one needed themselves a healthy 28. I don't think going out in 17th or 18th, whatever it was, will give you enough points to put yourself on Call of Duty Warzone match point. So currently seems that Team Echo is still going to stand on that point alone atop the mountain. Team Wars, we know, is still in it. They were on 85 points. They require 35 from this, and after that it's quite a bit of a gap. So although we will see one more map, I'll be honest with you, Dandro, I'm not sure we're going to see any more teams able to put themselves on win condition. Stuo and Co trying to just patrol through this barracks area. I believe Intex, Mutex, last week's winners. And you hear the call out come through. They're going to have to move eventually. So do you want to hit the early rotate into that middle building? If so, stock yourself up. And I love this. The recon drone's going to come out. Have you smashed the window? You have. And that will give you all the heads up you need. 2 different teams at least there. And then where are you trying to rotate through? One more ahead. Beautiful usage of the recon drone. Now, can you execute based on that information?
Hopefully they can. Meanwhile, still over here on the slow side, we got Warzoki and Prodigy, our sort of next up team, looking to have a very solid game so that way they can maybe join Echo, be up there on win condition. And I kind of like this spot. They've been able to find themselves amongst the rocks. They can look down below, catch anyone that decides to push on up on them, create a lot of pressure and space here. They just have to make sure that nobody pushes out from this building behind them. That's what has me worried. Wars, quick peek of the noggin, and somebody has them in their sights. Absolutely rips them. They just immediately fly off the rocks, come back on over here. Maybe can play on the outside of these buildings right now. Don't have to commit to trying to push any on out. It looks like maybe a play for the zone is what they have on their heads as everybody. Arbor gets deleted. Thankfully, Tempered will get them back on in the fight, but man, just a couple of nades is all it takes, and your team is looking a little crazy.
And the PA is going to shift you. You do have coverage potentially from above when it comes to the power plantation. That's going to be Biffle, actually, that finds one of the 3. So we know that we have Team Mutex here, Team Biffle. What's left of Team Wars, Team Stuo, all within small regions. You want one more team to go out, and that will put you then within your top 10. So players have got to consider then top 5. Mutex and Nate Dog sent packing by Enxian and Patsuka. Stuo is going to put a nade over the top. Enxian gets picked off from Unrational at distance with a sniper. The zone pulls towards them, though. So this fight here is huge, because if Stuo can take control of this top barricade, you have the entire wall to look over, and teams are rotating up open ground. But Patsuka's actually cleaned up. Stuo's by himself.
Stuo tries to make this wrap through gas. Kind of knows that there's got to be this rock fakes he can go ahead and sit on. A nade is going to be able to connect. So even though Intex takes down Patsuka, he's not going to let it go for free. Stuo is just trying to stay here, not able to have it. Will get taken out in 8th place. Look who's still alive. It's Wars and Oki. Nades flying on in, sitting on top of this fence, playing beautifully. We'll be able to find one down below. Cleans them on up. That's Crinks going on down. Hops back up over the wall, taking damage. A long way to go to get back into zone, though, and that's what has me worried, Enigma. You may be able to play beautifully, but look at this wide open space. You got to figure out how you want to be able to fly on through. Some of these teams are playing here on this quarry side and just poking up and down, but I think you're spending too much time worrying about that. They're getting tagged up. You got to figure out how to get on in here. PDS will come on through. Somebody is mirroring them. Takes down Wars. Still in this PDS. No self-revive available. It looks like Oki is just going to have to leave him behind, maybe try and play ahead a little bit.
Yeah, it's rough because as Wars and Oki decided to make the decision to push forward, there was actually a buy that happened just behind them in the gas, so they have to check back. They don't have the coverage. A couple of people using the quarry as a heady, and it just traps them between, well, literally a rock and a hard place. It's coming. Covers over. I think control of this barracks, the push that has come through for Unrational Dongy here has been huge. We know that Team Mutex was around here not long ago. Flanks and Tommy getting picked up in the kill feed. We're going to get to switch over to Tommy's point of view. Self-res will come in. Blast getting shot now. Tommy is going to be able to dive into the PDS just before the tick comes through to finish him. You're praying that it's got a bit of life left in it. And this is the only play you've got left. Hit the wall and try and get yourself up over it and inside.
Yeah, you can see Scummin does find Nate Dogg here on the wall, but that is the squad wipe. Somebody's going to answer on back, though. Dongy gets taken out. Scummin's down. Unrational is going to be the one that's here. This is a battle on this wall between the two of them. Looks like Prospect and Blast, the two left alive. I think it's a 2v1 right now. Yeah, Prospect and Blast, they want to close this one on out. Can they do it? It's going to be Dongy, the last one alive, on the belly with the DG. He's able to find one. Cannot clutch it up, though. Prospect, Tommy, and Blast bring it on home here. Finally, somebody new, and I believe I saw double 13s right there.
Yeah, that looked like a huge game out of someone, whichever viewpoint we were on. Like a massive performance, because even if you finish second there, I mean, 13s, 26, you got to shoot your teammates, got at least 430. If you finish second, that's 45 points. If you've finished first, 50. So a huge performance potentially from the team there in second, because I think we're actually on board with Scummin's point of. But anyway, Tommy, Blast, and I forget the third Prospect coming on through in that one. And I tell you what, we said at the top of the show, you know, they're the kind of team that we're expecting to see learn, evolve, and adapt into this tournament format. Looks like they've finally found their feet.
Yeah, I love that, right? And we kind of come down to the end there. A lot of the teams that we were looking forward to get taken out early, right? And that was one of those games where, depending on where you place, we saw a large number of eliminations on hand for them. You get some solid placement points. You might have just earned yourself. If you're not on Call of Duty Warzone match point yet, you are very, very close. And for some of those teams who were maybe a little bit on the outside looking in, that just has to be one of those moments that you look at it and you say, hey, if that team can make a jump like that, so can we. It's all about consistency here when we go map to map to map, because as you can see, if you don't let yourself get pushed down too far on the leaderboard, all it takes is one solid map, you're right back in it. You're already kind of putting yourself there, and then your game plan gets to kind of shift a little bit. So I love that we see there at the end kind of a battle of the wall is what it seemed like, right? Let's take a look at the stats though of that winning squad to see how many points did they get. 15 eliminations on hand. They of course grabbed that dub, bringing their current score up to 85. So about 3/4 of the way, of course, to our Call of Duty Warzone match point win condition. And we see Tommy leading the pack with 7. The vet still got it in him.
Oh, yeah, I never lost it. The boy is so good. I mean, I compliment Tom is a difficult thing to do because I don't think he accepts them too much, but legend within multiplayer, legend within Warzone for very good reason. I think that 85 points will likely lift you into top 5. I'm just trying to, we are going to see our leaderboard very shortly, but I'm just trying to like kind of assess the situation there. Team Echo, we know we're on the win condition, the Call of Duty Warzone match point, so they will still be in that. I think Team Breadman fall a little bit early. Team Wars, we see through to the late stages. They did need a solid 35 points. I don't know if they've gone that many. I think they do squeeze inside that top 10, but that's about it. Team Intex were in 4th and Team Scummin were in 5th. Now, we know that Team Scummin come in 2nd and pick up a lot of points. They will have needed 50, so I don't think they'll be there just yet, but they can't be far away.
Yeah, I think if you're one of these other squads who you might know that you need just a game or two more to get into that win condition territory, you want to see this leaderboard and you hope that no other team has joined the likes of Echo up at the top there, right? Like, even if you are one of those squads, you want to be able to see like, okay, you know, all right, maybe there's a team that's 5 points away, that's 2 points away. That's what you love, because even if in that next game, guess what? You can't cross the threshold and win the game in the same game. So even if one of those teams is only a handful of points away, guess what? It doesn't matter. They still have to win the game after that. So I think if you are, you know, somebody like Unrational, somebody like Tommy, who's kind of flirting with crossing the threshold there, you are going to feel really good if nobody else has made their way into that Call of Duty Warzone match point territory, because now you're just getting more and more times. You're seeing some of these squads, they're losing steam. Others, they're kind of starting to heat up a little bit, and this is the beauty of this format, is who's got the ice, who can keep it going, who's got the engine left, who's got the energy to push on through, who's coming out on hot. Because hey, we saw this last week, right, Enigma? We saw Enkyo kind of come online, was one of those first teams to the threshold, and then just couldn't close it out. I wonder, will that be the same for Echo here today?
Yeah, well, I think there's a lot of different beauties around this format. You know, for us on this side of the desk, I know that some of the competitors get a bit frazzled by it, but keeps everyone involved until the very end at least. And then you guys in chat, no doubt, are kind of like sitting on the edge of your seats when we end up in situations like last week where 9 teams could have come through in the end if we'd have gone another map. The thing is, what I think is going to happen here is maybe we get one more team onto your Call of Duty Warzone match point. Maybe we get nobody. But we are literally sitting in a spot where about 5 or 6 teams are waiting to then jump into win condition, so that if we go map again, we could be in a delicious scenario.
Well, let's see. Is it tasty? Is it what's for dinner? Let's take a look at the leaderboard to see who is flirting with it. Oh
my.
No, literally by okay, I was kind of memeing when I said being away by a handful of points, but Team Scummin is literally 1 point away from being on Call of Duty Warzone match point. Team Wars, they're not too far away either. 111. They only need 9 more points. Team Breadman only needs 21 more points. Very, very doable. Team Intex with a solid game could get there. Team Tommy could get there. Adrian could get there. Like, any of these squads, basically from Biffle up, you know, a 40-point game is not unheard of. For them to be able to drop it, you have a really solid game, you win. Winning is 20 points in of itself, right? 20 eliminations for someone like Biffle, Shifty, and Sage, that's nothing. That's a cakewalk to them. Still very, very possible. So looking at that, I mean, we know after this next game, we're going to have at least 1, probably 2 more joining Echo there at the top. But if one of those teams, basically in like the top 8 on down through, if they have a very solid game, we could be seeing more than just those 2. And this is where you're starting to feel the pressure. This is where the flames start rising, okay? Make sure your barometers are calibrated correctly. One of Enigma's favorite sayings that I like to steal: pressure either bursts pipes or makes diamonds. And well, I'm feeling like some diamonds, baby.
I mean, we're about to find out, right? Because the thing is as well, if you are Team Echo, you've been sat on win condition for a map now. Got a second one coming up. You are looking at that leaderboard like, we need to see this off now. We have to see this off. We saw last week, a couple of teams, I think it was 4 teams, all joined win condition at the exact same time. None of them saw it out in the end. So even if you do get yourself onto Call of Duty Warzone match point, nothing is given. Everything is earned here. You have to pick up that victory in the end. And the thing is, like, if you are Team Echo, you've had 1 bite of the cherry. You've probably learned a couple of things about how to play once you are on win condition. But you're not going to get too many chances to understand this much further. If you don't see it off from here, you have competition immediately. And that's where all that pressure starts to mount indeed. And as you said, makes diamonds or burst pipes. I'm going to lay off of it because of the region that they're from. But all it does for us is set up some incredible storylines, and we're going to get to flick between all those viewpoints as we go.
Very excited. Quick question, though. You said a bite of the cherry. How big are the cherries that you're eating that they require more than 1 bite?
They got stones in, so like, you know, I genuinely like go around, you know, like taking multiple bites. I don't know, man.
Put the
like,
whole thing in your mouth and spit out the stone.
is that a thing?
That's how I eat cherries.
Well, I'm gonna have to hear this from like chat or admin or something. Like, bro, you guys like put a whole. All right, okay. I usually take one, but yeah, like, all right, fair enough. Maybe I'm just weird about it.
Like
but
I'm biting
like,
into a peach or something. Like, I don't know. Either way,
I don't know, man.
You just said it, and it made me think. I was like, how big are these? What kind of cherries are you growing over there?
We have fresh fruit here in the UK. It's lovely.
Thank you. Somebody on our back end said, I eat the whole thing, you freak. Okay, thank you for validating that Enigma is the weird one here, and it's not me. You had me worried it was me for a hot second. I'm like, am I just a gluttonous person here? No, okay. I eat cherries correctly. Enigma doesn't. Add it to the list. It feels great. If you are back to the game plan though, if you are one of these teams though, this is looking at the leaderboard, leaderboard in the chat, by the way, if you want to go ahead and take a look for yourself on our fancy schmancy new little page there. You can kind of see looking down through it where there's a number of teams that as we kind of go one more game, the pressure is just building right now for some of these teams, because every game right from here on out, we're adding at least 2, if not 4 new teams that are going to be on Call of Duty Warzone match point. Like, that's the thing that's scary if you are even one of these top squads, right? I know that Scummin, Unrational, and Dongy are kicking themselves. Like, they literally needed 1 additional elimination on these first 5 games to be able to already be at a point that they could have closed out the tournament, and they're not. So, I mean, you have to be able to make it happen here, because you're very quickly, you're going to start watching your tournament life slip away through your fingers. Game number 6 getting ready to come on board. If you're now just joining us, we have had one team go back-to-back, of course, being your current Call of Duty Warzone match point leaders, but we've also seen Breadman take map number 1, Soka taking map number 4, and Tommy finally taking home map number 5. Seems like the competition is heating up here, Enigma. If you are, let's say, Echo, Bubble, and Raul, you want to close this out here in map number 6. You don't want to let it go anymore. What do you think are the keys to success for them to clutch this one on out? Because they were close in that game, but it seems like they faltered in the mid game a little.
I think they made a mistake. I think they just make an absolute howler. I think that they were doing a lot of the right things. They avoided a lot of trouble, started to set themselves up with the right kit, right? They had deployables in hand, a lot of utility available to them, and they were kind of setting themselves up. The mistake they make is so innocent. They essentially rotate the LTV in towards them, but then the fire sale goes off. So they walk away from the LTV to go and essentially take advantage of the fire sale. The problem is the LTV obviously lights up red and tells everyone that you're there. So a team comes over to investigate. As Bubble and Co rotate back towards the LTV, they get picked apart and have to flee and essentially play a survival game. And the thing is, if you are on Call of Duty Warzone match point and someone gets a single pick on you, you make any noise whatsoever, you know that the rest of the lobby is going to fly at you. And that they did, and sent the boys packing. This time, you can't make that mistake. Do a very similar thing. I love a play basing yourself around a vehicle in particular, because open zones can be a nightmare without them. So, I think, rinse and repeat. Just ignore the fire sale, boys. Don't get greedy.
That is true. Well, obviously, if they're not able to clutch that one out, shout out D Stewart 3 in chat for using the repulse emote, because it's going to be one more game, baby. And that's what we are all about here. One more game. Bring us on in. Let's get ready. It is map number 6 here, folks. You see it flying on in. Our winners, of course, of that game number 5. We got Tommy on top. Mr. Blacity's in the bottom right. Of course, shirtless as is tradition. And the young gun prospect bottom left.
Wait, yeah, right here.
No, Tommy absolutely locked in, shooting at teammates. Actually hits my apple. Snaps onto the second. Tommy, don't do it to him. Nearly absolutely pulls a second player apart. Prospect should be able to help here. We'll actually find Otterize, so we know that my apple and Otterize are down. Tommy will be saved. Can Blast also be rescued? And will Prospect push these kills out now? Looks to get aggressive. He does have an SMG in hand.
Yeah, I think he was the one player of the 3 who was able to grab a gun, so feeling already pretty solid. I like this Tom with the pistol, just kind of looking on the outside. They don't have to do anything crazy here as well. There's a flashbang that comes on in. Tom somehow, his entire screen going white, gets double swung right now. by Rated and Autorize. They thought they had that fight in their name, but it wasn't enough. Coming on out, straight off the rip, we are seeing action.
Oki deals with Brawlik. I gotta say, by the way, we're coming back to that engagement there with Tommy and Rated's team. That flashbang, absolutely perfect. I think those things are so bright. It actually gave me my suntan that's required for this year. And Tommy and Go just completely caught out by it. And this is one of the things as well, like we speak so often about these teams and how they manage to put together their loadouts and their builds, but sometimes it's just finding that loot on the floor and taking complete advantage of it and adapting to it on the fly. Putting out that flashbang there is likely the difference maker between falling to Team Tommy or taking them out yourselves. And Oki, by the way, watching Prodigy fall is a painful situation for him because there's absolutely nothing he can do about it.
Yeah, I just kind of have to fly above, maybe figure out where you want to regain. This is a team that, well, unless they just have an absolutely poor performance all around here in this game, will be our guaranteed next team on Call of Duty Warzone match point. So hopefully they can at least find one elimination throughout this match, because if they don't, that's might be the biggest choke in Call of Duty Warzone history we've seen.
Loads of fighting on a football field.
Stop right here, Echo.
I'll go in a sec.
There are loads of fighting on a football field, okay?
And of course, on board, your current only team that is on win condition. Echo Bubble, Raul. Doing solid one. We tuned into them sort of a little bit in that mid game of that last match. We saw Echo on 5, so they love kind of landing on over here, landing downtown, figuring out where do they want to go. And I feel like if it's free, we see them consistently come down to these shops and just start looting up. So obviously whatever pattern they're doing right now, it's working. I love the consistency on the drop spot, and it just seems like depending on where the map is pulling them and where the zone is going, you know, I feel like we can figure out how fast they want to move.
Someone's scouting for us, bro. Where we land.
I don't mind the train play.
Yeah, they're already
Don't mind using that to get yourself around the map relatively safely. Shop on board, UAV tower. Spam the cash into it to give you all the information you need. The thing is, this early on, you don't want to be moving it around. Teams will no doubt spot that. Know what you're trying to do with it. So it's just keeping your head down this early.
15 seconds. There's no point in rushing shot.
You can hear those comms coming on through. No point rushing. Calm it all down. Just get ourselves set up.
Right, yeah, we don't want to call it on them because we call it, they're just going to instantly shoot. No. I'm just saying, yeah, we want to go to Seaport where, can you get to me? Like, come second floor or whatever.
I like the comms that are coming on through right now. Again, I mentioned it last map. It's nice and calm. It's collected. It is a case of, okay, how do we set ourselves up here? There's no stress over it. It's a case of, okay, can we make this play? Maybe these are the pros. Maybe these are the cons. I like what they're doing. And again, I think they did a lot of the right things last map. It's just a case of not making the same mistakes. By the way, a squad that we would fully expect to see themselves on Call of Duty Warzone match point next time out. Prodigy is out of here. Oki's definitely used his gulag. I'm not sure if Wars has. But if Wars has, then Oki is holding the chance for them to get on to win condition in his hands, because right now they must not have many kills and they most certainly don't have any placement ball.
Yeah, I mean, I think they needed 11, but if they've already gone down, I don't think they already have 11 eliminations. Definitely don't. You don't have the placement points either. If you kind of drop that, and I will say that was Scummin taking down Prodigy, so we know that team, you know, Scummin just needed the one elimination to get them on the Call of Duty Warzone match point. So that's a guaranteed. If they get taken out this early, that's rough. You do not want to be that team that's 11 points away and you don't make it onto the win condition. That's like so easy to be able to do, and to kind of fall short. It doesn't look good.
This let's want it all the way down.
No, it absolutely doesn't. The thing is as well, something like that, be a dagger and take the wind out of your sails completely, because right now you'd be feeling really good about your tournament, right? You throw away an opportunity like that, a lot of the good work that you've done is completely undone.
I should be able to finesse out.
Always love Mutex's point of view for the completely ginormously enlarged top right that we have that tells us everything that's going on at all times.
There's a heli that just went military.
Honestly,
base.
wish all the players would do it. It would make life a lot easier.
It really would.
And there's kids fighting. No, they're on our.
A little bit of
This squad currently need 32 to get themselves through. So,
yep.
We saw them make a late run last week. Can never rule them out.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those teams that I honestly feel like as the day goes on, they become a little bit more and more dangerous. I feel like if this squad can figure out maybe their earlier, kind of games and get, some of their points earlier on and not have to let this go to like a 9-game series like we did last week, they'll be a threat to be reckoned with, because I think this is one of those teams that can, if they make it to endgame, they know how to play them in a really solid spot to be able to kind of go for the win. Mutex, not afraid to be the one to kind of, I dare say, bark orders at the other two, but knows how to kind of play. He relies on that S&D prowess of old to kind of understand how to dissect these situations and how you want to play them. And so I love that if they can just manage to kind of solve some of those problems, they're going to feel very, very good. And they're one of these teams that, hey, they only need like a 30 or 40 point game to cross the threshold and then, be able to kind of come online and potentially take the tournament yet again, go back to back on the weeks. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities.
No, definitely not. Especially when you've already won in this format. Well, they're actually not that many points behind the squad we've just been on board with. Smith, Adrian, Crinks. Spoken a little bit earlier on about the way in which this lineup has come together. Adrian and Crinks coming back together as Adrian essentially parts way with Aydan. Smith moved over. Smith was running last week with Huskers and Tommy, came 27th. Crinks was running Super Evan and Brawlet, came 16th. It's already a lot better for the three. But it's whether or not you can put yourself up towards win condition. The squad that can definitely have a big game. And Smith himself, who we're on board with, honestly, I feel like he's hit a different vein of form at points throughout this year. It's a little bit inconsistent, but wins the optic kickoff earlier on this year. And if he hits performances like that, you can see a huge play coming out, but bullets in the back and split from his teammates as they've begun to rotate up towards that outpost.
We're gonna hit the right side of the hill.
So have the UAV popped, potentially players ghosting nearby, or just barren.
Yeah. Honestly, I want to just keep rotating. I don't want to just sit here.
Get some shots ring out, not too far away. One elimination for Smith right now as they've made their way up to this building. Got to go ahead and clear it out. Make sure nobody is ratting it on up in here. All right, top's clear. Looks like bottom's clear as well. They know that nobody has to try and follow them on in. I like this kind of spot, right? You're on the edge zone, but you can kind of look around and catch anybody that maybe is trying to rotate on in. As Smith finds one, poking their head out. Some solid shots will crack the armor.
Slide down right
downs, though. A-OK is going to make their piece and maybe catch on up here with Crinks.
I'm a big fan of this early rotation, by the way, and also the decision to shoot down this balloon. I think that the fact that you're getting ahead of this team that was, essentially had a better position for you initially on the rotate, I think that that's going to pay off dividends for them later on. It's just whether or not you can get to the spot you want without any trouble coming in from your right-hand side through that rotation. Okay, Prodigy Wars, they have managed to, I was about to say managed to recover from earlier problems, but it looks like they've run into Soaker and Co. Wars removed from the board yet again. They're so close to putting themselves onto Call of Duty Warzone match point, but making an absolute meal of it so far. Redman, Joel, Skullface, early tournament was all about them, but they have been quiet the last few.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've just maybe had a couple little mistakes. Sometimes you just have those games where the zone doesn't pull your direction and you kind of have to scramble to come back online, and could be the case for them in these last couple of matches. I feel like if we get one of these zones that is more open, you're going to see them really be able to push the presence here. I mean, especially when you got Bredman with a sniper rifle and you got those wide open zones, you're going to be feeling good about being able to kind of maybe play for that positioning and be able to kind of come out on top. So hopefully they can make that happen. Still on with this squad. Like we said, they need 11 in order to cross that win condition threshold. And so far have just been scrambling, it feels like, for the last two zones to make it happen.
Prodigy has at least 3 different players around him right now, and it feels like they're all multi-level as well. One is up on top of that crane. There's another below Prodigy. And the player from Crane will dive and gets cracked, actually. Oki with a lovely little spot there. Rogue Signal will come on through.
Him down to my right, please. We're gonna have to go deep outer. Come with me.
Yeah, and I agree with this. Try and back off. And as well, one of the things is those opposite 3 players were split. Multi-level, round the backs of different parts of the building. So if you can push out one side together, you could potentially isolate a player that's trying to catch you. Oki and Prodigy, I like this rotation. There will be a buy station ahead. The problem is you've no cash actually available right now. That will give you a little bit, but you want yourself just the $400 more to get Wars back in the fight.
Well, back on over here, across the way, our current team that is only on Call of Duty Warzone match point. Oh, Bubble and Echo, they're in this vehicle. It's getting lit up, though. Somebody sees they're over here. Raul in the back seat, kind of trying to seat swap their way to victory. Their bounty is, well, real close by. Look who it is. It's Z Smith. Adrian and Krink's going to be there. They've made it up the hill. Smokes have to get committed. They need to get inside this building now. Hopefully the smokes obscure it as well.
Mini box.
Can they be able to get inside? Can they hold this on down?
Another mini box right here.
Don't play this roof. I think it's higher.
I can pop this recon drone.
Yeah.
Love that call that comes in, by the way. Finding the high ground within their region. Recon drone to go out. If you can essentially turn the recon drone into information for the player that wants to get higher. And I tell you what, Echo, Bubble, and Raul have kicked a hornet's nest. At least 3 teams in the region. What you want to do is let them fight each other. Essentially just board yourself up. You know, you've got Team Z Smith coming in from the hills off to the east. You've got another squad out towards the west that just shot out your recon drone. And I think that actually Team Z Smith are fighting the team further north.
Yeah, I was looking at this, and when we saw those teams, I'm like, how do you get out of this right now? But seemingly it was just a quick little hop through, some smokes kind of blocking the line of sight from some of these teams. They've made their way into the bottom of this building. They're outside a zone, a quick wrap through. They've made their way here. So they'll at least be okay for the time being. Solid money on hand. And they can just kind of wait here. My question here, Enigma, is that we know how much of a pain it can be to get out of this spot on the map, right? You have just like so many buildings that people can be sitting on. You have to use everything at your disposal to try and wrap on through. We're seeing some of the smokes come on out. Some good shots from Raul. You'll get the armor crack on in. I gotta believe that's gotta be Z Smith and co. It is. Z Smith goes down. That means Adrian and Cranks, they gotta be around here somewhere. Can you push on through? Can you find them? You're seeing the pings ring on out on the mini map. And hopefully they're going to be able to clean that one on up.
Not like a difficult spot, because you're right. Not only do you have 2 different teams to fight in the region, but then you've got a big rotation to make. And one thing you will have, at least from Rostava shops up towards that resort, which is where this seems to be pulling, at least there are some buildings, but you always get these sporadic patches of absolutely nothing but rolling hills here on Urzikstan. Not as open as Al Mazrah was, but there are still these spots that can catch you out. Echo, Bubble, Raul, they did a great job of it earlier. But right now, they don't want anything to be up against them. And actually, we're going to see here that Ebates picks up Otterize. Levi's going to push on through to try and find another. That will be Mayapo. So where has Rated got to? Or is that a squad wipe? One of the biggest teams removed from the board here in match 6. And Levi wants to push on to the next, but he's just being pulled back a second here by Ebates, who wants to swing wide instead. And the smoke coverage will allow them up the hill, but this outpost is likely going to be absolutely full of bodies, and you've made a lot of noise on rotation.
Right now, Team Ebates currently sitting in 13th, 68 points. I mean, if they can clutch this one on up, obviously they would need an insane game. They would need something like 40 eliminations and a win to maybe leapfrog their way onto Call of Duty Warzone match point, but at least you start getting yourself in the conversation. And right now, that's what they want to do. You're mid-pack. You're kind of in this top third. You want to be able to start making some of those leaps. Levi takes some shots, hitting the wall on up, but I like that they've been able to kind of make their home here up at the tents at the compound. They're starting to just hang on out. If they can keep this spot, I think they're going to find some success. Wait to see where does this zone pull. You have a lot of open area around you. Hopefully you're starting to stack up smokes because you're going to need them no matter what kind of rotation you're about to make.
Yeah, and they used a hell of a lot trying to get themselves out of the situation lower down the hill. And the thing is, the rotation is not done because it looks like it's pulling between the blocks and outposts. So it looks like you've got to cross more area into a highway with a bridge over the top of it. Levi takes a lot of damage, plates up. Limax did find himself a recon drone moments ago. It's whether or not you're able to actually get it out amongst all the chaos and provide your teammates with some luck over.
I like this though. Levi's been able to come up here, Enigma. He finds one. You see it more. The quick play ahead is coming online. It's looking good. And look who that is. That's Echo getting taken out.
Echo goes down, and then Bubble gets picked off. I think Levi just picks off like 2 different teams there. There's at least Dark, Amir getting picked off, as well as Bubble and Echo. There are more players arriving in from the south. A lot of late rotators here walking into the path of Limax, Ebates, and Levi. I like the call out from Ebates, was to hold the radio tower and play around green. But Levi's taking high ground as well, and this gas is just going to continue to funnel players towards them. So much action potentially below, but right now Levi and Co have the high ground.
They are reaping right now. Some of these teams are flying on through. They think they have the safe place to rotate on in, but this squad is not letting it be easy for them. Some solid shots. I love that Levi goes for the high ground. Gonna wait a little bit here on the edge of gas. You got to be able to play with your team, though. That's another squad wipe that gets taken out. That's Castillo. They're taken on down, but they have to lay prone up here on the top. They are getting fried from every direction. They were doing such a good job playing on the edge of zone, but it seems like they're not able to rotate fast enough. Look who is here down below. Our winners from last week, Intex, Believe, and Mutex, down on the low ground, looking to clutch this one out from here. I really like this positioning.
Yeah, 1000%. And this is exactly what I was alluding to earlier. The Ebates and Co were doing a great job up around the outpost, sure, but then you've got to rotate over a set of highways, and then there's also the bridge here where teams are no doubt going to be looking above and below. Mutex is looking to check out. You've got to be careful of the rocks above you. Multiple teams likely tucked into that. Teams might actually be rotating through the tunnel. Believe makes a call. Crack comes on through. Surely that is a cleanup. That will be Enxian cleaned up, but it's not a squad wipe, so there is another of that trio hanging around somewhere.
I'll focus mirror.
Yo, another portable going down right now.
I like it. Just turn around, focus the back, make sure nothing surprises you, give you a foundation from this point on to push from. I think someone, either Pat, Zuka, or Stuo have rotated away, so Mutex, Believe, and Intex are aware of where they've got to make a move next. Smoke comes out and allows them through. 6 teams left in this. You want to make it at least one more for the bottom placement points, but you have a whole lot of players above you, and Believe's in big trouble.
A lot of shots coming out in it. 12 eliminations and a win is what this team needs to cross our threshold to be on Call of Duty Warzone match point. And so far, I think they might be able to make it happen. They're kind of getting the zone pull. Hopefully, they have the smokes they need in order to make this cross. They know that there's a team in front of them, though, that's causing them a lot of chaos. 2 smokes in the back pocket for Mutex. You're starting to see them get invested as they're running across. Can they use these rocks maybe to their advantage? You're wide open here at the top. You got to be able to come on out, and look who's mirroring them on the other side. It is Team Omit. Brax, Juju, and Youngstas have seemingly played up a little bit, I think, ahead of Mutex, and then Youngstas takes a peek, gets absolutely ripped by Believe, and look who's from behind. Noobs, Almond, and Hisoka looking to play cleanup.
Yeah, and actually Mutex and Co make too much noise, which means that Sokrom and Noobs are able to pinch them. Mutex will actually be able to get the self off here, but is he able to escape? No smokes in hand, limited plates. I think that's actually a cleanup. Soka manages to get a wipe. 3v1. Soka, Almond, Noobs gonna get aggressive on it and find surely the last of the trio. Finish this whole thing off. Almond will finish it, and that is a 17-point game plus your winnings. That's 37. Soka, Almond, Noobs then up to 111. Not enough to put yourself onto Call of Duty Warzone match point, but you're damn close.
Yeah, really solid game from them. I mean, they were sitting in 10th going into that game, so they are definitely feeling good after that. That's one of those momentum-based games, right? You say, okay, we understand that we're not across the threshold yet, but that is what you need. If you let a team like this get hot, it is over, okay? You do not want this team feeling confident in a lobby like this, because they're about to start running at everything and playing for the win. So a solid jump up the leaderboard there. I'm really curious around some of our teams. Have we had anyone else cross on in? We know at least one team has. That was, of course, Team Scummin, right? They were on 119. We saw Scummin take down Prodigy pretty early on in that match. So we know they at least crossed over. Even that was the only thing they did. That's all they needed to do, right? But the question I have, Enigma, where is Team Wars? They needed 11 points. And it's literally a question. I don't know if they got it or not.
Yeah, one of the things is that they got off to possibly the worst start we've seen through this tournament, especially for a side that's been talking towards the top end. It just felt like they immediately, all three players were into the gulag. Oki felt like he was on his own multiple times. And then, I mean, you end up with Oki and Co stuck next to Hisoka and Co and Mutex and Co. So they're just trapped between endless top tier teams. And I genuinely don't know if they've actually managed to make those extra 9 points. But it looks like we will move away from that for a moment and actually check out the stats of our winning team here, Dandro.
Look at this, 7-4-16. Almond lacking a little bit behind, but the team is at least playing consistent. Currently sitting at that 111 points, like you said. 17 kills and a dub, not too shabby. Just means they got to basically do this again, and they're going to be feeling pretty solid. But what that tells me here, though, Enigma, that is now Team Soka taking 2 of our first 6 maps, a 30% win rate. And this is kind of the thing that I have been looking at, because I think, you know, kind of leading up to when you cross the threshold, what I'm really trying to look at is, you know, are you crossing the threshold just by getting a ton of eliminations and making it somewhat deep into the game, or are you getting there off of being able to place really well? And for this squad, they are able to do both for sure. They're being able to clutch out games, they're placing well, and they're finding the eliminations. I think for these threes particularly, I think they finally realize they don't have to always push teams. Even though they should feel confident in taking those gunfights, they don't always have to, right? And I feel like that is what they gotta take away from this, and what they've kind of been learning over playing these tournaments. These are 3 heavy slayers, right? We know that. We know that these 3 can absolutely find kills on the map. Now, you don't have to do that as much, and you need to focus on the placement a little bit more. Seems like they're finally finding their stride.
Yeah, I mean, first 3 maps weren't good from them at all. 16th, 16th, and 30th, and we spoke a little bit about it back then. Seemed like that they were struggling in those late rotations, especially when you start talking from circle 4 into circle 5, when things get a lot tighter. It felt like that they were just walking into trouble, whereas there they get ahead of the situation that we saw eBase and Co in, and Echo and Co and Duzamir and Co, where they're trying to make that rotation from outpost down into that ravine that we've got around the railway bridge, and they're just there ahead of that. They get away from all the trouble, they catch teams that are trying to make a last second rotation themselves, and then are able to just essentially pinch play the remaining gunfights and basically third party the situation. They do a great job of cleaning it all up. But yeah, it's avoiding that trouble between zones 4 and 5. They found their feet, they found their rhythm, and you said it when they won. It's a very, very scary team to light a fire under and let them get going.
Well, and even look at those earlier matches where I think they kind of recognized they needed a little bit more information to be able to make those play calls where they needed to. We see them hitting, of course, those intel contracts. They want to be able to know, of course, where those zones are going to go ahead and pull. And when you just have information like that for a squad of that caliber, that's all they need to know in order to make their wraps, right? You get a couple UAVs in hand, you stock up on smokes, you know where that zone is going to go ahead and on end. You have all the information you need, right? Go ahead, go play for the buildings that you need to, try and be able to get on in. And it seems like when they're able to do that, that's when they're finding a lot of success. When they're able to kind of stock up, get to this power position that they need to, and just kind of fry out the rest of the lobby. If there's one thing I know about Almond and Noobs, this is what kind of made TBE so successful, is their philosophy was not, we don't have to go chase kills. We position ourselves and let kills funnel on into us. And it seems like with Hisoka, they're now kind of gaining a little bit of both, right? I think with Soka has a very similar mentality, but also is not afraid to fly at buildings and try and take that space from other teams and from some of those other competitors. So hopefully they're able to kind of continue their success because, well, they are getting closer and closer, of course, to that Call of Duty Warzone match point. We're going to have a leaderboard up here pretty quick because I think we're obviously going to have at least one new team. I'm curious to see anybody else making some moves, getting us closer there. And well, I'm being told the leaderboard is ready. So let's go ahead. Let's pull it on up, chat. What are we looking for? And well, okay, Team Scummin, they're able to do it. And 2 points away, Enigma. Team Wars on 118.
Yeah, that's got to be a dagger for Team Wars. We spoke about it. You know, they've had a great tournament up until then. Could have well given themselves, I mean, they should really have put themselves onto Call of Duty Warzone match point by now and given themselves a game before the chasing pack catch up, because you've got to assume from here at least 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, at least the next 4 teams after that. You know, Breadman needs 13 points, Soka needs 9, Intex needs 6. I mean, I feel like we could put a good amount of money on all of those teams making it, and now Team Wars, instead of having that extra 1 map buffer, they're going to be right in there with the rest of that pack when it comes to win condition.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Map number 7 coming your way here soon. We're going to take a quick little break, and when we come back, we're going to be diving into another match here as part of Warzone Total Frenzy.
Got that guy.
Nice.
Yeah, the guy right here, guy right here.
Like at Stadium?
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, in front of us,
Guys right here?
Yeah, 2.
Tag. I'm gonna...
Broke down. Down one.
Bottom? You all play
Nice, down and full one. I'm down to play bottom.
Yeah. Hey, Joe,
Got the other one.
got the zip.
Some of your squads outside the safe zone.
Let me see. Weak. One shot uno. Muerto, otro muerto. Buena. Give me the rest of the wrist. Pop back. Try come towards me. Nice. Do another smoke. Hold him. Come to me.
Almost broke.
Last one.
Last one. Jump in.
I mean, 2.
Yeah, 1v1, downstairs. Okay, he's going to the shop. He's back down around. Joe, you can go with the shop. Go with the shop. Alright, play up for
Wait, still on me.
Yeah.
Second floor.
No one's smoking, Joe.
I have a durable. Running.
Nice, go.
Alright, get that loot. Go get it.
Yeah. Good work.
Oh, I just got fucking laced. Hold on.
Ahora a la izquierda. No reviste. Apóyalo.
¿Dónde? No está yendo para allá. Al frente.
Van marcas.
2 placas.
¿Vamos?
Son placas que se llevan.
Voy a el agua aquí.
Yo, can we hold that? What's doing up there? We didn't lay there. They're all going cargo. They're actually kind of floating our way. That guy is. Down that.
Oh, yeah, 2 out of 10.
Nice, good work.
Oh, that was really perfect.
Yeah, that was great. We just bring it out. Team all the way from the right. Like the top hill. On. Yeah.
Got 1 week.
Welcome back, everybody. We have finally had another team join Team Echo here on Call of Duty Warzone match point. That, of course, being Team Scummin. Now, granted, they only needed one coming into that last game, but they were able to do it. So now, just as a reminder, if Team Echo or Team Scummin win this next game, that is it. Tournament is over. But we have a number of teams who are trailing not too far behind that after this next game could also be joining the squads at the top. So let's go ahead. Let's take a look at the leaderboard to see which teams are vying to almost be there, because Enigma, when we look at it, well, 3rd through 6th, it's almost a guarantee that some of these teams are about to join our 2 squads at the top.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Wars need 2 points. Team Intech 6. Team Soccer 9. Team Redman 13. I mean, even Team Biffle on 24, right? You'd expect them to be able to do that. And then there's a couple of squads in behind it, like maybe if they have a good map. So this could very much so become dicey once we start talking next map. The thing is, Team Echo as well are caught in like a double whammy situation, because you need to win to see out the whole tournament, right? But the thing is, ever since they've gotten themselves onto win condition, naturally they've slowed down because they're not trying to take on as many fights, so they're getting less points. Teams coming in now just in behind you. Reminder that if we then go to a situation where like loads of teams are on your Call of Duty Warzone match point and one of them wins, the leaderboard freezes elsewhere. So if you're Team Echo, you don't want to slip down the leaderboard, even though you're on win condition. So you now start having to play for kills, but you need the win. You make noise, people hunt you down because there's only 2 teams on win condition. So it's a difficult spot for them to be in, especially as well when they're probably thinking, well, look, earlier on we were winning maps without really doing much. So it's a very difficult situation for them. And I feel like it's something that we saw like a lot of other squads struggle with last week. Yeah, people learning how to play win condition. Echo, Bubble and Co, we spoke about it earlier. You're not going to get more chances before this suddenly becomes a case of, well, now a third of the lobby can win.
Yeah, I mean, well, the thing that I do like, though, that we are seeing from Team Echo is that when they are getting taken out, I at least like that they are going down, trying to fight for an objective, right? I feel like sometimes last week we saw people getting taken out just sort of in mid-game on rotation, and it was like, what? Like, why? Like, what are we doing putting ourselves in that position, right? Or at least they are trying to fight for a building. They're trying to fight for a row, you know, specifically end game. They're trying to get to a spot that they feel that they can win the game from there. So at least gives me a little bit of signs of life. But, well, hopefully they can manage to happen, because guess what? We are on board with our winners of that last game. They also won game number 4. Currently sitting on 111 points, not too far away from being one of the next squads on Call of Duty Warzone match point. Can they do it again? I would be remiss if they somehow did not find 9 points in this game.
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you. Then again, saw Team Wars not achieve that feat, right? So could happen. So it sounds like they've landed somewhere very busy. You hear the screams coming on through. Noob's already in a fight. Pistol on pistol warfare. Oh my goodness! Snaps! Noobs and Soka target the same player. Advanced absolutely eats 9mm, and you hear the calls come out through as well. There's more players nearby. Opposition right on top of you. A couple of kills here and you're already crossing into win condition. You don't have to stress too much from there on out.
Am I faded, or did he pick up attack eradicator off advance? Did advance to lose that to Noob's pistol while having an LMG in hand at distance? Like, huh?
I am curious about if he pulled it out, but yeah, I think so.
Maybe like picked it up, but like it, you know, it's kind of, if you don't have the automatic weapon swap thing, you know, you still have the pistol in hand. Maybe that's what it was. I know I've seen players, you know, pull that. A little bit just kind of curious though for that to happen already. Noobs then swings on over, finds Vonbot, means DJ Moss has to be, you know, kind of maybe in the vicinity somewhere. It's okay, Soka gonna be able to find a stealth vest early on, which is a nice, right? Anybody finds a UAV from a chest or decides to go for an early buy just to gauge the situation, well, Soka's not gonna be popping up on that, so no worries. They do have the scavenger contract picked up, but you can see there's a couple people showing up on the map. Maybe those boxes aren't looking too simple to go grab.
3 as well. Most wanted's on the map. A lot of people getting loud nice and early here. Soka calling out his own teammates this time. Says the looting game needs to step up. And while things are nice and quiet, I'm going to pull it back to something that we spoke about between maps. And that was the situation that Bubble and Echo and Co have been in when it comes to them being eliminated from maps. First time round when they're on win condition, I feel like they make an innocent mistake, get caught out trying to potentially be too greedy for the endgame setup. I feel like in that second map, it's a bad rotation. Don't get me wrong, they were fighting for the outpost. But I feel like once they played that Restava shops and made all of that noise, feel for me, trying to push uphill against gas into the outpost, that's a ballsy play. I mean, sure, if it comes off, but for me, I don't know, maybe you push up, essentially use the outskirts of the 11 resort and try and play around through blocks, try and keep yourself on the edge of that circle. I don't know, I felt like the fact that they tried to push uphill into outpost, lots of gunfights going on, basically directly through the middle of the circle would have had to have been their next move. I don't think that call was a wise one from them. Maybe the pressure here potentially showing.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, I like that. It's a good call out, right? When you make yourself over to those apartment buildings, we kind of called that out. We just said, okay, great. You've somehow been able to make it into zone. That's fine. But how do you rotate out of this area? And you either have to decide to go way wide around, which is good luck doing that, or you kind of have to make your way through some of the buildings and up the hill directly onto like 5 other teams that are fighting at the compound on top. So it's just tough, right, to make those reads. And you're absolutely right. Could just be the pressure setting on in, or you know, sometimes you make those 50-50 play calls and you're not always going to win either one. So far, though, I will say the one thing I do like about this team, their starting strat is seemingly like it's really working out, and they're finding a lot of success with it. So I like that, right? We see sometimes people, they decide to rapidly change up the strategy when they get put on a Call of Duty Warzone match point, and then they start to falter. This team, they say, hey, this is exactly what we did to get here. We're going to continue doing exactly what we do every game, set ourselves up good. Maybe you don't push some of these teams, you know, kind of errantly, but at least if you're able to kind of consistently get your guns, get the gear that you need to feel confident about your rotations, you definitely set yourself up for success.
I'm getting shot from
Couldn't have broken it down better myself. The thing is, we're on this side of the desk, right? And it's easy for us to say, I guess. I imagine it's so difficult to call when you are being shot at by some of the best players in the world. A little bit deja vu here. We saw Breadman and Co take up a similar spot in an earlier map. Caught a lot of players on rotation. What I would love to get to see is a flick up of, there we go. That's exactly what I wanted. Thank you very much. Looks like the rotation's actually going to be all the way over towards Old Town. I wonder if the play here is the helicopter from Echo and Bobble. But if you do try and rotate over, I think the one thing you don't want to do nice and early is land center zone. I think that tells everyone exactly who you are. I think what you probably want to do is find a high point. I'm trying to think of a good one that is even over towards that part of the map. It's relatively flat.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough. I feel like this is one of those scenarios where you almost just wait and see, right? You just kind of wait, pop a UAV, maybe if you have the cash, get in advanced just to gain a lay of the land. See, like, okay, hey, most of the zone is, or the lobby is on this side of the zone, so we understand that maybe this rotation is a little bit easier for us. I'll be very, very curious to see, you know, how that does shake on out, as they are over here. On the other side of the map, our other team that's currently on Call of Duty Warzone match point, Scum and Unrational and Dongy, as we come on in. Looks like Scumman was getting caught out by Raiden. So he'll get sent to the gulag. Early gulag for them. And what you were asking for, you're asking for teams to start using these contracts to their advantage, get an idea where zones are pulling. Not surprised to see it's Team O, Mitt, Youngsters, Juju, and Brax. They're not too far away from potentially throwing themselves on win condition. They're going to need a very solid map, maybe even a win on top of it, in order to find themselves there. Oh, Scumman. Oh, man. That's rough.
Yeah, I guess pieced by Slide. Slide absolutely has him on skates, and we check away for a moment from Teemo Mitt. Come back, and Brax has been put into the dirt.
We can swing. We should probably swing to this building right here.
Res comes through. You hear the play that comes in. I like the idea of them all being on the same strat. Came in second last map, so potentially some momentum to carry them on through. And again, we are still early in Urzikson's life cycle when it comes to competitive tournaments, so team's still very much so figuring out how they want to play things. And I'm just happy to see a squad all on the same page.
Have a bad fight right here.
I'm wondering who it is that they're up against here. We haven't seen too many fights here towards our C town, towards our old town. Who's contesting this spot?
It was Liam, Kitty, and Stukex.
Cheers.
Wow.
Thank you, Brax. What the hell?
He just has some telepathy with Brax there. Oh my god.
You might need to throw that trophy down.
That was freaky.
Put that one on social media for us, please. We need the ESP from Enigma. That's your new segment. Enigma's ESP. It's where you make the reads before players do them.
I mean, if I was able to do that, I'd
by
actually
the
be
way.
playing in these things. But, Brax is going to take bullets and is backed on down. The problem you have here, if you are Team Omit, all the noise that you make right now, people are going to be rotating on over from cargo. You're not going to be able to pick those players up and actually could end up getting third-partied, maybe even end up in a spot where multiple teams push you out of this building.
Well, you can... Brax said it earlier. This was the team that was over there, and you can see some of the shots coming through the door, and Careless Kitty kind of playing beside it. It is just taking some shots left and right there. Maybe trying to find something happen. Tries to shoot down the buy. Some extra ammo for the squad. They're looking very healthy on the cash front. I'm sure they would love to hit one of these buy stations in order to make it happen. Oh my gosh, look who it is. It's raided. Accidentally jumps off the top, and it feels like he got caught on a door or something. His character was just like running in place for a hot second.
Yeah, it's got to be a frustrating one, right? We've all had that moment where the door kind of, for some reason, doesn't swing open or close, just stays still. Almost as if you're pushing it into its own hinges. Rated gets found out by Careless Kitty. One thing I will say here, Careless Kitty, a lot of cash, no plates. You got 3 buys nearby, but you can't push any of them out because of the coverage over the top. Likely being provided by Mayapo and Otterize. Chopper from above. I tell you what, if she hits that.
Well, we saw it on the timeline earlier. Breadman, we didn't get to catch it on broadcast, but definitely go look at his socials because he hit a nasty snipe onto Brax out of a heli, and it was crazy. I haven't seen plays like that since probably back in Verdansk almost, if I'm being honest with you. Looks like they're kind of lasering in on Raiden, Myapo, and Otterize, who are over there onto that smoke.
Wait, someone's pushing over.
He's gonna call out. Somebody's finding their way over here. Have to wait and see. Another squad that could very easily find themselves on Call of Duty Warzone match point after this game, as long as they are able to kind of finish it. Shifty, Biffle, and Sage. Shifty sent into the gulag on board with Sage. He's getting some nice shots from across the way. Nothing too crazy yet.
Now, Prospect with the good vibes in chat. Good job, guys. I'm sure that was...
Can only be positive.
Yeah, it's a team. That's a whole team.
Liam says Old Town's popping right now. It actually genuinely is. There's a lot of people out and about. I'm not going to lie. Mid-customs, I'm not sure why so many people are finding time to get on the text chat, but sure.
Hey,
Sage
I'm writing down
wants
notes.
to bring
These are
in
people that I'm
the-
going to roast later.
Sage brings in the deployable. I think that was supposed to stay on the roof, but
That's flash.
bounces it off the side.
You buy him.
The thing is, right now,
There.
Sage and Biffle
There on the bottom.
are going to have to start to consider the rotation. We've seen a lot of teams try and make this happen. It's a difficult one across the river. A lot of teams typically tend to play around the arch, or if you want to push up towards Palace, is usually a lot of squads hanging around there as well. The thing is, with that buyback, Shifty might be able to provide overlook, might be able to give them some information to make the rotation cleaner. You do have a balloon nearby, but you know there's a couple of squads off towards the west that could make that a nightmare. And actually, I think... Was the balloon shot down, or... Yeah, I think it was.
Bottom.
Good tags. You're seeing the live pings come on in from the teammates. They know that somebody's in that house. The gas grenade is going off wild. Biffle does get taken down. The smoke's immediately coming out from Sage. Can hopefully provide the cover to let Shifty go for that revive. This team on top, though, just have a great angle on them. Munition box will come out from Sage, getting back up on smokes in the Semtex. And I think they're trying to just maybe make a quick wide wrap here across the way. Sage gonna be able to fly on over, maybe meet back up with the boys.
No, I have 6 plates though.
I'm gonna have 2 actually.
I can drop you some.
You hear the comms come in there, Dandro, low on plates. And smokes. So it seems like our defending World Series champions in a world of trouble. Brax, Team Amit, looks like they haven't made much progress in clearing out Seatown. Still pretty much in the same building they've been in the whole route through. Only 1 kill to their name. We spoke about it before. They're currently 26 points away from putting themselves on win condition. Pretty much gets the crack, but it's got to be patient right now if you are this squad. There's still 24 teams remaining, so a lot left in this one, but as I said before, you've got to be careful because the amount of noise you make here is no doubt telling a lot of players around Seatown and around Old Town. There's a squad nearby, but also anyone that rotates on over from Cargo, you really want to mop those up.
I mean, we're good, bro. We could get a pullback to our building.
I do like that they make that call out.
Top, peeking top.
You know, you may be looking at this saying, oh, they need 26 points. Why aren't they trying to get more eliminations? Why aren't they making this happen? And I think it's because you realize they only need basically 6 eliminations and a win. And I know that what they're probably thinking is, hey, if that's what we need to do, let's try and maybe focus more on the win right now, because that kind of gets us in that mindset where if we get 6 eliminations, we get that win. We're on Call of Duty Warzone match point. We're already kind of in that headspace of having to go for the win. It's a lot less of a jarring transition to have to go ahead and do that. So hopefully they can make that happen. Hopefully they can be able to find it. You can see they're obviously prioritizing that building and sitting there to make it happen.
Coming back to you.
Yeah.
You did get a glance at Bubble, Echo, and Raul coming over from Cargo using the zip. And they're actually going to hunker down in Castle.
Okay, I have a PDS too.
I mean, I think you might be right. I think you're completely correct here. Maybe it's you that needs the EPS segment even. Brax and Co. Just looking to potentially set up for a win, knowing that if they do get themselves towards at least that top 5, they don't need a massive amount of kills. However, Zone will not be kind to them. It will pull away off towards the bathhouses. And I like the decision to early rotate here. I don't think that you want to get caught between teams rotating in from Cargo as well as whoever's in Old Town. And away from Seatown they go. A lot of smokes coming out. A lot of resources burned. But you have found yourself safe passage.
Oh, peeks out. Brax just throws a shoulder. Gets ripped apart. Somebody had to know that they were on this rotation. You're seeing some of the wall banks come on through. Thankfully, the revive is there, but because of that, you know that you can't just kind of hold up here on this top part. They have to maybe play down on the bottom. I do like this spot, though, because where they just were, you called it out. Anybody that's pushing over from Cargo, kind of having to go through those ruins, maybe mirroring them on the backside, they've now gained this spot. You know that there are going to be other teams trying to fight for this building, and they just might be able to pick them up as they fly on through. You got Juju on the bottom, protecting that door, make sure nobody flies on in and catches you by surprise. You let Brax and Youngsis play up top, kind of watch that other doorway and watch behind you, and well, you kind of have all your bases covered.
Here. That's tempered, remember?
Oh, yeah.
I like that consideration as well from Juju. I don't need the extra plates. I have myself a tempered loadout. You've got to assume that the next pole will actually start to look towards the bridge that connects Old Town with the Palace region. Very open part of the map. The green ping on the minimap that is coming from Juju is exactly where I would consider rotating to next. However, we saw that the last rotation ended with Brax on his backside. He was picked up in the end. Sage, Biffle, and Shifty want to get there early. PDS goes out to give them a moment of respite, but actually they're just going to send this. Sage going to try and smoke himself up over the wall. Will utilize it. There's a player in front of him. The gas mask is dead. You need to get aggressive. Bobble gets caught here in the smoke. Will have herself available. Echo gets himself back up, but needs to pop if he has a stim, if he has anything at all, Bobble then sticks around to help Raul up, and they're essentially chain rezzing. PDS comes on through from Raul. Echo has just about managed to escape and found himself anchored against a wall. Raul's use of the PDS will allow Bobble to get back into the fight. Feels like another last stand situation for these three. 17 teams still to go. This is not the spot you want to be in with so much surviving still to do.
No, they need to find a way better position right now. But I guess looking at the mini-map, I mean, if you don't already have one of these buildings, you're not fighting your way into it. Somebody from behind, though, has dropped on through. It's actually Juju, Brax, and them. We're going to see Bubble and Echo get taken out. At least brings down one of them, but I don't know if that's enough. I feel like Raul, yeah, is the only one left alive. Squad gets eliminated. No win for them. 15th.
I just threw 4 nades down there and killed.
Going on out. And Braxton Co, they're taken out as well. Looks like the Germans have high ground on this building right now. Only 3 eliminations. And what they could have been too far away. So I don't know, 15th, 14th. 3 eliminations at 15th or 14th is not enough points to put you on a Call of Duty Warzone match point. That much I can guarantee you.
Yeah, it is not. You can see the look on Brax's face. It's one of those situations we spoke about earlier with Team Wars where you've essentially put yourself in a spot where more teams are going to catch you up. We likely will see one more map, but I'm curious. We haven't seen much from Team Scumming at this point. We are on board with FIFA killing Jukies. This feels like the latest we've seen them make it in a lobby for some time. Not been their afternoon. Jukies 4 plates. There's no buys available, so Lennon will sit and watch this one from the sidelines.
Stand in this corner, yeah? That kid under the bridge there. That kid is free. There's 2 of them there, Lee.
Oh, I like this call, though. I mean, they're able to hold this building. They have so much of zone at their disposal that they can go ahead and look. You're hearing the call out. Trying to give Jukies a little bit of an idea that there's some players playing underneath that bridge. Beef wants to look over towards this gas station, catch anybody that was maybe kind of late playing it. Seeing some grenades get thrown out. He's just holding his irons, waiting for somebody to push on through. This is unfortunately a ground loot DG, so you got to make something happen with it. It's not going to be a full loadout one.
You hear the call come in from Lennon. You can play top 5. PA, you are inside a building, but you just never about know. And actually, that's going to back players off the roof, potentially inside your building. Zone pull will move you back across. There's a complete lack of plates for these 2 players. And is this the Germans on top of the same building? Pentagon cracks 1. Players light up in front of him. Melvin actually drags Empathy down. Is that a track that he's managed to light up with the sniper? Fuzz in here. Just up on top. We still got 7 squads available somehow in this. Pentagon will find Almond. Sorry, Fuzzin will find Almond. And the gas station looks to be the place that everyone's rotating in towards. Breadman is still up somehow with Joe aiming to put themselves on Call of Duty Warzone match point. Needed 13 coming into this. Breadman's got 7 by himself. Placement points will lift them then onto win condition. We have another team there, Dandro. Top 5 now.
Okay.
Hear the call. It's coming through. Skullface, even though eliminated, still giving the team some ideas on maybe how to play the rest of this. No gas mask in hand if you are Breadman, though, so you got to make your decision. You got to move quick. The smoke's coming on through. They'll be able to make a wide wrap on in. Can he make the hop up in time to get up here? He looks like he's able to. He spots a couple of players flying off from the roof. He might be able to catch one on the back. He does. That's Juki's getting taken on out. Fuzzin gets taken down. I believe these are our last 3 teams remaining. Can Breadman be able to bring them on through? Attract? Colors? Trick, you're still here as well. They actually might be able to take down some of these players. You see Breadman gets taken out. Juki's. Joe actually eliminated. 3v2.
That's it.
They're on top.
Someone grab this gas snake. Where is it? Right here.
PDS going on in. Can they find this last final player? Early PDS here.
Yeah, very early.
Don't know if this is what you want. I do believe it is the Germans potentially above them up there on the awning. Some good shots from a track. They all fly into the final remaining zones. You're seeing Melvin go down as they're just kind of playing around here. You're seeing the peaks come on out. Not going to be enough. 18 for Trick, Colors, and Attract, and a dub. What a great game by them at the end. But we got to take a mention. Look who was there at the end, getting themselves on a Call of Duty Warzone match point. It was, of course, Team Jowo, Breadman, and Skullface.
Yeah, we know that Team Jowo, Skullman, and Breadface will join up then with the other to put themselves onto win condition. The numbers here for Attract, Colors, and Empathy will leave them just short, I think, about 5 points short. But the rest of the teams that were close in behind the 120-point marker, I feel like we saw quite a few of them towards the end there. And the thing is as well, there was a couple of teams, like you talk about, for example, Yujuki's FIFA Kill Lennon. Their squads that were like a little bit further back, but if they've had a big game there, they squeeze ever closer. We could well be looking at least 5 teams on your win condition for the next one. If we go one more game after that, we could be seeing anything towards 10, and this could turn into last week where suddenly we're just flicking between every viewpoint on the map, and they could take it all home.
Well, let's take a look at the stats from, of course, that winning team of Attract and Friends. How did they get there? 18 eliminations, and like you mentioned, they are just 5 off from being on that Call of Duty Warzone match point. So not this game, but hey, we're going one more game anyway. So if this game does not end in this next one, you got to imagine they will surely be close, be wanting to close that one on out. I'm right there with you, man. I feel like after that game, we're about to have so many more teams on our Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold. And we're about to have so many that are within the next game, we're going to be in a similar situation. But I want to kind of talk about some of these squads that, hey, with one solid game, you're throwing yourself into the conversation and they're just lacking the stats and numbers needed to get there. I'm looking at Team Brax. You guys have 80-something points. I don't know why we spent the entire game sitting in one singular building. You got to be able to go find more eliminations. I understand you want the placement points, but I don't know if that was the case, right? We just kind of see them. They get taken out in 15th, 14th, somewhere around there with 4 eliminations. I would hope if you're at least going to go out that early, be in the double digits by that point, at least we're kind of pushing yourself there. But having a bad game like that this deep into the tournament is really rough when we have other teams who are kind of lighting it up. They're placing well, they're getting there with 15 plus eliminations. It's tough to keep up with some squads who are able to kind of have that level of performance.
Well, it's exactly what my brain went to when you were talking about teams that didn't do enough, right? Like Team Brax. I mean, maybe I understand the play a little bit if you're sitting like 5 points away from putting yourself in win condition, but otherwise I'm not quite sure what the plan was. Quietly rotate across Seatown, Old Town, and Palace and Baths region in order to then try and get yourself a high multiplier. I just don't know how many ways you're expecting that to work, and the low amount of kills as well just decided to push none of the teams in the region, so end up with very few points, and all that does is put pressure on yourselves. And after getting second the map before as well, you think, oh, okay, they figured things out, they started to get themselves momentum. That cuts all of that dead, chops them off at the knees and puts them right back into the chasing pack. So yeah, that's where my brain went to immediately when you said that. And yeah, it's going to be a tough one for them. The thing is, no doubt we'll get the leaderboard very shortly as our admins do all the hard work. Again, if we do end up with a team that picks up a win once they are on that Call of Duty Warzone match point, it freezes the rest of the leaderboard. And that kind of map this late on in the tournament could well be the difference between you finishing top 5 or 15th when you consider how many teams went from the middle of the pack there and saw the late stages of the map.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing that I'm always keeping in the back of my mind too, is as more and more of these squads do kind of cross that threshold, they need to be able, even if you're not winning these games in order to clutch out the tournament, you have to still make sure that you're finding those eliminations on the map. You want to make sure that you're either still climbing the leaderboard or at least at the bare minimum holding your spot where you are. Because reminder everybody, we're only paying out the top 3 teams here today. So it's going to be the team that wins a game on Call of Duty Warzone match point, and then basically the next 2 highest when it comes to those point totals. Reminder, $7,000 for that trio in first, $2,000 for the trio in second, and of course $1,000 for the trio in third. So kind of the beauty of this is that not only are you trying to win a game while you're on win condition, you always want to make sure that you are at least taking home some amount of cash while you are able to do so. Our leaderboard's coming up here in a little bit, but I want to take a hot second real quick to remind everybody, if you're not following us on social media, what are you doing, my friends? Go ahead, go over on X, Twitter, whatever you're calling it these days. Follow us at WZ Total Frenzy to keep up to date with all of our latest events. Give us feedback, let us know who you're rooting for. And if you want to come check us out on TikTok, same name, at WZ Total Frenzy. You can find clips from past events. You hear mainly probably both of us kind of yapping over some clips that are over there as well. Some great stuff on both of those platforms. Definitely come say what's up and come say hi, drop a follow. Some great work coming in from the team here at Warzone Total Frenzy. But I'm being told the leaderboard's ready, so Enigma, let's see. Do we have any other squads joining our competitors at the top? Oh my lord, we do.
Okay then, this suddenly becomes extremely interesting. Team Echo have had multiple maps now. Some would say multiple bites of the cherry, but you bullied me for the last one. So multiple attempts at seeing out win condition. Team Scoin will move on to yet another, but Team Breadman have actually leapfrogged them into second. Team Soka and Team Wars have all hit the threshold. The thing is, we go into 5 squads out of the 33, but look at the chasing pack, Dandro. Anything down to 12th on 100 points, that's just a solid game. That's get yourself into the top 10 with a decent amount of kills, and you are putting yourself on Call of Duty Warzone match point. So anything from 6th to 12th right now could well join us if we do go one more game. All the squads in the top 5 right now, doesn't matter if you've been Team Echo and you've had multiple maps at this, or you've only just joined us on the win condition. You got to see it out now, or you're basically putting yourself into a 50-50 split next time out.
Yeah, and that's kind of crazy too, even looking down at it. You mentioned, okay, you get down to 10th. Those are our teams that are over 100 points. So yeah, like you said, you have an okay game. You're even putting yourself onto that side. But even down all the way to 16th, I mean, any of those 10 to 16th teams, if they just have like a solid game, you get a win, you have at least 10 eliminations. A lot of those squads are also finding themselves on Call of Duty Warzone match point. So man, if you don't clutch it out in this game, we are literally about to have half of the lobby potentially on our win condition. And it's just, the pressure is just surmounting more and more and more every game we go on. We have 5 teams right now that we're going to be keeping on board with here in game number 8 to see can any of them clutch it on out and take today's event, because as we get deeper and deeper here, your opportunity is dwindling. That is for sure. So we got the lobby, we got game 8 coming your way here in just a hot second. We're going to take a small break, and when we come back, we're going to be hopping on in and see, will any of our top 5 teams be taking the dub and taking home our event? Who knows? We'll be right back in a little bit.
Can we hold that? What's Blast doing up there? He doesn't land there. They're all going cargo. They're all going cargo. They're actually kind of floating our way. That guy is. Down that. Oh, yeah,
We are through 7 maps here as part of Warzone Total Frenzy. We currently have 5 teams on Call of Duty Warzone Match Point. If we do somehow make it to game number 9, everybody, it is going to be a feeding frenzy to see who can be the team to come out on top, because we'll have close to almost probably a third of the lobby ready to just to try and win a game and win today's event. So map number 8, getting ready to get started. Let's head on in as our players are flying on into Urzikstan. Enigma are on board, of course, the winners of the last game, Attract, Tricked, and Z Colors, kind of coming out of nowhere, but playing very beautifully at the end of the day.
I'm gonna go for the deep thing.
Indeed, and leave themselves just 5 points away from win condition.
Oh, is there a loot cache there? Why'd you land there?
Oh, okay. Colors immediately lands in trouble to the Germans, and Pentagon will mark his opposition. Finish that off, and this is what we want to hear, right? Breadman comes in, immediately likely spots his window screen, and will be fully aware that if Braxton is nearby, he wants to push that out, clear it out, and deny an opposing team a good start to the game. Yeah, I mean, you know what? He raises a good point there. We spoke a little bit about this in the back, right? Getting yourself onto the Call of Duty Warzone match point nice and early, it can apply that pressure, right? We've seen it happen last week. We've seen it happen again this week. It's tough when you're there.
Oh, and we'll speak of the devil. Echo into the gulag. This is our first team on Call of Duty Warzone match point. Far from over. Some good shots, though, from Echo. We'll be able to bring them on back. So even though they may have gone to the gulag early on, they okay. Let me get out of there just in time.
Yeah, but somebody just left with the heli.
I don't know. They usually.
I marked for you if you get on the hill.
Are they there?
I don't see shit.
I think they left. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm coming over.
Here's some comms and the small talk coming through from this crew. Just had some great positioning in that last game. Order to kind of find a lot of the players jumping off of roofs down below into the gas station. They just played on the bottom. We're feeling great. This is a known spot that I know Trick likes playing over here, sort of towards this construction area. And they grab a bounty. UAV gets popped. We'll come on up. Their bounty not too far away, but I feel like maybe it's going to be a little bit too rough for them to push on over, so they're going to disengage. Just make their way maybe over to this other team. It's kind of mirroring them.
Yeah, no, I agree with it, to be honest. That push over from estates towards Manor is essentially up rock faces, then open ground. If any team is essentially using the compound to just sit on a wall and watch over, especially if you're highlighted on a contract, you are most definitely going to be walking onto the end of gunfights. Right now, if you're Colors, if you're Empathy, if you are Attract, you are just after a handful of kills to put yourself onto win condition. Speaking of win condition, one of our squads here, Oka Almond Noobs, we're down 132 points, and it looks like they're playing for Stronghold. We haven't seen too much of that through this. Stoker finds the jug. You hear the comms coming through, pops out the bomb drone, and cracks the jug. Will now push in, clear it out, and actually picks up the kill. So strong black site, sorry, captured. The thing is with this, they're not as strong as they were in Al Mazrah, but if we get a zone pull up at any point, if this is relatively central, this could provide you great information to just play safely, set yourself up for later on in the game.
Yeah, imagine if this thing does, if we do get pulled over here, which I don't think we will. I think we're going to end up maybe a little bit more towards cargo, but
I think it is. I think.
I like that, dude. I like that they're like keeping this call out at the ready, right? Like that they're like, that's not even a match point team. We don't care. So it seems like they only literally care about taking fights right now, unless it's another match point squad. And at one point, I feel like that's kind of petty for them to make happen. They're like, yeah, we're not even gonna fight anyone unless it's somebody that we can absolutely make sure like doesn't win.
Yeah.
Which is a strategy, right? I mean, listen, if you're these three, you're probably looking at all these other match, Call of Duty Warzone match point teams, and you're just like, yeah, we win every gunfight against any of these squads, so we're not even worried about it, yet. So I like it. It's kind of just shows maybe some of the thought process that they've thought through when it comes to what can we do to catch this W so we can win the event.
Well, currently playing for Intel, have the black site, stacking up.
Sometimes you get one. Sometimes
And you hear the conversations here coming on through. How do we stack up here?
Yeah.
Want plenty of cash. We saw it earlier, right? A strategy that came through with Echo, Bubble, and Co. They were talking about how they were, wanting to play off the deployable buy, which seemed a very viable strat. We've just seen where the final circle will pull towards. It's going to be south of Outpost. It basically looks like it's going to be that little, it kind of is its own little outpost, but it's just sat on the hill between Cargo and the apartment region. So could well mean a rotation through open ground, and for that we want to see vehicles, right? And there's already a chopper there.
I'm on you, we gotta think it's ending there, but like,
two teams are already mortaring each other in that final region. There's a chopper there. If you're Soka and Co, you've got to time this rotation perfectly. You want the fighting to have died down, but you also want your rotation to be relatively clean. I wonder if they could use the train at any point. UAV pop will give them all the information they need. They're pushing this out.
Yeah, this is a great team to be able to find. That's actually Limax, so Ebates and Levi got to be around here too. This was one of those squads that just needed, one really banger game, and they could be throwing themselves up here alongside our other teams on Call of Duty Warzone match point. But looks like maybe Soka Alman and Noob is going to stop that in its tracks. You see them get the one pick, and I love this. They get the pick, and they're like, we don't have to push this team out. They, the second they see it's not one of these teams that's on win condition, they're like, all right, cool. Like, we can disengage. We don't have to fight them. You guys can go ahead, go run away. They're trying to figure out right now, like you mentioned, how do they get into zone? How do they want to get there? Because they're a little bit away right now, and just by going on foot, it's gonna be tough. I like that maybe going in this vehicle, it's a solid idea to be able to have, just kind of fly this thing and then maybe just kind of play edge a little bit along the way.
I agree. It's a difficult rotation to make. You definitely can't make this by foot. LTV is obviously going to make a lot of noise. I think that anyone in the lobby spots an LTV getting to zone early is, they're just going to see that as, okay, well, that's one of the teams currently on win condition. So I kind of like this idea of sticking around the outskirts. They want to play for the chopper. And then there was a buy station that they just went past. They have a lot of cash between them. The thing is, again, that rotation is going to be absolutely horrible, regardless of which way. You can't make it too early. On board with Redman, Joe, and Skull, and they are currently Zaravan City, which is also an absolute light year away from where they need to be. So currently, a lot of our teams currently on win condition are in horrible positions to make this happen. Breadman's in an even worse one. Two players fire back at him. He manages to get out there with some slick M&K movement. Only 2 plates in hand. You've only just managed to get one of your teammates back in, so this squad are going to be aware that you're weakened. Joe with the coverage for the smoke. Skull's going to try and hit a building that will provide some sort of overwatch, but hey, what weapons have you been brought back in with? What ground loot do you find to even fight this?
Oh my gosh, look at this. They're just trying to get away from this team behind, and a team in front of them has their number. The smoke's just continuously getting invested. And coming on over to Biffle. Well, he's been able to find one, takes another out of the sky, brings a third down. I feel like we're watching an action movie right here. Oh my gosh. Just rips him out of the sky. That's a squad wipe. That's Intex, Mutex, and Believe getting taken on out. Definitely a good squad you want. Currently sitting on 4. I believe this squad was only a couple of points away from making their way onto Call of Duty Warzone match point, so feeling good already. UAV popping. They know somebody's got to be on the inside here. Biffle coming on over to help out as Shifty and Sage have slide on in together. They're going to find little Mario. It means that maybe Clumsy and Swag could be around here too.
Very well could be. You know that multiple teams. By the way, wonderful change over there from our observers. Michael Bay, eat your heart out. Choppers getting picked out of the sky. Players falling to their deaths. Biffle, Sage, Shifty making a statement because, again, the team that they were facing there, Intex and Co, will only be needing the 4 points to put themselves on win condition. Biffle and Co only need the 6 coming into this. Likely have that already, considering that Biffle's already on 4. So that's 2 more. We're on at least 7 teams then. Next map, if we do go one more game on our win condition. The colors were only 5 points out. You got to assume they'll get there. I tell you what, Dandro. I love my job.
Me too. Me too, buddy.
And we got in this building.
Bounty on Raul. So that's actually, if you are this squad, not a bad bounty to get. It's, like you said, light years away from them, though. So maybe you don't cross half the map just to take out one of the 5 Call of Duty Warzone match point teams. I see Biffle just taking his time. I definitely don't mind this. You know, just kind of make sure that you're not going to get surprised. Just flying on in at anyone.
I don't hear anything.
Okay.
The terrifying thing about all this is we are 4 maps of having a team on win condition without having Team Biffle in there, and yet you would never ever rule them out of coming back and winning the whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
Have the CV they do for very good reason. And what we're going to do while we check out Echo, Bubble, and Raul is jump into a listening.
All right. Sorry. Apologies for that. We tried. We wanted to. I wanted to hear the comms from this team. What are they doing to try and take this map on home? But it's A-okay. Well, we'll check in with them later, maybe when it gets a little bit closer to the end game scenario. Find out their thoughts. But when I look at this positioning here, Enigma, I do like the idea that they have. Like, let's just hold this high ground. Let's just make sure that we can catch anyone out like they're doing right now who's rotating on in. But then you kind of buy yourself a lot of space because they have to make their way across this river, right? So it's just going to be a little bit tough for them to maybe do that. Like, you could fly off. Not a bad idea. But if anybody's looking at you, you're getting fried out of the sky. So hopefully they can make a solid decision as we come on over. Biffle takes this fight inside. There's a Levi. The trades are there. Shifty brings them on down as they've gained control of this building at the edge of zone over here towards the dock side. A very solid pick from them.
Go get a fucking UE. That's what was in the sky. He flew to the backside.
Here, I'm gonna drop this.
Shifty, by the way, had a bounty on him. There's only 1 star, so nothing to really be concerned about. But we come back to a conversation we had just a moment ago. It depends on who's picked that up. You heard Team Soccer and Cole earlier on. You want to shut down anyone that may be on Call of Duty Warzone match point. So if they're the kind of squad that's scooping that, did they start to then rotate on over? Maybe not for a while. The bounty's active, sure, but you start to think, you know, you've got a situation here with Biffle, Shifty, and Sage being on the outskirts of the map. If a team rotates to set themselves up in like the condos, you're going to trap Biffle, Shifty, and Sage. You're fully aware of it. You want to hunt them down. That's your way to do it.
All right, nothing on our left. You have. All right, listen up. You got.
We know that the rotation is going uphill next. And you got to fight through the condos, and I do not like your odds of making it through there unscathed.
You have full team here.
Yeah, I mean, we know, thankfully, when we hopped on board, Soka, Alman, and Noobs, you know, they had done the contract to know exactly where this zone is going to end. So we know it's going to end up a little bit on this hillside. And like you said, it's going to be rough. You got to make your way through, of course, all of these apartment complexes. You got to make your way up the zone, up the side of the mountain in order to play on top of that compound. So A tough rotation right now if you are Shifty, Biffle, and Sage. Hopefully you can make it happen. Wars, Prodigy, and Oki. One of our 5 teams on Call of Duty Warzone match point. They're kind of setting themselves up good as well. I like this positioning a little bit better because you can decide whether you want to walk up the side or they could just make a big fat wrap around if they kind of make this read early enough and get the information, you know, get a UAV, see if there's anybody around here, and then just maybe kind of make yourself to that north side of zone and start feeling good.
A lot of different... Tell you what, that zone pull is absolutely fantastic. It is not
bamboozled.
What we saw on the intel earlier, right? Am I absolutely like lost here?
I think we saw the zone before where it just pulled on the intel.
Gets absolutely slapped in the mouth. You hear that it might be bread. I mean, yeah, with a sniper shot like that, you can put good money on it. Grenade nearly catches too. Actually backs Oki off. Zone pull then is going to drag everyone towards condos. You got a lot of rotations to consider then. People coming down from Talanov Outpost, people coming across from Urzikstan Cargo, coming up from the condos and in from Seaport. This is going to turn into an absolute bloodbath real fast. But I tell you what, it wasn't bread because he is currently hugging the river south of the condo. So he's got a lot of ground to cover and Breadman's actually going to get caught, runs out of air and takes nothing but bullets. Skullface actually drowns. I think this is actually going to be Amir and Co. holding the fire station.
Is this ladder the only way to get on this fucking rooftop?
Yeah.
Look at this, though. I like the positioning. We saw them over here. They make the reads. They're feeling good. Biffle has made his way to the roof. Should be able to catch anybody peeking their head out, trying to play on this backside of zone. And they kind of have the high ground right now. They can look out across, see if anybody is maybe you're getting an angle on them. Should be able to shut them on down. They're getting close to the top 20 right now. Train is chug-a-lugging on through. See if anybody's on that train to stop it. I actually feel like if you can stop that train, activate that UAV tower, could be a very solid plan. You can see Biffle see somebody on it. The shot's coming on through. They're on that buy station. But for right now, they don't have to do anything crazy. They were already pretty close to our Call of Duty Warzone match point. We're seeing Biffle already with 5. Spots one on the UAV, wants to make that 6. As long as they place well in this map, they could be joining our top teams.
The thing is here, although you have pretty much guaranteed yourself win condition, you got to get top 3 for money, right? So if it ends here, you want to put yourself up into the 130 plus point mark. You need a massive game. You are working towards that. You need the win for sure. Levi's picked off in the water. You know that more players are nearby. He spots them out. Can't hit them from that far down because Water's here for whatever reason. Urzikstan and Limax cleaned up there. Is that the wipe or is eBay's looking nearby? No, eBay's still alive somewhere. Into our final 20 teams. Zone's going to move on over towards Seaport. And I tell you what, the call could not have been better. The Biffle, Sage, and Shifty, the pulls are coming in their direction. PRD will give height and he will join his teammate atop the biggest building in this side of the zone, allowing complete coverage of condo rotations and anything that is coming in from the north.
Well, Warzone still alive. Trying to make their way on in. Make a last stand, just the 2 of them. They have the cash if either one of them can hit a buy station to get Prodigy back on in here. Increase their chances. Somebody slides on in. War's going to be able to find my Oppo. You see the full coming in thanks to a mosquito drone from the sky. Goes on the outside, finds Rated. That is a squad wipe for Wars and Oki. Buys them the time they need to get Prodigy back on in. You're seeing a gas mask in the hands of Wars. Fantastic play. They get a couple of those points, but more or less, they also buy themselves some space to be able to rotate on in. Back on over with Amir, Dark, and Castillo. Still alive on the outskirts, though. Have now just holed up inside of this room. You got to make a move, though, here.
Oh man, gets caught. Cook nades going out, trying to bounce him off the back wall, but the back door is actually what opens in the end. Smoke will go out. Amir is trying to self, but Castillo doesn't have one available. Amir actually just full sends his self. Dark here, gonna have to do the work, and it will provide enough coverage to let his teammates back up, but a lot of people know Echo gets caught floating on in. That's actually Colors
And the thing is, again, Colors was 5 points outside of your win condition coming into this. So you see Echo come up, you fly at that team. Wars by himself trying to rotate in. They were also in win condition. Wars with a lot to do, gets the kill, but the PDS does not protect. The gas stick comes through. He dies. He's out of here. Now Biffle, Shifty, Sage with the high ground, finds vision, lights up the next one. That might be a sniper rifle. Biffle does not give a damn. What were those shots?
I mean, look at where Sage is playing on side of that other building.
Oh my God.
I was wondering, like, we saw Echo go down, we saw Wars go down, we saw Bread go down. I was wondering, I'm like, where are Soka and where is Scummin? And well, with 93 grand, they are in here as they maybe finally for once get a zone pull that goes in their way. Just hanging out, making sure nobody can push on in here as the zone moves. They might actually have the best positioning right now.
You hear the call come out that there's people above them. 6 teams, 14 players, an average of just under 2 per team. You know that these guys have 3, and that Biffle, Shifty, and Sage are up. So the remaining teams are in absolute shambles, 1s and 2s. If you're Scumming on Rational and Dongy, I don't mind creating a conga line. I don't mind this idea. I love the check in beneath. And actually, Scumming catches them all around the back. And Rational gets cleaned up, though. Dongy actually falls, but it will be Scumming's wrap. That means he does enough to clear out Amir, Castillo, and Dark. And gets Dongy back into the fight. Problem is, you got to play, you got to move because the gas is right on top of you.
Unrational taking on out, and look who's still on the high ground here. It is these 3. The smokes are coming on out, but the shots through the smoke are clean. Youngsters getting taken down. Back on board. You see Unrational did get dropped into that fight. Scummin's still here, though. Has a gas mask. They have this PDS to stay out here. But what I'm worried about is that still on top were those 3 players. Can you get out of here? You're seeing the smoke start getting engaged. Scummin gonna be the first to move. I love this. Drops the bouncing Benny's from behind. Hopefully can potentially catch on anyone, but will get ripped apart. Somebody's already made the wrap. He does have the self-revive, though. The zone starting to move, and up on top, Biffle trying to maybe be able to find anyone. Drops his corpse onto the edge of zone. Self-revive is here. Sage still alive somehow, and it is a 3v1. Brax was in second, but with a 27 and a first place. That is going to be 47 for the young man. Obviously, we'll put them into Call of Duty Warzone match play, but more importantly, they might have just jumped to the top of the leaderboard.
I couldn't fight anybody. They were all inside.
They were never going to stay out of the script for long, right? It felt like for once we had an event where Biffle, Shifty, and Sage were just not in the running, not only now lifting themselves onto win condition, but as you said, likely to the top of the leaderboards. As I watch things get updated on my left here, Team Echo sat on 157. I think that Team Biffle's haul right there will actually lift them above. So the Monarchy of Al Mazrah, defending World Series of Warzone champions, the team that have dominated so much of this Warzone scene over this last 18 months, undeniable, and put themselves right into the conversation.
Let's look at some of the stats from that last game on how they were able to clutch it on up. And of course, well, you got 12 for Biffle and Shifty. You got Sage just a little bit behind, of course, there with the 3. A little bit of a regain situation probably out of him. But hey, 161 overall total current score is feeling good for them. So I'm curious to see, obviously, like I said, they've made their way to the top, to the upper echelon. I believe they've made their way to the top of the leaderboard. They have to be feeling good, of course, getting ready to head on in to map number 9. I'm curious to see how the rest of that leaderboard kind of shakes on out. But let's talk about those end game moments there, Enigma, because I think they kind of were fascinating to go ahead and see. We obviously see Unrational, Scummin, and Dongy. We come over to them. We're like, are they still alive? And they are. But they make this wrap down low where they find Amir, Castillo, and Dark, and they're able to kind of clean them up very quickly. But I think what the key there is that Unrational goes down in that fight, and that is really what's tough. And then you just see from there, it's almost impossible for them to kind of get back into zone because, well, on top you have Shifty, Biffle, and Sage who are just raining down hellfire on you, and across the way it looked like, I think it was Brax was the team that came in second place. So I got to imagine at least it was Brax's team, on the outskirts that are kind of watching you try and rotate your way on in. It just became too tough at the end. I almost would have loved to see, could they had stayed maybe on that middle level where they were at rather than having to fully jump on down. I don't know. Hindsight is always 20/20. But my point is, I'm glad to see that they were in the conversation for potentially winning that game. They've sort of struggled over the last couple of, Call of Duty Warzone at match point tournaments we've had to be able to clutch it on up. I would have loved to see them do it in that game number 8, but they're not able to.
No, they aren't. And the thing is, I'm with you in the sense that drop from the mid-level into the bottom level turned out to be costly. It's a tough one to decide, really, because you don't want to jump out the window, because then Amir, Castillo, and Darko are basically waiting for you, and you land into that, and you are well aware that that trouble is there for you. You don't have information on the rest of the zone, so you just have to play what you are aware of. So they're just trying to clear that out, and unfortunately, Unrational gets cleaned up. Dongy nearly does as well. Scomin pulls off a great wrap, actually. If he'd have gone through the same angle, I think all three of the Mexicans are staring straight down that alleyway. It's actually Scomin's wrap that saves the day, but yeah, it ends up leaving them in a situation where they're then trapped with 2 players only. They do find a PDS on the floor to give them a moment of respite, but it's just not enough. The thing is, well, even if you end up with a full 3, I thought the setup that Biffle, Shifty, and Sage had, with Shifty Sage pushed out towards that fence line using a rare bit of cover. And to be honest, we don't see many zones at all go over towards Seaport. Yeah. So a lot of nice pulls for Biffle, Shifty, and Sage. We thought it was going to end up over to like between Cargo and the condos, right? But I mean, at the end of the day, Warzone, the pulls sometimes play in your favor, but that end setup that they end up with, where they've got the fence line as well as Biffle up high to provide overwatch and just keep an eye out on anything that's moving through smoke, anything that's moving through gas, provide a different angle and that information, you see why they're just so damn undeniable. Even in moments like that, they just absolutely go off.
I'm getting flashbacks of what we like to call the 3-point defense from TBE of old, right? Where they just are able to separate themselves as being these 3 different points of contact that anybody that, decides to push on out, you're going to get caught in the crossfire of all 3 of them. Even kind of go back a little bit more into that sort of game where we see Biffle is on top on one building, is getting some nice shots across, and Sage is like 2 buildings over, literally hitting the other angle. So if they try and hide from Biffle, they're still in the line of sight of Sage, and vice versa as well. And I feel like making some of those calls, say, hey, we have all of height, we are all up here, nobody else can get up here, we can split a little bit, go wide, cover a lot of this ground, is kind of what sets them up for success for the rest of that zone. You have those 2 up there, and you kind of have Shifty just playing down below, and he's actually going to be able to make that early rotation into zone and kind of clear the way, make space, of course, for Sage to join them, and then Biffle just has to sit up there towards the top. And I even love, it's the little things too. Even Biffle just kind of launching himself off the top in the air, so that way he gets taken out by the gas in the air, but he lands in his zone. So at least if his teammates want to come revive him, if he wants to pop the self-revive, he's still A-okay, and he can be able to do that. So sometimes it's just the little things like that that can kind of snowball yourself into being able to win a map. And well, jumping up the leaderboard and joining the upper echelon of teams who are on Call of Duty Warzone match point. But man, I cannot wait to see this leaderboard, dude, because I feel like we are about to straight up have a third, if not more, of the lobby on our win condition.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, isn't it? We all wait with bated breath. I'm trying to get a little bit of a heads up on it first, but it's just not happening right now. The leaderboard is currently being worked on by our admin team, but yes, it feels like we could end up with at least 10 teams, potentially more, on our win condition, which, I mean, quite frankly, bodes ridiculous. We go into what, map 9 now? Maybe 9's the magic figure. Maybe I think last week it was 9, right? And then this time again, maybe that's exactly where we're going to sit ourselves around a lot of the times. But the thing is with this format, this could have finished in what, 5 games? This could have been over and done with, but it just keeps on getting played out because, again, nothing's given, all earned. You've got to win that final map. The thing is, now you start to look at some of the teams that are on win condition. Obviously, we've still got Team Echo. We will have Team Biffle, Team Soka, Breadman, Scum and Wars, Colors, Amir. Still waiting on updates for the rest of it. But you list out some of those players. I mean, they've won a lot of the maps tonight. They won a lot of the maps last week. They are known for seeing out clutch plays in huge moments. Surely we see a winner next map. I cannot see a world in which one of those teams doesn't take it.
Oh, you say that though, but welcome to Call of Duty Warzone Match Point, baby, where one more game is our motto. I'm right there with you though. I actually honestly fully believe when we look at this, I think it's probably more teams than we realize, and that it's going to be a lot. I think it's going to be a lot of squads that are going to be vying for that dub. But who knows? Maybe that means that, you know, they play a little bit different. They get taken out early. That opens up the rest of the map for some of these other teams to come online and be able to win. I don't know. I mean, it's possible, right? I mean, even if we do get a third of the lobby, that means there's still 2/3 who are ready and waiting to have a banger game like that to throw themselves into the conversation as well. So it's going to be a very, very tight race here towards the end. Would I be surprised if this ends here in game number 9? Absolutely not. But if we go to a game number 10, I wouldn't be, you know, I guess surprised at all.
I mean, it's the different strategies as well that come into this a little bit, because, like, for example, Team Echo, it seems like that they're trying to find like a quiet route into the end zones, which may be messing with how well they were doing earlier on in the lobbies when they most certainly were not finding quiet ways into zones. They're actually doing a great job of isolating people in those open end zones. We end up with some squads like Team Sokrako basically hunting down people they're directly up against. And then you've also got, you know, teams like Biffle, who will, you know, if we cast it back to one of the few times we've ever used Call of Duty Warzone Match Point, which was last at Raw, they used vehicles to just patrol the map the whole time. So there's going to be all sorts of different things going on through this one.
Well, let's take a look at the leaderboard as we get an idea of where we're at heading into game number 9. And as you can see, well, it's actually not maybe as many as I expected. We have joining them, we of course have Team Biffle, who, well, they did not make it to the top of the leaderboard. They're currently sitting at 2nd with 161, but joining them is Team Z Colors and Team Amir. Not too far away, though. I mean, yet again, it's this 9th through basically 16th. Still possible if they come out on top. If any of those squads win this next game, they are now going to be entering into contention. But whew, we have 8 teams, Enigma, who are potentially going to be here. I don't know. What are you thinking when you look at this leaderboard?
I think it's terrifying if we do go one more game. I think it is absolutely insane to think of the idea that we could end up with, I mean, minimum, you've got to assume that 12 teams, potentially 15 teams that could put themselves onto win condition. So if you are any of those teams that are sat currently between 9th and 15th, if you spot a single player that is sat on win condition right now, you throw yourself at them. You get them straight off the map. You nice and early put them into a spiral situation, a regain situation. You do everything you can to delay this tournament. One more game is indeed the motto of Call of Duty Warzone Match Point. It may well be a sword that a lot of the players die on because they will want to push this that little bit further. I find it absolutely odd as well, because one of the things as well is like we you know, do a lot of work around, like, you know, with the production team. Oh, this is the kind of thing that we want to see happen. This is the kind of thing we want to make do. And the production team do an incredible job of trying to keep us hooked into the storylines. Yep. At what point does it become like, okay, well, half the lobby is a storyline right now?
I feel like probably game 11 is about the time we enter that you know, territory that's there. I think what's scary to me when I look at some of these teams that are on win condition right now is for the past like 3 or 4 games, we've seen almost every single one of these teams be there in that end game. I mean, even look at that last, you know, match that we just had. Obviously, we have Team Biffle who's able there. They win the game, but, you know, not too far away from them. Well, we had Team Unrational who was trying to make that wrap. We have Team Amir who was, you know, got taken out by Team Scummin and Unrational. And so we're kind of looking at a lot of the same squads are now starting to make their way towards that end game. So Wars did a lot of fantastic things, by the way, towards the end of that to try and keep the game alive, but just fell short a little bit. So game number 9, ladies and gentlemen, is this the game our tournament ends, or are we going one more game? Hop on it.
We might need to fight like up top first. All right.
Team Biffle, a side that have a litany of achievements throughout Warzone's history. In the grand scheme of things, it feels like they've not even been around that long, and yet everything that they've achieved is absolutely out of this world. They put themselves now onto Call of Duty Warzone Match Point.
And it would surprise absolutely no one if they then immediately wrap this whole thing up. Again, the way they did it back in Almazra's last hurrah, they used vehicles. They essentially patrolled the region. We saw them try to do that last week. We saw them get caught trying to make rotations through open fields. But have they assessed what went wrong? Have they got some tricks up their sleeve? It's
Watch out for that.
a great bit of loot able to be found here in one of your southernmost points of the map. The thing is, if you look towards the minimap, they're already out of zone, which means they've got a long rotation ahead of them.
Yeah, definitely gotta start moving, start figuring out how do you want to get there. We did see that though a little bit in that last map, right, where they kind of landed and they said, okay, hey, we need to make it on over here. Let's hop on some of these vehicles and let's get our way on over. So kind of a little bit of an awkward spot though, in my opinion, because there's, you know, not really a ton of loot over here. Like not a lot of building. I guess you landed that big building there is, but kind of rotating on out of that. Okay, as I say that, I guess you can find one of the dolls, and that's okay. That's one way to get your cash and your loot very quickly. But I just like when I look at the rotation though of how you get out of here, it's just, I don't know, I feel like you're spending a lot of time not, you know, getting your loadout. You're not spending your time moving around the map into better positions and better spots. Like you got to go through wide open spaces to then get into the city and then get onto the other side of the city, and that is just tough. Yeah, it's a long road, and we've already seen multiple teams try and make that rotation by foot. Seems to be absolute suicide. It's got to be a vehicle surely, or potentially balloon to balloon. Maybe even a train rotates through and you decide to hop on it, although we have seen already that that is a highly contested spot in our lobbies. Another squad then that are Call of Duty Warzone match point eligible. Amir, Castillo, Dark came third last week and have shown staggering consistency to put themselves into win condition yet again. I mean, this is a side that we rarely discuss, right, until they appear in tournaments, but what was it, fourth at the World Series finals? Feels like they are constantly in the conversation. A very underrated trio with, by the way, a wonderful community behind them, backing them the whole way. Love the idea of picking up the recon drone. We've already seen how effective they can be on rotation. But they've got a long way to go as well. It feels like that zone, quick flick up of the map there, we could be talking like maybe like northern Lowtown. Yeah, we got bamboozled in that last one, so I'm not making any zone calls anymore. I was like so confident that it was ending where I thought it was, and it was just like, no, we're going cargo. You're wrong. I was like, oh, okay, well, that's fun. You can see that they're starting to...
Imagine playing the intel contract, rotating into where it's saying, and it's like, no, it's actually over here.
I think that it was just the like zone was bigger than I expected, so I thought it was the next, like it was the zone after that one, but it was the zone we were already in. I feel like by the time we got over there, which was kind of part of the problem. So yeah, because there's only so many zones in advance, so it was like not the one that I thought it was, which is okay, it's fine. We do see bunkers are available, and you can see they have marked this contract. Now, one thing that we kind of haven't really got a chance to touch on, but I think is more prevalent now than ever, is that if you're one of these other teams in the map who feels confident in your gun skill, I actually think landing on one of these contracts and kind of using it as bait for some of these top teams would be so clutch. Like to be able to kind of know that there are going to be teams going for this, they are, you know, trying to play their best, and you're able to take them on down. It would be so great. As we see on the other side, well, Trick is able to take down Rocket in very easy fashion here. First elimination of the game. It looks like they got some more in the UAV. Potentially could get an early squad wipe.
Empathy, by the way, playing basically with his nose in his monitor, looking so far left, craning his neck to spot UAV that's coming on through. Did have the comms vest, so has the advanced ping as well.
He has a suppression mine somewhere, but
is he on the roof?
I don't know.
You hear the call out come through. You can hear the suppression mine, so he wants to double up. Does get tagged by it. The nade will come out. Actually, that's great play. Well, back colors on down, but Empathy manages to snap. It's Swish'em that's dealt with. So Rocket, Swish'em sent packing. Means the last player up is Zakar. You've got to assume that he's going to try and get out of there, but it looks like he's sticking around for now.
Collars will take damage, but you hear the call out come through. It's a break. Cook nade does not connect.
I hit him. He jump deep. I'm chasing.
Ooh, okay. Actually, the nade is going to force him off the back. You hear the call outs. Is running away, and I like that they're chasing this because, you know, it may seem silly to get this aggro just for one elimination, but being able to do so, I feel like opens up the map so much for them. They can kind of feel like they're pretty confident nobody's at their back. You obviously take a team out potentially, and then next thing you know, you're making an easier rotation for yourself on in. So they were trying to go for it. They were trying to chase. I like this, though. They stop at the edge of the road. They're saying, hey, we don't have to go across the street. We don't have to fly at them that much, even though it would be kind of great. A little bit of self-restraint coming on through from this team.
So where did this person go?
I don't know.
I agree. It's sometimes just not in these players' instinct at all to play the safety game, to back off, especially if you've managed to get yourself onto win condition. You very much so are used to flying at everything. You've picked up a hell of a lot of kills thus far, and all you want is a million more. Amir is in the gulag for some reason, up against Levi. The C4 connects with nothing and actually takes one completely, and that is absolutely textbook work there from Levi. C4 one side, a BP-50 on the other, sends Amir packing.
Tough situation this early on. Hopefully the squad mates have the cash to be able to hit a buy station, get you back on in. Back on over with one of our other teams currently sitting on Call of Duty Warzone match point. They're continuing to move around the map and find out where can they go.
I hit him, sorry.
Light box if you can carry one.
Res on the train.
They redeploy.
I'll take this building.
It looks like these guys are already in trouble. And Rational taking a lot of bullets from somewhere in Old Town by the looks of it. Maybe Low Town, sorry. Scummin loses his gulag to Careless Kitty. There's money available, but you got to get to this buy. You're already taking bullets just trying to rotate through this region. Smoke goes out. Rational hits the hill. Another smoke to cover. Scummin will get back in. And we've already spoken about this multiple times, though. As soon as that signal flare goes up, teams push you. They know you're weakened. On Rational takes a lot of damage. We'll get inside, refill the plates. Needs to get them inside, though. Dongy likes to get pushed. Potential pinch situation here. Scummin is back in. I tell you what, that door slamming open made me jump like it did to Gary.
And there's a fire sale here too, which is going to be great. Looks like they might try and make something happen. You're seeing the cash get thrown on over to Scummin, who's going to try and get to that buy station. People up top, Unrational going to ring out a shot, maybe just to try and connect with something, create some pressure. Back on over, Soka against the bubble into the gulag. You're seeing Noobs is full dead as well. Soka got to make this happen. There's the flash grenade. It will connect onto Bubble. Bubble in the middle, though. Myapo takes down Almond. That could be Team Soka already getting taken out here in map number 9.
Bubble with an absolute hero moment there. Two teams on your Call of Duty Warzone match point. Players sent to the gulag up against one another, and it was a different strategy out of Soka. I've seen it work for him multiple times in his stream, where he just lies in wait, listens, and essentially makes the correct call. Although the flash connects, clearly didn't do enough. Bubble reads the push. Unrational out of smokes. Oh, hits through this. What was that? Gary with the absolute snapper. Quick scopes a player through. I'm sure that they're just as surprised as we were. More chain smokes coming out. Scummin and Rational Dongy just going to push this. Bouncing Betty's going absolutely everywhere. Dongy goes flying in through the next warehouse. And the LTV is going to rotate on out of this. The thing is, you also then see bullets come from elsewhere to light up here. Unrational, Scummin and Dongy potentially trapped between two different teams. But right now, honestly, you just hunker down in here, play quiet for a bit, and hope that no one sees you.
Well, actually, I don't mind them hanging out in this warehouse just because there are kind of these cheeky little angles that you can kind of lay on top, right? You can be prone on top of one of these things. You can be up in the corners. Then if somebody flies on in here, there's just like 4 different spots you need to check if you want to try and clear this out. And by the time you maybe gain target acquisition on one of them, you're already going to start getting lasered on up. So it's going to be really tough to try and push them out of that building. But Unrational with the hit through the smoke was absolutely nutty. He was just as, I think, as surprised as we were that he hit it. But it's kind of those moments, though. I think that opened him up. You heard him say, he was calling out. He's like, I need smokes. I need you over here. I need this to try and go for the rotation. And, well, they get the smoke, and you're able to get the armor crack as well through it. You're feeling pretty solid that you've just created the space you need. Back on over to Prodigy, Oki, and Wars. Some mounted shots from across the way will bring down Huskers. So... but they've decided that this is going to be their home for the next foreseeable future. They're just going to go ahead and hang on out. Wars almost made it happen in that last game, but just was not able to get there in time.
By the way, just wrapping back to Team Unrational that we saw a moment ago, saw that Unrational himself running restock, which will mean he's going to have a hell of a lot of prox mines, not only to set up around that region, but to provide to his teammates, as well as, of course, the smoke. So could well have put themselves into an incredible position for endgame. Prodigy and co, Wars, Oki are also on win condition and have completed an intel contract and have gambled on this side of the river for final zone.
I haven't seen them pick out.
Just kind of waiting to see maybe where, you know, do they need to move to, if they need to move at all. Otherwise, if they can kind of wait here through the next couple of zones, they'll probably feel pretty good. My only worry is, do you have everything you need? I think if you're going to get to the situation that you want to just hold up on one particular area, I want to make sure, you better make sure you have PDSs, you have trophy systems, you all have durable gas masks, you have UAVs, you have all of the, you know, munitions and armor boxes you need. Like, you need to make sure you are set up, because what I'm worried about is you spend all game long sitting here. By the time you got to make some rotations, by the time you got to make a play, you might not have all the things that you need.
No, I agree. There is that buy station directly underneath you if your team wars. It's part of why I like this position so much, because they do have an opportunity to pick up exactly what they need. A player tries to dive into the water. It's actually going to be Vita. Wars getting the down.
Sniper would be so good right now.
And you hear the call out come through. A sniper would be good right now. I mean,
his teammate's probably gonna cross over.
potentially, but I always worry when it comes to the sniper situation. If you're not a natural sniper player like a Breadman, you risk weakening yourself in situations for rotation. You can't really use a sniper in rotation unless apparently you're irrational firing through smoke. But yeah, I don't know if that's the call. I do like the setup though, but I agree that what you need to do is start stacking up on things like PDSs, etc. You've got to assume this team have checked the buy station below and shared out some utility between them. And maybe it's ran out.
Well, and even if you are going to be sitting here with a gun, like especially the DG, I mean, calling out some 3-2-1 shots on somebody, you could rip them. You know, as long as you're hitting a couple shots on everybody, you could find a lot of success. So it's like, yeah, a sniper would be great, don't get me wrong, but also just a little bit of awareness from the team can probably go a long way. Back on board with one of our other teams that's currently on Call of Duty Warzone match point. We got Trick, Colors, and Attract. Trick currently sitting on 2. They're kind of doing a similar thing that we just saw from that squad, playing on the rooftops, making sure nobody's coming from a different angle. Noobs, Almond, and Soka still in it, even though we saw Noobs was full dead, Soka lost the Gulag. We saw Almond get taken out by Mayapo, so that means they were able to go to the Gulag, win their Gulag, come back on in, and get the 2 teammates on in here. Talk about a regain.
No, it's absolutely massive and could well be a whole conversation point to come back to if Team Soka do indeed come out on top in this map. The one thing I will say, because the amount of players and teams that are sat currently on win condition and how passive they're having to play, we still have 29 teams available and we're ending zone 4. This is an incredibly busy zone at this point. Also collapsing around mid-maps. You've got rotations coming in from every different angle. I really do not like this position out of Soka, Almond, and Noobs. They need to find themselves something a bit more solid in terms of coverage. The zone pull will come their way. I like that ping. Definitely hit out a building that will be sat alongside this embankment. Yeah, I agree. 100%. Hit something small, hit something quiet, try and tuck yourself away. Smoke lands on top of the water, and we'll let them rotate in. Hopefully, it is safe passage. It will get them in. Loadouts are flying aplenty. You saw them come out of the sky. And this is exactly what Team Soka needed. A little spot to call home for the remainder of this map.
Yeah, I think that this is the kind of area that you really want to hold on to. Obviously, they have their guns. They have a counter, too. I think if they wait for this to pull into the next zone and then pop that counter sort of towards the later parts of games, it's going to be actually like a really, really crucial thing to use. Now, great. The counter UAV, it's very easy to shoot out of the sky. You know, I'm not saying that it's like going to be this insane swing that they're able to have, but even just forcing a team to look up to have to take that down when there's going to be so many people in this end game is wild. I mean, look at how small this circle is getting into. We still have 26 teams remaining, Enigma. Everybody is just going to be stacked on top of each other. And when they all get pushed in at the end of this 5th zone, we are about to see just bodies hit the floor.
They could see us
right now, though, Attract Colors and Trick are just trying to hang out in this building. I feel like if you're trying to win this game, you need to do whatever you can to hold on through. But look at this. As we come on over, Biffle has been ripped apart by none other than one of our other teams on Call of Duty Warzone Match Point.
And then speaking of which, another team on Call of Duty was on Match Point, Breadman, Jowo, Skullface, bye-bye. They'll be praying for one more game. They get eliminated early. And this is exactly how this is likely to go down now. When we were on board with Empathy, you saw him look towards his top right and almost in disbelief at how many teams are still remaining. It's because our top squads have been laying in wait this whole time. Tommy's trying to rotate up the hill. Wars manages to get yet another big player eliminated out of this blast. The next on the board to get picked up. Where's Prospect in all of this? Looks like he's just managed to slip the net. Where does that next zone pull? We are going straight towards River Warfare here, Dandro. We're going to be over the top. Both embankments are relatively open. We know that Sokun Co made themselves into one hut, but one side here in that big building in front of Wars & Co is very open, but it might be the only coverage afforded to you once we start to rotate.
Yeah, I feel like if you're them, maybe right now you try and take that building that's right in front of you. Try and make it happen. Try and be able to hold this one on through. You have a UAV. You can pop it. You know, maybe you can see if anybody's there. And we see a counter come out. I believe that's probably Soka and them finally kind of using that counter. Maybe going to use it to try and make a rotation or something. But you see below Prodigy, Wars, and Oki, there is a team there, and they are just stacked up right now. This is what I was talking about. So obviously, you know, in the time that we kind of went away from them and came back, they were able to use that buy station to the best of their ability. Stacked up on Semtex, stacked up on Smoke, and that is the exact type of things you want to be able to have. I'm seeing a squad wipe on Raul. So that is Echo Bubble and Raul taken out as well. They are gone. Only a couple of our teams here remaining as they fly on through. Stukex getting taken out. 17 squads still remaining. As now Prodigy, Oki, and Wars, they've been able to claim the roof of this building, and they have free reign across the way.
We do, and next zone pull is actually going to be glorious for them because although it will potentially rotate them slightly towards that riverbed, whoever is on the other bank will be pushed all the way across, and surely it is going to be like kicking an ant's nest in a moment. Players springing out of everywhere, trying to hit the rotations. We've lost, we've basically gone from 28 teams to 13 in a heartbeat. Oki makes a comm there. I think that there's a player underneath them potentially. Otterize gets plucked out of the sky, and there comes another. The tracking's just off. Whoever that was, surviving by the skin of their teeth.
Oh, we're starting to see some snipes come across as well. I mean, if one of these teams across the bay can maybe hit just a nice little headshot, pair it up with a team shot, we could see this team get picked apart, but so far, they are still alive. FIFA kill, squad wiped. It feels like with every elimination, we are just dropping in numbers down into the top 10. Finally, 9 teams here. Prodigy mounted on up, taking sight across the way, not super worried about people below them. Just want to catch anybody on this edge of zone that maybe they can grab. And there's a full team making their way into the river. Gets an armor crack, but not able to get a down. And this is where things get a little bit tricky. And when they have to figure out, do they want to just try and stay up on this high ground? No, they actually try and make a play across. As they do, Ryda is going to get taken out. We can see one of them already knocked on down. Self-revive will be able to come online. Wars keeping it up, and well, they're sitting pretty for this last zone pull.
They're sitting absolutely beautifully over the top of absolutely everything. Vita gets caught. Panda goes down. You're lighting everything up here into our final 7. A squad has got to come out of there, you presume. That might be Soaker and co. Gets the crack. It's pure flesh, but it will not be enough. Prodigy needs to play up. Bullets coming in from the back. War is also forced to play. You got to start to consider your resources at this point. How much noise do you want to make? Do you want to just sit this one out for a little bit? You have the perfect position. Soaker and Almond have dove into the water. At some point, you must surface. Soaker will not be given the opportunity. Sin sends him packing. Wars needs to be picked up yet again. We are down to our final 5.
See, they're able to sit here in the gas a little bit. A player down below. That's a squad right on a goat clamp as they fly on down to this edge here. 3 teams remaining. Wars looking to clutch this one on up. Has to win this fight. Not going to be able to. Where's Oki for the trade? You have to be able to clutch this one on up. We're seeing some names fly on in. Into the water we go. They're able to find Sin, Oki, and Wars taken on out. This is water warfare to end Warzone. Total frenzy. It's the last player alive here on the rock. He's struggling around here, but finally clutches it on up. 22 kills. They are able to bring it on home in game number 9. Team Wars take Warzone Total Frenzy.
And I tell you what, for all the conversations that we had about how teams would do it, would it be quietly slipping away into the night and springing up for a final couple of kills? 22 kills to see things out in the end. No such thing as being able to hide from killer instinct with these 3. They made absolute damn sure that anything that sprung up in front of them was getting smacked back down. Wars, Oki, Prodigy, absolutely putting on. Felt like they were part of the conversation for quite some time, but always on the fringes. But they made sure once they got themselves onto Call of Duty Warzone match point.
Love to see that end game play there. It got a little dicey, I'm not gonna lie, but I think what saved them is that they were the last team to have to go into that water mill. We see some consistency across the board here for the squad. 7s for Wars and Oki, 8 for Prodigy. That's going to give them a total score of 176. Not that it really matters, because they were able to take home a W while being on Call of Duty Warzone match point. They will be, of course, be taking home that $7,000 prize pool as a trio. But what a fantastic play. Let's talk about how did they be able to get to be that team that was able to finally clutch on it, because I feel like that game was, they made that read early on, Enigma.
Yeah.
They kind of planted themselves on a rooftop, didn't move, and then just only moved when they had to and when it was most advantageous for them.
Well, they pick up that intel contract nice and early that tells them kind of where it's going to be. They pick the bank that they want to go with, which is essentially trying to use the lopsidedness of the circle there to just kind of play basically a game of odds. And when that circle does indeed pull people across from the other embankment, they have that high ground. We spoke about the buy station underneath them. They stack up on the smokes, they stack up on the Semtexes, and make sure they are stocked out with absolutely everything they need. But a huge point of call that they made when we spoke about it, when they were on the very edge of the zone, they could have stayed on that first building. They could have just popped themselves up on the brick wall there and they would have stayed out of the gas. But they make the decision to hit down early onto the next building. Although it gives them some trouble, they provide enough coverage to stop Ryder stealing the show and just get hunkered down, give themselves a moment to breathe, plates go back in, and then they have a beautiful lookout over the river and everyone scrambling around it. And you're right, they are the last team having to head down because the zone is on their side and they have all of the vantage points. From there, it did get dicey, but they made no mistakes in the end. Team trades on top, and you heard them say it themselves, and they played that beautifully.
They absolutely did. We actually have a replay of those final moments. Let's go ahead, let's relive it with you, chat, to see it happen, because wow, it was fantastic. And yeah, like you mentioned, I think it was just sitting on top of this roof. And one thing I love that they did, you kind of can see they weren't super worried about the people directly below them. They were more worried about trying to pick up some of these teams who were literally across, who they had a line of sight to. And I think that's like really smart. They don't have to worry so much, because they understand if anybody's below us, like they're gonna have to peek their head up at us. And then, like you mentioned, it was right here where, yeah, sure, they could set up on the edge of this building, but unfortunately, I think here is that you maybe just expose yourself a little bit too much. At least here, you have a little bit of cover to be able to have, even though Wars does get taken out on the fly over. Thankfully, a self-revive there allows him to get back on up. If he doesn't have a self there, they're screwed.
No, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, though, I do think that if you'd stayed, I think that trying to make that cross becomes even worse, because I think that Vita, and you see it there, yeah, Vita and Panda were directly underneath, and I think get caught out by the early rotation that comes on through, don't manage to catch them floating through. But also Ryder and Co were making their way up from the embankment, probably trying to play for the exact same building. I think you go a fraction later there, the timings are all against you, and you just get plucked out of the sky. The fact that they managed to get themselves onto that building early, likely the saving grace. Moment here with Soka. I mean, they were going to have to come to the surface eventually, but they were denied the opportunity. Sin cleaning that one up, and that's one of those moments where you kind of, we've seen a lot of water warfare in this game, and it's so difficult to make those calls sometimes because it's so murky trying to see up through it. Do you play under the boat? Do you try and push forward towards the other embankment? You don't get to decide in the end. And this here, huge moment. Wars loses that fight, but Oki lands on top of it. I mean, you see him come in like the Dark Knight, flies at it, top rope, hits the shots, makes the trade, and then Oki and Prodigy play around this last kill.
Yeah, and it's actually, that nade was crazy. It lands, and I got a little bit scared here because you know that sometimes you can kind of see it happen. Like, he wanted to hop up on the rock with him, and it was a little bit caught in the weapon swap, but that last final player was just did not have the plates necessary. I don't think they got a chance to really reset from the fight. Otherwise, had they, that's a not inconceivable 1v3 that happens there for that player who's up on a rock, has full plates and a gun, and well, you're kind of just shooting down into the water, and all they have are pistols to fire back at you. Could have been a tough situation for Warzone Co, but thankfully at the very end, they clutch it on up, able to hop on out of the water, rip down that player, and at the end of the day are your champions. But whoo! Man, what a day. What a day of Warzone we had here. I think our leaderboard is getting close to being updated. I'd love to be able to see that because, you know, obviously we just said we have $7,000, of course, going towards Prodigy and Oki there. But, of course, we still have our second and third place prizes to give out as well. $2,000 and $1,000 respectively that are on there. So I'll be curious to see where that shakes out. Before we hop on into the leaderboard, Enigma, kind of give me your thoughts on the day overall, because I feel like we were on a roller coaster of emotion between some of our teams that we thought were about to close it out and then didn't, and then some dark horses who came in from behind.
I think it just, I mean, everything that we've gone through today and last week as well, just points towards how great this format is. This Call of Duty Warzone match point format just seems to be an absolute beauty. Like, we've got storylines on storylines. It's gone 9 maps in the end. It could have been 5. It could have been 15. One more game would have likely have seen us with half the lobby able to take it. But then again, it's a case of you got to see that out. We're watching teams evolve as we go. For example, Team Joe on Breadman, it felt like they have come on leaps and bounds in the space of a week. Yeah, I truly think that, don't get me wrong, I ain't making no calls here. I'm not the guy who gets to decide that. But if we see more of this format going forward, I am absolutely not complaining. I love it.
Well, let's go ahead. Let's take a look at their leaderboard and how this shook out for our format. Of course, Team Wars with the 999s because, well, they win. So we're able to have them up there. And I'm sorry, do we have a tie for second? Is this just second and third is tied between Echo and Biffle? I don't know how we determine that one, but I'm gonna let our admins tell me how that one works out. But then we have Team Soka not too far behind. I'm being told they split the prize pool. And do they okay, so they split the second and third prize pool, so that's actually kind of nice. That's that extra 3k will get split between them. 1,500, that kind of works out. 500 each for those two teams. Not a bad day of Warzone, Enigma.
Yeah, no, not bad at all. It's even better day if you're Warzone, Oki and Co, right? 7k between the three of you. What is that, like 2,333-ish each?
Something. Repeating.
Not bad afternoon. Yeah, recurring, of course. Sorry, yeah, silly of me. But yeah, no, it's not a bad way to spend your afternoon. I mean, no doubt all of the people taking part today, they all have very active streams, plenty of support in the back from their viewers and so on. But then to come away from that with a whole bunch of prize money as well, adding on yet another achievement to your list for many of these players. You talk about Team Wars in particular, you know, you look at that lineup. Oki, relatively new young blood, had an opportunity last year with FIFA Kill and World Series. You could say didn't really take it. looking to show what he's got this year on Urzikstan. War is a player that back in Verdansk, and maybe even Caldera really kind of showed that he was one of the top performers. Been a bit quiet since then, maybe on his own kind of revenge tour. And Prodigy, well, he's a player with a lot to prove just because he's a young gun coming on through. So it's one of those with that lineup, maybe a statement made for the rest of the year. If you really wanted to say, hey guys, we're here to take part, then they've done just that.
I love what we saw from them all day long, but we've made it through 9 games here today, friends. We have crowned our champions, doled out some cash, and had a whole lot of fun along the way. So Enigma, before we go ahead and wrap on up, kind of give me your overall thoughts on the day, and well, where can people find you on the internet and keep up with you?
If you do want to find me for whatever reason, I stream semi-frequently, or the same as my name, Enigma AMC. You'll find me on Twitter as well, usually talking Call of Duty and Warzone. But no, other than that, I've had an absolute pleasure as always. I mean, always a wonderful time casting along yourself, my friend, and then working with this incredible admin team, providing us with live leaderboards, brand new graphics on the go, all the storylines, and of course, Dawson in our ears to keep us updated at all times, doing a splendid job. So no, it's been an absolute pleasure. I said it mid-games, I love my job, and it was indeed an absolute pleasure, man, to be here.
No, I love being here alongside with you, my friend. If you want to find me at BandroCast everywhere, you can do !casters in the chat if you want direct links to our stuff. But man, what a fantastic day of Warzone. I want to give a huge shout out for everybody for tuning in today. Huge shout out to all of our players for competing and, well, pushing the limit. Everybody played at such an insane level today, and it makes our job not only fun but also easy. Yet again, huge shout out to all the people in the back for helping this thing run nice and buttery smooth. But with that being said, that's all we have for you. So yet again, come check us out on social media at WZ Total Frenzy to keep up to date with all the events, the clips, everything happening here with Warzone Total Frenzy. Also go follow us on TikTok for amazing clips from all of our events along the way. We would love to have you on over there. With that being said, I'm Dandro, that's Enigma, and until the next Warzone Total Frenzy, have a great night.